The grenades, they're not stopping. Homebois nakatanggap ng damage from the grenades. Pero si Homebois hindi susuko. I still have the bandage. I'm healing myself. Pero sabi ni Brian, magka-crouching tiger lang ako dito. Makakapag-crouch kaya. Homebois nakita ka. Huwag kang tatapa dyan. Lilinisin kita. Ako si Homebois. Tandaan mo yun.
Kasi KHI heard struggling na sila. Sinimulan na nga ni H2R pero may susunod pa kaya for KHI, and I'm sure that they cannot afford to lose any members. Holy baka Rowdy Mika natin dito already knocked out. Isa pang frag grenade na itatapon dito ni Homebois pero sa saktong-sakto kaya kay Mika para ma-eliminate. Pero nagtapon pa saktong-sakto. Not just one but twice sa ating side ng Axis Red 1, and KHI is doing it once again.
He's just crawling his way into victory habang nakakagulo SMG just waiting. Naku po, kumit na sila. Mainit, they're in the hot zone. Homebois eliminating a Nick. No, knocking down a Nick, knocking down Big. Demigod eliminating Iftar in the process, and KAI just did them a favor. MAB is now out of this game.
So yan, and actually open circle kasi, and actually nakay Demigod yung circle ngayon, and kailangan mag-push ng Dingoz dito, so walang no choice to, hindi kailangan nilang push itong KHI, especially itong side ni Homebois na ngayon ay nasusunog na ng buhay itong si Ricky. Naglabas ka ng vector ang Filipino team, and there you go, hindi ko si Kulot, kailangan yung depensa nito, and right now Damazon na naman, mananakdown itong isang player nila, kaso nga lang H2R, mananakdown na nga, 2v3 situation, it's Yoodo will be killed, and KHI will get the first chicken dinner para sa PMPL MYSGPH.
But it's going to be a challenge for them. It's going to be an objective. It's either that they will eliminate Team Secret and go forward with the GENEXUS. Pero yun na nga nakita na nga huli ka, Balbon. Ating mga Team Secret eye shots natin dito. Isa, but let's see if that clutch will be made by our Team Secret. And yes, TABAH was able to get that Team Secret. Wala ng secret for the side of Team Secret. And here he has dominating his side with that 5 kills.
Whoa, Epi, he nearly get the clutch by obviously firepowers, but here we go, Mika having to look Zuli and getting one in the back. True, Mika, we get to see the growth, so watch it from the start, but Mika from the distance getting Pamburu, who was trying to run into the circle.
Crawl, Pamburu can crawl all the way. But is Rip going to do it? Oh no, Micah has his eyes onto Rip as well. The extraction. Well, if you want to do your punishment, that's okay as well. But it's okay. We'll leave the fun for next round where Farang Legend's playing. Okay. But nevertheless, Dav's not going to get out of this. I mean, he's on the outside of the circle.
Everything from the distance, and he knows the information. Loyu goes down next. Mika trying to make GENEXUS not to come in.
That's a very long shot from long, but he hasn't been able to secure the elimination point just yet. Biu now being gunned down by Mika with the long range, but Biu will still go down. Long is the last man standing for GENEXUS.
How I wish GENEXUS would not rush in because they are in the circle also. Now, one by one goes down. It gives more advantage to Axis right now. It's left with only one player, and that's Lung. So I think for GENEXUS, they could have come in better or know it better at least when you get the circle. Axis is still in the corners. This is hard.
Oh, Axis could take the chicken dinner. Team Secret goes out! And now it's within the Axis Red 1 and Homebois.
Immediately, without hesitation, they go in straight for the push, man. Axis, this confidence. Where do you buy such a thing? Immediately wins the trade as well. Springs down onto more. Micah, man, this guy is OP indeed. In Sam 9, they get eliminated at 14.
Axis, Red 1, they still have the circle advantage.
Axis already 8 kills on their name.
Bravo.
And Chicken Dinner could just leapfrog them way onto #1. Then remember, the points is only differ by 20. And so this is going down to the teeth.
open terrains like this, you still carry on in shotgun. Man, this guy is onto something. But here comes Mika, though, dropping a huge grenade onto 6. Instead, he flips onto Bar.
Look at that. I mentioned how Bosskur has got huge advantage. Homebois cannot push through immediately. Kept them there long enough, and now Axis.
Those stragglers getting into there, just gatekeeping, circle keeping as much as possible. Mika putting in that damage. Zane out of the way. And Harm, he doesn't know if he wants to help his teammate or not.
But let's see how long they can last. And now, talking about access round, Micah just got one for himself.
Yep, that's right. Haywood still very much alive. NC now in the other end, eating
Wow.
so many nades. Hey Noob and the other teams, other members of Axis redONE just making it rain into space. And suddenly THQ, where were you thinking you could go? The high ground here is on Axis redONE, and they're gonna use it to their advantage.
It's the 4th anniversary of PUBG Mobile.
Happy birthday to you.
Happy birthday, PUBG Mobile.
Happy birthday to you.
Hari jadi kepada PUBG Mobile.
Saya ingin mengucapkan selamat hari jadi.
Selamat ulang tahun. Selamat ulang tahun ke yang keempat untuk PUBG Mobile.
Happy 4th anniversary.
Selamat hari jadi.
Ucapkan selamat hari lahir.
Selamat hari jadi keempat. Selamat hari jadi.
Selamat hari jadi yang keempat.
For their 4th year anniversary.
Happy birthday 4th anniversary.
Happy birthday yang keempat untuk PUBG Mobile.
Selamat hari jadi kepada PUBG Mobile yang keempat.
Selamat ulang tahun untuk PUBG Mobile yang keempat.
Happy 4th anniversary untuk PUBG Mobile.
Kepada PUBG Mobile, kepada PUBG Mobile yang keempat.
PUBG Mobile's 4th anniversary. Yay!
Happy 4th year anniversary.
Selamat ulang tahun yang keempat
Kepada PUBG Mobile yang
keempat untuk PUBG Mobile.
kepada PUBG Mobile.
Thank you for the amazing 4 years.
Terima kasih banyak-banyak kerana bersama dengan kami.
Hey, 4 years of journey we've been together.
Terima kasih kepada anda semua, komuniti dekat luar sana yang sentiasa support PUBG Mobile.
Here's to many more years.
Dan jangan lupa untuk saksikan kami.
Jangan lupa sokong tim korang di
PMPL MYSGPH Spring.
MYSGPH Spring
Pada 23 hari bulan ini.
pada 23 Mac sehingga 17 April. Season 4 ni kita orang akan buat yang terbaik
Kelakar semua ada. Jangan risau. Meletup apa semua ada.
di Facebook dan YouTube. See you there.
See you there.
See you there. Bye-bye.
Jangan langgar tukar. Nanti mati. Senggol dong.
Saya akan memberi saingan yang sangat kepada tim-tim lain. So korang kena jaga juga.
Okay, saya nak challenge Adilu. Jangan selalu suntik sangat. Takut nanti kena tabrak.
Kepada tim lain yang nak bantai kita orang tu, korang kena standby plan B lah. Sebab kita orang tak ada plan B langsung. Kita orang langgar je sampai clear.
Bosku, only know how to camp. Tahu camp saja. Takut fight. Stop camping and come and fight.
Tak payah sembang lah. Tu semua bacot je sebab semua kat tournament acah-acah je berani sembang-sembang. Tapi kat tournament duduk juga diam dapat circle. Dapat circle tu. Just play lah. Kata nak bantai orang tapi main macam tu.
Better korang jaga diri korang sendiri lah. Jangan kisah pasal kita orang sebab susah sikit nak bantai kita orang ni. Takut nanti korang nak bantai kita orang je korang dah pergi lobby lah. Geek, damn rude. Okay. So kalau saya jumpa 3 orang nama yang saya sebut ni, kalau dia lari, saya kejar je. Dia dah dapat, tembak mati, tembak otak.
And don't be scared of us. Come on. We did once before, and even though if we didn't succeed to hot drop, but at least we try. Better than you guys are. No balls.
Saya just nak warning ataupun nak cabar kepada Nokia untuk berhati-hati. Nampak je Homebois lari je. Janganlah rata-rata dekat. Tu je Noki.
Sebab datang lah yang tahu saya nak bantai semua tim. Tak ada tim yang kacau tim kita orang. Kita orang kacau tim orang adalah. Dia orang kalau nampak kita orang mesti terkencing je.
Pada semua tim, aku harap korang bersatu hati untuk bantai kita orang. 15 tim yang nak bantai satu tim memang kita orang dah paling kuat dekat season ni. So tak ada apa takut. Datang lah jaga pol atas.
Dia ready je lah sebab kita orang pun dah sedia nak lawan.
Jangan bantai kita orang, so korang yang kena bantai.
Untuk Boki, jangan manja-manja dengan kita orang, terbantai.
Axis because we always beat them in their dropping point, especially in Miramar. Hello Jumper.
Kepada tim-tim lain yang selalu bunuh kita orang kat scrim, korang kena ingat, itu just a scrim.
Kalau korang nak lawan dengan kita orang, korang jangan elok. Just lawan 4v4. Kalau berani, mari.
Yes, I've just been dumped. Some people say that love is like a game. But my love is like a game with many matches.
Number 3, just you and me now. Be careful.
Shh, someone's here.
You're amazing. You're the most skilled woman I've ever met.
You don't need to be surprised. This is what I do every day.
Haha, let's play another one.
Sorry, I have to go to bed.
Okay, I'll be waiting for you at the same time tomorrow.
I thought this is what everyone says in games. I actually didn't get it seriously until he really appeared. Hey, he really can!
Of course, a deal's a deal.
Well, it's why I am here now. Where are you? That was when I found out that he lives in Los Angeles and I live in Bangkok. There's a 12 hours difference and 13,000 kilometers between us.
Sarah! Sarah! Sarah, get out of the car! Are you still there?
Actually, I'm not even sure how many matches we played before we got together.
I will protect you, baby.
Hey, you should have exposed yourself.
Got it!
Hey, baby! Sorry, some last minute works come up and I couldn't get away. Were you waiting for long?
It's okay. I slept early last night, so I'm full of energy in the morning today.
Like all of the other long-distance Are you couples, ready? we tried our best Today's to match work each is other's so time and share our busy, lives like- with each other.
I can't believe that. I wanna marry you. So good, so good.
We cherished every match we played. Like all other couples who met in the game, we also brought the sweet and the best back to real life.
Please forgive me, I'm begging you for your forgiveness.
Don't think you'll get away with this. I'll make you pay when we meet.
It won't be long till we can meet.
It's been almost a month since the pandemic hit.
Hey, I've heard things have gotten worse over there.
It's okay. I just got the vaccine. You need to take care too.
Don't worry. Although our plans to meet kept getting pushed back because of the pandemic. This snow map looks so nice. We also played together more often. I've never seen real snow before. It also made us closer. I won't be able to stand you if we live together. What do you think our future will be like?
We'll have a great future.
I thought we could go on happy like this forever. But... Are you still there? Some things are starting to change. Hello? Antoine? Hey, Antoine. Happy Valentine's Day. Seriously? Although I was angry, I believed that he had a good reason he couldn't share with me. It was only when that woman appeared that I knew everything he said was a lie. If I'm right, that woman is called Joanne. They always came online and went offline at the same time. Then were separated by different time zone or distance. They had great teamwork, and they won more matches together than he won with me. That was really upsetting.
are you going?
Where I should be.
Coming back to the beginning. I'm coming back to you. But there was nothing in between us, and nothing came from you. I open up my hands, you open up my eyes. I let go. All I am is yours. You can have my heart. You can have my mind. You can have my love. I'm bringing my ambition for the beauty of your kingdom. Yeah, I lose it all to find in you.
Love, actually. So cliche.
This is the snow we saw together in game. Will you come see real snow with me?
Yes, I'm falling in love again. Someone once told me love is like a game. And I think I can win this game.
How's your family? Everybody's doing great. Oh, that's great. I heard you went on holiday. Oh, yeah, that's perfect. Yeah, that's awesome. I'm so happy for you, bro. Everything's fine. Ah, that's what.
One mistake means it's all over. PUBG Mobile Aftermath. Recall Tower gives you a second chance. Aftermath. Play with ease. Finding enemies is not easy. PUBG Mobile Aftermath. Audio markers show enemy whereabouts. Aftermath. Play with ease. Shooting accurately is not easy. PUBG Mobile Aftermath. AC Core Module improves firearm handling. Aftermath. Play with ease.
From ordinary to extraordinary, there's a long way to cross. Whenever we lose our way, there's always a light that keeps us going. The light sparks from every young heart. It leads us to capture inspiration in ordinary days. It encourages us to seize the colors of sunrises after the darkest hours and create something amazing with it. We brought the magical color-changing effect to life thanks to a dual-layer chromic bonding process. Place the back cover under the light for just a moment and you'll see it go from a calming blue to a passionate red, just like the color changing of the sky during sunrise. Presented by RealMe Design Studio. A tribute to those who dare to capture the light. Realme 9 Pro Series.
The flight to the 2022 PMPL Malaysia Singapore Philippines Spring Split to take off in 16 seconds.
Hai, saya Kuza. Dalam PMPL MYSGPH Spring kali ini, kami akan buat yang terbaik untuk mendapatkan champion.
Stand up. Stand up. Jangan pernah kita stand up. Never give up on teruskan impian. Stand up.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are finally back here for the third day in week number 3. It is the final week of the country league, and you're joining me. My name is Keith, here in the analyst, taking a break from all the screaming and shouting and all the actions that we've had across all the week here. You are watching the PMPL MYSGPH Spring. In case you forgot, we've been repeating that all 3 weeks now. And now we're down to the final week of the country league. So whoever comes out on top is going to have a better head start comes the country finals. But we'll get into the format in just about a bit. First, a huge shout out to, well, the people who made this entire event happen. Talking about, of course, PUBG Corporation, Tencent Games, and Lightspeed and Quantum Studios for bringing us this very, very majestic games that we've seen far too many times now. I think it's more of a habit at this point. If we don't see a PUBG Mobile game by the evening, you feel kind of empty inside. Or at least that's what one of the comments says, or viewers says down on the stream in YouTube. Chrissy Love 19, talking about you. Yeah, we do notice you are a very active member when it comes to community engagement, and so I think you're worth the shout out. So, a lot of things happened yesterday itself. RSG got them chicken, KHI got their chicken, a bunch more other teams that played and got their chicken. The question is this: who will prevail at the end of the week? This is only day number 3. 2 more in the bag after today, and then we shall see who's going to come up with the bulk of the bonus points moving on into the grand finals itself. Now, danger zone for some of these teams. Team Almighty, Team SMG, who has been consecutively down in the bottom 2 position for 2 weeks in a row. So those are some of the teams that probably don't want to take a chill pill and maybe pop in some Adderall, because they have to go more than 100% to make sure that they get as much as they can in this week alone. But in case you forget, on this new tournament format here in the PMPL MYSGPH Spring, this is what's going on. Currently, we are at the Country League, which plays with 5 matches in a single day for 5 days in a week. Week 1 has been done and dusted. Week 2 as well. We are currently in week number 3, and the top 16 in the overall will get the chance to move on to the next phase. Now, that's going to be the Country Grand Finals. Same format with 5 matches in a day. However, I believe this goes on for only 1 week here. So 5 matches in a day, 5 days of competitive gameplays, country grand finals. Only the top 6
will get to move on forward with the top 3 moving on straight into the 2022 PMPLC Championship. Meanwhile, teams at number 4 to number 6 will have a second chance over at a C play-in, which will only take place in 1 day, in which if you succeed, you make it through into the C Championship yourself. So, will we ever see a representative from all these regions, MY, RSG, and PH? Well, I guess we're gonna have to wait to find out. Meanwhile, here is how things go. Week 1, your overall placement, that's where you get the bonus points remunerated onto you. That goes on for 3 weeks, and whatever you have in total will then determine where you are in the overall scale of things, which then gives you an additional points comes the grand finals itself, the country finals. Here is the point system for the in-game aspect of things. Number 1 position taking home 15 points from the chicken dinner. Second comes in with 12, third at 10, fourth with 8, fifth with 6, sixth with 4, 7 with 2, and 8 to 12 brings home 1 point. Meanwhile, 13 to 16th place, unfortunately 0 for them, but they can still try and rake in as much eliminations as they can get. Meanwhile, this is the bonus point for the overalls. If you end up at number 1 at the end of the week, you will be given a full 20 points to move on over into your accumulative total score so far. Second points brings it 19. Yes, you can see it tapers down all the way to 1 at 20th place here. So this is where things gets a bit dicey, seeing as though, as I mentioned, Almighty and Team SMG has been bottom 2 for the longest of time. I don't think they got much points in their bag, and they have to hard carry themselves comes in week number 3. Take a look at the teams that are participating for this entire season at Group A: Geek Fam, R2K, Farang, Legends, Clutch, Guerillas. Meanwhile, Group B, we've got Team Secret, Sem9, GENEXUS, Homebois, and Group C, Axis redONE, EVOS VIP, Dingoz, Bosskur, and Group D, Team SMG, RSG, MAB, Almighty, and finally in Group E, Yoodo Alliance 4 Rivals, Team Huck, TABAH NC, and KHI Esports. This is what we have entailed for us for the rest of the day here in day number 3 of week number 3. Match 1 kicking things off with Sandhawk with ABCNE playing for that one. So Group D will be sitting out. Next comes Erangel, and then Miramar again. And we're going to end the day with Erangel. Only the groups will be go on rotation here. Map has been pretty much stagnant throughout the whole way. So some of these teams, Group D, seeming like the lucky one today, having to skip out on Sandhawk, which everyone has been saying seems to be the wild card of the bunch. Check out the total points so far accumulated. And at number 1, Yoodo Alliance 4 Rivals. Of course, they had to be at the top spot, especially ending the day with a chicken dinner last night. Currently at 476 total points. Quite the huge gap there. Coming in second place, it's Axis redONE. We're at 448, and GENEXUS comes in at third place, which is pretty impressive, seeing as though that they've got 1 week flunked out throughout the entire league. 447 total points, and what's impressive, even the more so, is that Yoodo Alliance 4 Rivals did it with only 3 chicken dinners so far. Axis, albeit 6 on their names, doesn't seemingly top in the charts as of yet. However, things are still very possible. You can check it out on the total points here. And as you can see, Yoodo Alliance 4 Rivals seeming pretty scary, seeming like they are about to get the bonus points, the majority of that bonus points for the very least. Meanwhile, Axis might come in second, GENEXUS in third, despite the bad week number 1. And this is the draft this is the second draft in which I told you about, and I'm afraid for right now, SMG Almighty. They have been down in the bottom 2 for the longest of time. KHI have stepped up, MAB has stepped up. Team Huck, they've been consistently through and through, although not being under the spotlight. They're not doing as hot, but they're not doing poorly as well, I would say, to put in lack of a better words here. Meanwhile, check out the weekly rankings. So far, we have RSG still on top here. I believe they started the week yesterday. I actually started yesterday at around 122 points. And it seems like their lead is slowly coming to an end here. As now Yoodo Alliance 4 Rivals themselves are creeping in closer to the likes of the Boys in Blues, although Axis coming in third. But so we might just actually see a new number 1 spot contender here. So we'll have to see until the game plays out. Meanwhile, down in the bottom two, still Almighty stays there. Team SMG has had spectacular performance yesterday. They will find themselves in the first draft. Everything up to this point still pretty much volatile. They are 1 chicken dinner and 10 kills away from propelling themselves in contention in the first draft. So a little too soon to call it, they might say, but hey, sometimes we just gotta speculate and jump the gun. It paints a better story. I believe so, at least. I like to kind of predict things before it happens, you know? Whether I'm right or wrong at the end of the day, it doesn't matter. I can only have my opinions, that's what's up. And here is something you can have, or you gotta know what's up, is the brand new patch note here by PUBG Mobile version 1.9. We're coming in with Vibrant Anniversary that introduce you to Spawn Island, colorful Spawn Island. That is the selling point, I guess. More colors, more flavors with the colorful bicycles as well. Coming in with the new bridge and an upgraded cheer park, in which, since Jenny said it's a place where you make friends, but I don't think PUBG Mobile is the kind of game that does that. New zip lines, brand new look, competitive racing, everything's about, and even new firearms. So if new firearms is making friends, then I'm probably around the wrong company here. Well, go check it out yourself. Get onto the app itself, download, update, make sure you do whatever it takes to keep yourself on your toes and on top of the game here, because PUBG Mobile, they're making strides true, and they are only moving on forward. If you don't follow up, you might just be left behind. So, map number 1, who do I think is going to get the chicken? I'm going to be honest with you. I'm quite of a sellout here. It took one very nice outfit. Thank you, Team Huck. And that's why they have my vote for this first map of the day. Hey, don't put a gun in my head. It is Sanhok. It's a very random map. I don't think you can blame me for throwing names onto this, because it literally could be anyone's game. So thank you for the amazing outfit. I forgot what's it called. I know it started with a K. I will remind you later on. But first, Sanhok, Castus, take it away.
It's called Kurta, Keith. It's called Kurta. K-U-R-T-A. People have been sending you stuff, you don't even know what's the name of it, and putting your justice under your name saying, it's a random map. I just can call out any names I want. I mean, like, they sent you a whole outfit. Definitely, it's yours. Your prediction gonna tell everybody that you're gonna predict for them. But before we get into the game itself, welcome back, guys. And this is Michu and also Mrs. Jenny, Miss Jenny. Also, don't forget our sponsors here, sis, where we have our smartphone partner, GT2 Pro. It's greater than you see. Also, our tech trendsetter for the great potential youth out there, and including our PUBG Mobile this season. We have so many youngsters going out for full potential with the aid of this amazing phone.
Yum, I really like the phone. Actually, I like how it is the attire, or let's just say the whiteness of the phone. But then if you have a phone, you need a line. So why not switch to Yoodo? Because this season, they have 5 GB of high-speed data. And if you are a PUBG Mobile player, they'll give you 20 extra GB for that.
Not everybody can get that, because you guys are watching it right now, and definitely you are scanning that barcode right now as soon as you can. And maybe those guys, if you actually manage to scan that within seconds, it means that your reflex is fast enough.
Oh yeah.
So you can be a pro player as well. But speaking of Team Huck, well, somebody's prediction is just based on what he gets today. But what are your thoughts regarding that, Sis Jenny?
Keith likes to do that, so I think it's okay, because the other time he had the Axis Ray 1 jersey, now Team Huck. So I guess it's easy to buy Keith.
It's easier to buy Keith. Now, I do want to be bought as well. I wouldn't mind. Freebies, hello, I'm here still. But speaking of today's tournament, yesterday, and I remember back then you loved seeing Farang and also Clutch Guerilla, and they have been improving this final week here. Yeah. Is it sort of a desperation, or they finally got themselves that momentum, you think?
I think it's more of like, you know, some teams, they take a while to warm up and things like that. So happen to be Farang and Clutch Guerilla, and I think some of other teams, in fact SMG also, they start to warm up this week because of their points. They got 79 for 3 days, so I think that's okay. Right?
I mean, like, to say it's only okay, kind of worrisome for me, since it's quite a couple of more days to go and we're done. To be this late into the party now, that's a bit of a problem, isn't it? But they still have some matches to go. So let's walk straight into our week 3, day 3 of Sanhok. And here we go.
Yep, there we are gonna fly over the 3 beautiful islands. Archipelagos over the greens and the islands, and I'm not sure exactly where the flight route will go into, but yep, okay, so we will start over Cow, and in Nakam, I think a lot of teams will just find their own places. The teams that will not be playing is actually Group D, so we will not be seeing SMG, RSG, MAB, and also Almighty.
Yep, we do have the teams not playing, but that is worrisome for Almighty. Honestly speaking, Almighty, they had sort of a good run, but it's just so hard for them to actually survive till the end of it. So right now we do see that they have the technicality done. They can actually really work out as a team, but it's just the timing of rotations never seems right for them. It's a pity really, because the only Singaporean team, I have to say out loud, since like forever I've casted this tournament, right? This is an improvement for the Singaporean, but at the same time, it's not fast enough.
Yep, definitely. So I guess they have to gather up their courage and push, because it's not like they can't fight. We've seen their firepower. They are able to clutch. It's just that sometimes they are a little bit doubtful of themselves. So maybe a little bit of belief at this point of time would work. But then again, another team that I would like to talk about is actually NSEA. They had a good start, and in fact, they are one of the teams that will be representing Malaysia for SEA Games. They had a good start the first week, but after that, they became a little bit, you know, I wouldn't say complacent, but kind of lost at their foot. You know, like they're losing something somewhere. Something is not working out for them. They want it, but they can't get it to NSEA.
Well, we're gonna have to wait and see. Are they desperate enough for this week? Because we do know there's not much time left.
Definitely.
So if they still start to make mistakes, because this is not like we have the Super Week on our weekdays anymore. There's no time for you to make mistakes. Every single day since day one is a grind. If you don't work things out right now, right here, especially we're down to 3 more days for the final week here. Yes, we do have extra bonus point later on, but it won't be enough to catch up, especially the teams that are actually in the top #1 or top 5 right now.
Yep, definitely. But we are hoping for the best, because all they need is actually to qualify to grand finals, which is only 16 teams. So if you want it, you have to earn it. So to the teams, actually, at this point of time, coming towards the last of the week before the grand final, right, Chu? I think teams that needs to be worried is actually teams number 14 onwards, because you remember what happened in season 2 when you were casting and I was viewing.
Do you have to remind me every single time? You never DM me though. You never DM me though.
I DM players. Ouch.
Oh wow.
But I'm shy.
Sorry, we're not that important in your life,
Hey,
sis.
but I give you stars.
Oh wow. Now she's taking it back.
I give you stars, man.
Hey, I bought you donuts today, so I think that's pretty much paid for everything, all of it. But speaking of KHI now, we're back into the game. KHI seems to be, when it comes to the first week, they are really a bit wonky. But when it comes to the second week, they start to get momentum. There are many teams that are sort of getting themselves in a very stylish ending when it comes to the second week. But here comes the 5 seconds of the code that you have to get.
Go scan.
It's going to be just 5 seconds or so, and it's going to be gone. With 5 GB data high speed and 20 GB data, you have to scan it and you're done.
Yeah. There you go. But anyways, Chu, I was saying just now, for the teams 14 onwards, okay, this thing is quite famous, especially when it comes to the last 3 days before grand finals, about crashing of drop spot. Teams that will knock on the door.
I have to agree, but they are desperate enough, so I'm not surprised. We've seen that when it comes to the final week, usually in the league itself, but this is not that final yet. We still have a couple more days to go. Speaking of which, Team Hawk seems like somebody's really in a good mood wearing that kurta and also getting their teams as the names that knocked down another team in the first place, but didn't manage to get an execution just yet. It's not a sealed deal as Kido is just being knocked down. but might be stealed away, stolen by KSI. Homebois got the first blood, but the knockdown done by the Team Hawk teams.
Definitely it was a kill still, but okay, Team Hawk is on the scout trying to find some more information. KSI is at the site. Talking about KSI, they have definitely give us a huge surprise on their performance, and that's definitely a good sign. But GENEXUS coming into the frame. Sam9 is just around the corner, so Biu will release the first few shots. But Rankit, on the other hand, is the third party.
I have to say, KSI really nitpicking every single team that actually moved right in front of them. Taking out Sam9 after Team Hawk's stolen kills just now. It's not enough. Even Yoodo Lions, 4 rivals having their eyes on Sam9. Now Sam9 really going South 9 right now. Yoodo Lions to fight against GENEXUS. Now GENEXUS, we do know they are very aggressive, but things just doesn't seem to work out. For this map today, everybody just quite clashes early on. We're still talking about the first phase here.
Yep, but I think GENEXUS, they don't really need a chicken, they just need elimination points. We've seen that. So probably it's too early because Leung and Loyu is still in. I think they would just try to reset and recuperate and find other places to redo. But the team that I'm quite worried is actually Sam9, who's currently caught in the center of a lot of teams that with good firepower.
Speaking of firepower, there's going to be both very good firepower team fighting against each other. Pamburu, the all-rounder. We have Voki on the other side, but Putra's right in front of Sam9 here. Voki didn't actually notice anything that's fishy right in front of him. That kind of give away his position, exploiting his position as well. Ah, Putra, if he only stands for a bit, he can shoot the IGL. I think he's the IGL right now, but he's a bit reckless, honestly.
But I think Putra is trying to do a trigger display. He's the only person left, so he's, you know, it's too soon to at least be contacted. If he does that, then a lot of things can happen. So that's nothing that Putra can do as of now. But I am quite shocked that Sam9's rotation did not work in Sandhawk. Usually this is one of the strengths for Sam9.
Well, when it comes to the final week, everybody desperate and the ripple effect will take an action. Is what really happens. Some of them are, you know, gets a bit different when it comes to their rotations. And Voki is still trying to give a lot of pressure on this side, but clipping, nothing connected so far. But we do have Putra still having his trigger discipline. You know what? Yep. That's a good and a bad thing about trigger discipline. You don't want to be trigger disciplined by just staying and let somebody shooting you and just do nothing. And that's where we kind of see sometimes it happen before, but especially in Sandhawk usually. But for Putra, he has to stay as low as he can with Loyu taking out Team Hawk members from afar with the snipes. He's the only person for Putra in the center. I'm not sure where are the rest of Sam9 currently, but it's not really a good place for them for the time being, as they're only left with one man.
Yeah.
The other all three has done.
Yep. They are eliminated by a rotation from Yoodo Lions, 4 rivals, and also GENEXUS earlier. So unfortunately, you know what is the unfortunately if Putra is caught in the middle, but then EVOS just crashed into Team Bosskur, approaching into the wonders of where Bosskur would like to be. You know, I usually see this tactic where Bosskur likes to do. Lately, they like to sit in a compound or just stay safe and try to get into the center of the circle. I think this is what they're trying to do right now, but EVOS is trying to knock on the door and hope that they can crash.
I mean, like for this season, honestly speaking, it's not really that optimized if you're actually cowering in a compound. We do know that's not going to work quite right for Bosskur. They don't have anybody to spot on the outside to be a watcher for the team, giving away some information and relay back to the rosters just to make sure how many teams are there surrounding them. They have no clue regarding that right now. But for EVOS VIP, since he's quite alone for Razor, I don't think he wants to go in yet, as there's another team right across him. But speaking of Bosskur, I'm not liking their performance as well as their first week. Kind of they're being toned down a bit.
Yep, a little bit passive, like keeping the compounds. Although yesterday's fight over with Farang Lejund, they managed to literally save that compound and coming out at the last few circles and win that chicken dinner. I would say that's actually a pirate game. You know, all you gotta do is just get the meth out of the circle, stay, and then get out to get that chicken dinner. Well,
get out! Get out to get the chickens!
Yeah.
You have to actually catch them. They won't walk into... You're not sitting in a barn, definitely. So they won't walk into your place. Definitely that's not going to happen. But Team Secret, we're looking at them with Matoy right now in Malaysia. It's totally different lineup of Team Secret. They definitely have a very good communication and team comms working quite right for them. Paradise Resort taken by Team Hawk for now. But we do finally get to see the circle. Finally! It seems like a very generous circle still. And we do have TABAH and NSEA rotate as late as they can be as usual. Axis Red 1, they used to be rotating quite early, but this time they're just sort of going a bit slow and a bit safe here.
Yeah, probably trying to get onto the 8s at least for Kacang Susu. I mean, Sami has a lot of first aid kits and things like that. But I honestly miss this circle. I've always been seeing, like, at least for this season, we've been seeing the center circle between Alpha or just Alpha on its own, and then we go all the way down south. But not a circle that is actually nearby Paradise and not concentrating towards Cow.
I think it was early this week or last week, we did see a couple of boot camps.
Yeah.
But it was not that much.
Yeah.
If you compare to the unusual, like these days, the peculiar circles are quite common than the one that the classical we've been seeing. But Team Hawk, they're being pressured by Team Secret. Haiko giving away his position the moment he jumps and he stands and he runs.
Oh, nice.
Oh, there's going to be one of the best Kobe from Matoi. He is back for Team Secret. He's going in for the rush.
Yep, definitely for Matoi. A premium grenade landing on towards Haiko. He definitely can hear the steps and somehow like gauge exactly where the player is. So right now, Team Hawk, they are trying to find you, but it seems like they're going to stay put, just probably not going to get any other information, just staying there. At least for Rinsky, I think his position is quite compromised for now.
Yep. I have to say, it will be like the analyst curse here, as Team Hawk might be the first one to go down. Even though we have one man for 7-9, still 16 teams intact and still on the second phase. Now, that's quite early. We lost quite a lot of men in the first phase here. It's going to be a bit aggressive than usual, but Clutch, we did mention about them before. This week performance has been really a step-up game for them, but how much longer can they actually progress? How much more they can progress within such a short amount of time? With a couple of more days left here.
Yep. I don't know. Let's just hope that top
Hope and pray.
Yeah.
It's down to praying now.
He did say in his Instagram that, okay, Clutch is going to come back for something. But definitely this is a tactic that we saw yesterday. Funky managed to win that chicken dinner by proning. And Adips managed to wipe out R2K in the early game. So hopefully, I think this is the new meta for Sandhawk.
So Sandhawk is all about the snakes.
Yeah,
There's nothing more and nothing less than that. We do have high grasses. We do have a lot of rocks. And there's possibly a lot of snakes since there's a lot of grass, right? So that's a logic in it. But it might just work. Since Homeboys are spreading out quite thin, they might just get a glimpse of Clutch Guerilla teammates here. Quite risky for them, but they camouflage themselves with the bushes right across. This is very smart coming up from Clutch. So this is really Guerilla style all the way.
Yeah, oh my god. Talking about that, Guerilla, I mean apes. Yeah, but definitely apes. I've not seen them in the grasses. This is the first kind of apes I've seen them in the grasses. Gorilla?
That doesn't... No, it doesn't work like that.
Oh, no.
Gorilla is supposed to be on top of trees. It might work in the new patch since we got climbing mechanics now. But Guerilla is like this kind of style, you know, when you ambush people. But back to us, Homeboys. Did you go on really out of the way there just now? That gone really south. Bosskur! Now, they have a bit of a problem fight against Team Hawk, if I'm not mistaken. Sorry, it was Yoodo Alliance for Rivals. Yoodo Alliance for Rivals has been nitpicking every single team since the start. We saw GENEXUS earlier. Now it's against Bosskur. And we do know Bosskur right now is not as aggressive as they went back week number 1. So they don't really gain so much information if they actually cower themselves in a compound like this. And also, it's more than one team eyeing them out at the same time.
Yeah, probably because they are trying to listen to Ainayoki's scouting and they're just trying to wait there for a moment because it seems like on the map, they're not moving at all.
What do you mean scout? He didn't even go out there.
Yeah,
you mentioned you need to go out and get your chickens.
Yeah, correct. But Ainayoki always gives such orders where he will stay put in a compound, and we've seen that a few times where Bosskur kind of win compounds by staying in a compound. So probably he was scouting this area and then he says don't move. But right now, being shot is Geek Fam is trying to say Axis, nah, you're gonna get out. Because honestly, I was quite surprised yesterday when Geek Fam was eliminated quite early in Sandhawk.
Yeah. I mean, like, Geek
rare.
Fam, they tried to do the Geek Fam like back then, where they kind of going very slow and they tried to play at the center of the circle, but it's just always happen in a very bad timing, really bad luck for them. They happen to clash with another team. More than one team, I have to say, and it was more than once. It's just really about the timing of rotation, really. And usually when it comes to less than 30 seconds, people start to move, but these days, most of them are moving at 50 seconds or so before the circle shrinks, and the great migration happens when the next phase happens. But Kish, it's not stopping as well. GENEXUS having a bit of a problem. Low, you knocked down left with all that. What really happened there?
I think that was a...
Rank it.
It was a teamwork. They were spraying. They were waiting for people to cross over. So unfortunately for GENEXUS, they tried to YOLO. It did not happen for them. But it's still not a win-win situation for Keisha. Yes, you got the elimination points, but you can't loot. So you are still out of stock, at least for ammos. But another thing's happening here over on the Bun side. I'm not sure if they're gonna meet with EVOS or any teams that is around the corner for Clutch Guerilla, but they are also doing something YOLO.
Well, YOLO or not, looks like it's a high risk, high reward thing coming up from Clutch Guerilla. They're not snaking, definitely for sure. But speaking of Kish, I really not going to go easy on them. That's going to be a minor win for them, but it's not done and dusted. You can't get upgrade of loot, so yeah, you're not winning at all. Sort of that kind of vibe. But for TABAH and C, they're really taking a lot of hit from the blue zone. Now, this is going to hurt them quite a bit, as 0.8% of HP will be deducted every single second. But in the meantime, EVOS not going to be fine. They're the first team to be out for GENEXUS, but for EVOS side, where are the rest of them? There's going to be only one Farang only in the center, and nobody tried to scout him out.
Yeah, probably they're doing the same thing. They're trying to find first aid kits. At least Olio, I know that the fact that he is a healer, not the healer, but the ones that will do survival for this team. Similarly to probably EVOS was trying to find out, because remember earlier they had this contest with another team, so they had to U-turn. So probably the reason why leaving behind Olio trying to pick up, but he only have one first aid, and this is the third circle. So maybe his teammates is trying to get other places and trying to pass down like a postman kind of thing. I'm not so sure exactly what's happening.
Really? Yeah. There's a mailman now in PUBG. Since we got the new bicycles, so might as well add some mailmen, right? But speaking of TABAH, so you mentioned about them loving their healing games in Sano, but apparently having a bit of a problem to actually gain a lot of utilities when it comes to healing-wise. So you don't see a lot of med kits or first aids except for band-aids. That's and it's not going to work well if they want to really go for that conservative plan. But back towards the circle now. This is a very, very classical circle, I have to say, comprising of Paradise Resort and also Bond. Is quite in the southern side of it. We do have this, the junction with Dingoz taking at the center, but Yoodo Alliance playing it very open right now.
Yep, totally agree with what Chuchu said, but the circle belongs to Yoodo Alliance for Rivals, Clutch Guerilla. Everybody is having a party, but oh my god, something just happened. Crossfire straight ahead for Team Bosskur, who just came out. And another thing is happening with R2K and Homebois.
Izane is really low, but in the meantime, Geek Fam struggling, Bosskur still fighting. Snipes and QB is knocked down. Sane have to do wonders there. Asfar really close, but the stone really blocks everything. Damn right, well, Molotov away for the rest of Bosskur. He doesn't have a choice now. With Sane and only damn right left, they need to get out from this, go for disengagement, and go for placement, but not fast enough.
For Geek Fam, they're struggling to get in. Sane did not get in, leaving Damroot only. And he has no first aid. It's not enough to do survival at least. But Asfar getting the last out of Geek Fam that is still on his knees. And he's rushing to get into the circle. Honestly, he's also far away. Everybody else is right in front. And this is how Bosskur usually plays. They will storm in the yard, they will come in together. Looking into another section, we are seeing R2K, Homebois, and Farang, but I think the attention goes towards R2K.
Yep, Homebois, Tricks, trying to take some covers, but things not working quite right. A lot of teams losing more men and a lot of heavy casualty on their side. Tom and Tricks quite low, not much med kits to work with. Axis Still alive, playing in the blue, finding TABAH NC now. This is really bold. Jumper taking on the fire head on, but is it really worth it? With Frankie on the other side. Hey Noob tried to clutch over, but Funky. What really happened just now? Where did that Molotov coming out from? Bottom side of Ex's red one. They just yo-yo back into the blue zone just to make sure they can actually get a couple of eliminations there.
Oh dear God. I hope something can happen right now, but okay. Now sneakily, Haynope is trying to get into the circle. He has no first aids. He has to clear off NC. NC is playing a good discipline game, at least not showing himself or themselves out, even though they are all in the blue. It's all hurting for them. Haynope's coming in and doing a little bit of homework, but I think he's about to find out. He's ready to gun, and he goes down, but he's live. I don't think it's enough for him to get back up. Ay, ay, ay.
Now coming in, Haynope, nothing to heal with. Banates, that's done. Can get anything extra? No, not really. I think it's done for Haynope for now. They're really placing themselves quite deep into the blue, and we're looking over where they are quite far from the center of the circle. We still have 40 teams to go, but here comes one more. EVOS, a VIP. There's so many teams in the blue right now.
Yep. I think they are all trying to find first aid, so at least they are fishing out teams who are waiting at the outside. They are just packing on towards teams that are still surviving out there. So, you know, it's not possible for these teams to actually come in, knowing that it's very painful already. But we can see a few teams already start to use the aiding, the healing outside. But Farang Lejund right now, having to face with Yoodo Alliance for Rivals.
Yeah, Yoodo Alliance for Rivals. Trying to just play around the rock, but Happy is the first one to knock down by Olio. Farang is going all in, rushing out all the way. Helton with UMP, trying to find out Vuki is right across them, right behind that tree. Helton playing it very safe, hesitant for quite a bit, just random spray for now. Nothing clips, nothing connects, but Olio just finished off AP straight away, and then Ardic tried to rush in, but it's a bit too blonde there. He'll be knocked down by Helton, making sure he covers every single perspective possible. And they're right in the blue. They need to get out from there. It's going to be more than 1% of HP. It's 3% precisely. Will be deducted every second in this blue right now. But iShot taking out Dingoz. We're looking at all the teams are being forced to work themselves up into the circle.
Oh, wow, that's exactly what we are waiting for, where teams are trying to gatekeep one another. They did that, Farang did that. Yes, they had to lose 1% along the way. They did not manage to get Adik look, but that's not the problem because they managed to get what they wanted. But look, into Demigod, this is how the Philippines are actually showing off their game style, and they are literally behind walls. They are waiting. They don't really care about the firepower that's happening around them. They're just getting information.
Yep, they're doing what they are meant to do, their own objective and how they play, their own momentum. They don't really compare themselves to the others. But for the side of Bosskur now, we're looking over at them still inside the blue. Farang Hilton trying to find more victims inside of the blue, gatekeeping every single way possible with 6 phase going on. 10 seconds for the 7th phase. We still have 8 teams. Secret start to move as well, taking a very small watchtower here for Fredo, and also I think it's going to be Marta on this side. No, not really. Who's iShot maybe? Kid. I think it's Kid. But for Fredo, where are the rest of the team? They are still not inside the circle here.
Yeah, something is changing, definitely true. Looking into, you know, it is already the grinding days. They have to get a lot of points. So this is what teams are doing suddenly. Even with Apple outside being alone, he's able to take Rapple Boy out. And I'm sure they're not going to go for Revival for that end. Clutch Guerilla is trying to come into the circle. But honestly, this concentration or the focus point is actually Team Secret. Although a lot of things is going on this side. Fredo is taking out K-Shy one by one.
Okay, Shy, they got themselves a good run just now. A lot of Thanksgiving dinner just now. We saw how many eliminations they done, but Clutch taking another civil war against Hilton. Farang in trouble again. Why is it always they fight against each other, these two teams? They're having sort of beef against each other.
Yeah, but they say an apple don't go far away from the tree. So they came from the same parent. I'm not sure who's the mother.
They don't fall.
Yeah, I'm not sure who's out, but one already taken out by the distance. That was a long shot, definitely nice. But Clash Guerrillas coming in. Now this is how they are showing that they are coming back. This is exactly what I was trying to refer in the first bit. I mean, in the first part when I was saying about Topcast, saying that, okay, Clash Guerrilla will return. And they definitely have showed themselves in Sandhawk yesterday. And today, they were outside of the circle. And look at how they are batching in.
Yeah, they are the team with the Moonsman as well. Inside for that, there's going to be only 75 meters of radius in that circle. Whoever touches the rim having a huge advantage. Yeah, Funky giving out a toss of a Molotov, but Kid still focused on Dingoz. Ricky taken down. That's going to be the entirety of Dingoz done. It's down to 3 teams. Axis with 1 man here. Team Secret 4v4. Clutch still giving so much pressure with a Molotov nades, but still not connecting.
And this is what we are seeing. It's a 4v4 situation. Kacang Susu is probably healing somewhere. The doctors, but the shots are coming in from Xerox, but it did not connect. Team Secret players are still standing strong. Come on, put it in one. Just put your 1 bullet in.
Oh, Xerox still spraying. Look at the beautiful spray. The pressure. They only have, come on, smoke. The smoke dissipates. Only 1 stone of structure. It's going to be that rock to take them, that barricade, but the Blues are closing in. Fucking what a day! This is the opportunity they've been waiting for, but Xerox be close by the Blue. Funky going towards the rush, but Jimmy taking on the flank side, but Jimmy will be knocked down first.
Now it's left with Adips and Funky. These 2 men, they are able to find... I don't know, everybody is already knocked out. Team Secret, so it's left with Kacang Susu. Another chicken dinner in Sandhawk for Clash Guerrilla.
Now, that's quite a lot of number of first aids there. We're looking at double digits for now, so Kacang Susu can take whatever time he needs to just reminisce for a bit what happened to his entire team and just reflect back what's happened really for the entirety of Sandhawk here. We doubted this is definitely going to be Clutch Guerrillas game and the Guerrilla strat. We talked about it. The snakes really work out quite right for them.
The Guerrilla? Yep, I told you
Not
they are
the
gorillas.
The
You see?
Guerrillas.
They are doing an ape thingy, so yes. I mean, I can say this because I know them. Okay, guys, it's not that I'm bullying players. You know, sometimes we just want to do
What do you mean
that.
the ape thingy?
Gorilla, apes.
No, it's
Apes.
Guerrilla formation.
I know.
No, don't put Gorilla in it. They don't need bananas now.
No, I mean, we are in Sandhawk, right?
Okay,
Yeah,
there's a lot
so-
of banana trees out.
Yeah, feeling like the ape man, and they are acting like apes.
Now you make me feel like we're in the planet of apes. Thank you so much for that kind of chicken dinner. Really, apes eat chicken now, huh? But speaking of Clutch Guerrilla, this is just what they are having fun. But I don't know if they still can save up their utilities. Fetching out Axis, Kacang Susu will be jeopardizing himself. Winner, chicken dinner, Clutch Guerrilla. Make it happen. They got himself that chicken today.
Yep, make it a double for Sandhawks chicken dinner for our Guerrilla boys with 7 elimination points. And Axis being the doctor of the soya bean. Kacang susu, soya bean.
Okay, I didn't get the reference. I mean, like, okay, I'm trying my best to understand you today, this journey. But okay, we did quite okay today.
Yep.
And also Clutch Guerrilla, they did remarkable. I have to say, this is the week Farang and also Clutch Guerrilla really rise up the occasion.
Yep, I hope so. I mean, I hope so for all other teams, in fact. But yep, that's what we saw for the first game today. We are a little bit messy, but it's okay. Everything is sorted out. After this, after we eat, we are going to be on point after this, okay? So a lot of things was happening. We are seeing naked cats running around the studio.
Wait, only she's the one who's saying that. I definitely have no issue whatsoever. But I have to say, Keith, you have a lot of questions to answer. Yes, you got yourself a new kurta. But the thing is, the moment your mouth open up and mention Team Hawk, you know the curse is just shining upon them. But we're going to watch the highlight and then we're going to listen to the answer from Keith.
And just like that, that is a wrap for the first game of the day here. Day number 3 in week number 3. It is the PMPL MYSGPH Spring. And as the analyst, I have to be honest about some things. I do have some privileges the casters don't get. For one, I don't have to yell at the top of my lungs. Secondly, I have view of the map 24/7. So we're going to get into that one in just about a bit. But first, big announcement from PUBG Mobile. I believe they've got the brand new patch note. That is the PUBG Mobile version 1.9 here that introduces you vibrant anniversary with colorful spawn islands, colorful bicycle. Well, the aerial battlefield is more or less just solid concrete and not really that colorful. So as the new camps, but hey, you can look forward to those vibrant colors here in this vibrant anniversary. Or down in the brand new look at the cheer park. Competitive racing, now with the brand new Lamborghini skin. That is definitely one to look out for if you're in it for the flex, which, let's be honest, most gamers are. Why do we spend money on games? Because we gotta flex it through. And, well, the new zip lines is something quite of a treat as well. In case you're not very good with your firepower and you just want to take a look and explore the map, that is an option you could in that brand new update itself. So, truth be told, although Sis Jenny said they had to work their way in, I gotta be honest with you, I saw some things that they didn't, and by circle number 4, there was smack dab in the center, and I did see a bunch of clutch gorillas doing the ape dance, as she called it, at circle number 4 itself. So they were comfortably smack dab in the middle here. But in case you are curious or wondering where these teams are right now in the rankings, well, let's take a look at this one right here. Right now, number 1, at least for this match alone, Clutch Guerilla gets the first chicken dinner of the day. 7 elimination. That explains how they got decent kills, especially being in the center of the circle. They can get quite of a prime position there. However, I'm not saying it's an easy thing to do. However, they did pull things through, and it does help having the circle in Sanhok. Meanwhile, Team Secrets coming in with 11 kills, respectably so. They always come in from the northern side, and this time around with the circle shifting towards their direction more so than not. Finally, a breeze of fresh air going onto their side. Fighting Spirits will be kicking up strong. Axis as well coming in at the 3rd place, especially with the healing game. I mean, they got it 2nd place, but they got quite the rank points in because of the healing game KHI though. This team has taken out a bunch of them in this map alone, not slowing down from where they were in week number 2, still kicking strong. Now 7 eliminations, 6 ranking points, so not too bad. 4th place they will be. Farang Legends coming in at 5th place with 6 eliminations, 4 of the ranking points themselves, and well, they've got a total points of 10. Which means they've got more kills than they did last game. But in a game like Sanhok, you do away with that. You make compromises and you count your blessing stars every single day. Take a look at who our MVP is for today. It has to be Team Secret Fredo, who's, well, kind of pulled his back into it, trying to make things work for his entire allies. Although only 3 eliminations, but I think the stats for once, numbers do lie after all. 662 damage. 3.3 MVP points. Not many in the team contribution, it seems, but so I guess that's where the doubt comes in. 83 meters longest elimination distance, but he did come in from quite a clutch flank side position usually, so I guess that's what swing things towards their favor, and that gave them the 11 eliminations, which they did carry in this game alone. So a pretty respectable performance coming out from Team Secret, and I think the Malaysian fans could be ecstatic about this. Finally, things kicking up their way. They're usually on and off. The question will be, will Team Secret stormroll their momentum coming into the next game here? But let's take a look at the weekly rankings. RSG still staying on top with 122 total points. Obviously, I think they didn't play this one because they're in the Group D. That is the group of life, as so Tashbana calls it. Yoodo Lions 4 rival now inches closer by a bit at 116. Axis at 98 will hold their place stagnant here from the top 4 positions. KHI in the top 5. This is something we didn't think would happen after week number 1, but here they are, despite all the odds here. Team Huck now occupies below where Team SMG used to hold, and despite the kurta that they gave me and the blessing that I gave them, it did not help because I'm more of a curse than a blessing, if I'm going to be honest with myself. So ALMGHTY down and below as well. Well, they've got new friends to mingle around with. At the very least, there's still some plus side. And talking about plus side, Clutch Guerilla, the only one from the second pager who made a ranking upwards, up north, close towards the first pager now. It is standing a strong chance, breaking up above, going above and beyond. And, well, you call it the luck of the circle, whatever. They'll take it. It's still points onto themselves. Or it could be that they're coming in this week stronger with that guerrilla tactics that Choo so call it. Or maybe they're just exactly what Sis Jenny said, and they're just ape gorillas and they're going in guns fire blazing. It doesn't matter how they get the chicken dinner. The whole point is to get it, is to actually come in with the points. So it doesn't matter whatever you think and how that chicken dinner happened. But I'm going to tell you how anyways, when the time comes, at least when I feel like it. I'm feeling a bit exclusive today. All thanks to the Kurta. Wow. Thank you again, Team Hut. Team Hut, yeah. Thank you for the Kurta. In case you guys want a little bit of your Malaysian culture going on to your side, you should look that up. I think you look dashing, because I know I held to. So let's take a look at the recap and how they got the chicken dinner for this match. So let's take a look at the circle itself. It's one that stretches up north, and Clutch Guerilla, although starting out from Quarry side, they have taken a gamble onto the right side of the island. So they did make their way already. That's one thing, one battle out of the way to figuring out which island the circle was going to close into, and they got it. And so they made the travels on the way from Quarry, avoiding most of the odds, and I believe to a certain point it did push all the way through in mid. As you can see, based on the circle itself, it is Sam9 who's got the hardest of tasks to actually make it across, since they like to drop over in Hatin. I believe KHI was gatekeeping their entry from the bridge itself. I think recognizing so, they did find another way through. So it was no easy task, and that's why for the longest part we actually don't see them within this game itself. Or maybe did I misgroup the others, and maybe they weren't even playing? I guess we'll find out soon enough. And meanwhile, not Team Seeker is here, SM9 is here. And so the circle closes on towards the middle side, I would say in between the Trinity, that is Paradise Resort, Camp Bravo, and Ban, in which this was the funny part, right? Team Hawk, they left Paradise Resort. They tried to push in back to Paradise, and when they realized that Paradise maintained in the circle, that's where they fought against Team Secret. I'm sorry, but I guess you can't just do that. You can't just leave a compound and expect to get it back onto your side. So they lost a couple of members there with Team Secret within the area. They were playing with 3. Meanwhile, KHI made a breakthrough from the top side, this long rotation towards from Tatmok all the way in. They found themselves, or as Malaysians would call it, they slit. They found themselves in between. They inserted themselves. That's the word. Asserted themselves within the circle, in which they were in prime position to shoot down the rest of GENEXUS, who was trying to make a drive-by in as well. And this is what I was talking about. Clutch Guerilla made their way into a small shed, a temporary pit stop, which turned out to be a long-term solution. This was circle number 4, ladies and gentlemen. We were on it till the 8th circle of the game. This was circle number 4, when they were smack dab in the middle. And that's where I get to flex a little bit of my privilege. I saw view of camera looking at them, and they were just doing dances right on the inside, where everyone was spraying down each other. Quite the bloodbath on the outer side of the ring. Here they were doing the ape dance, at the celebratory dance at circle number 4 in between. And as you can see, a lot of the teams are occupied at this point, because Team Secret has got to find a way to push on in. Dingoz as well. Dingoz have occupied Ate on the inside compound here. However, they had to hold back the likes of Axis. NSEA was in the area as well. Farang as well. So it was quite of a convenience for Clutch Guerilla to be the position they're at, and seeing as though that the terrain itself presented itself, there was no way anyone was going to occupy the shed in which they did, because why would you take the lower ground and play the circle out? You might as well just stay on a high ground where you see the rest of the teams are trying to maximize their advantage and shoot down the others. Meanwhile, that sort of mentality worked in favor for Clutch, because no one was about to push them and contest them for the spot. Even if you notice, when the circle moves on even closer, no one was saying, well, batting an eye towards Clutch Guerilla at this point, which turned them into some sort of a turret at this point. Axis tried to push on to Dingoz, as we saw that one. They did wipe, Dingoz did wipe them out in the attempt here. Hey Noob, luckily they were at the backside, just healing themselves up, playing the old strats that work in Sanhok, and that is the passive way to go. It's a year of healing for a lot of people. And yeah, it goes down to this, where Team Secret come in from the opposite end. Circle did favor towards Clutch even more so, and even so, even if it didn't, Clutch was on the higher ground, so they only needed to shoot down. They had eyes on the rest of the members of Team Secret. Team Secret had only a few rocks to play around with. redONE tried to come in from the flank side, which took out at least 3 members, I think, on their knees, not down and out. But it wasn't enough to actually seal the deal or a chicken for Team Secret themselves. So Clutch, they will take this one, and it was a battle won at the 4th circle. And they have the rights to do the ape dance, because why not? Because Sis Jenny already called them a gorilla the whole time, so I'm just gonna ride on that joke despite it all. Although I don't know them as much as she does, but hey, she gave me the license, it seems, when she called them one. But yeah, that is exactly how Clutch Guerilla got themselves their first ever chicken dinner of the day, and I believe the time is about right for the rest of the viewers, the Islamic people who's practicing Ramadan right now, to break their fast. So with all due respect, we are going into a quick break. Well, not really a quick break, a long one. Get them to do some prayers and, you know, get some food into them. So I'll see you after here in the PMPL MYSGPH. Bye-bye.
Whoa, Epi, he nearly get the clutch, but obviously firepowers. But here we go, Mika having to look Zuli and getting one in the back. True, Mika, we get to see the growth, so watch it from the start. But Mika from the distance getting Pemburu, who was trying to run into the circle.
Crawl, Pemburu can crawl all the way. But is Riff going to do it? Oh no, Micah has his eyes onto Riff as well. The extraction. Well, if you want to do your punishment, that's okay as well. But it's okay. We'll leave the fun for next round, where Farang Legend's playing. Okay. But nevertheless, Dav's not going to get out of this. I mean, he's on the outside of the circle.
Everything from the distance, and he knows the information. Loyu goes down next. Mika trying to make GENEXUS not to come in.
That's a very long shot from long, but he hasn't been able to secure the elimination point just yet. Biu now being gunned down by Mika with a long range, but Biu will still go down. Long is the last man standing for GENEXUS.
How I wish GENEXUS would not rush in, because they are in the circle also. Now, one by one goes down. It gives more advantage to Axis right now. It's left with only one player, and that's Lung. So I think for GENEXUS, they could have come in better, or know it better at least when you get the circle. And Axis is still in the corners. This is hard.
Oh, Axis could take the chicken dinner. Chicken goes out! And now it's within the Axis redONE and Homebois.
Immediately, without hesitation, they go in straight for the push, man. Axis, this confidence. Where do you buy such a thing? Immediately wins the trade as well. Springs down onto more. Micah, man, this guy is OP indeed. In Sam 9, they get eliminated at 14.
Axis, redONE, they still have the circle advantage.
Axis already 8 kills on their name, and Chicken Dinner could just leapfrog them way onto number 1. Then remember, the points is only differ by 20, and so this is going down to the teeth.
Open terrains like this, you still carry on in shotgun. Man, this guy is onto something. But here comes Mika, though, dropping a huge grenade onto 6. Instead, he clips onto Bar.
Look at that. I mentioned how Bosskur has got huge advantage. Homebois cannot push through immediately. Kept them there long enough, and now Axis.
Those stragglers getting into there, just gatekeeping, circle keeping as much as possible. Mika putting in that damage. Zane out of the way. And Harm, he doesn't know if he wants to help his teammate or not.
But let's see how long they can last. And now, talking about Axis round, Micah just got one for himself.
Yep, that's right. Haywood still very much alive. NC now in the other end, eating so many nades! Hey Noob and the other teams, other members of Axis redONE just making it rain into space. And suddenly THQ, where were you thinking you could go? The high ground here is on Axis redONE, and they're gonna use it to their advantage.
Realize. One team, one voice, one family. To be a champion, you must fail first.
Time 9! Boleh dapatkan chicken dinner!
You only have 5 bullets to hit him.
Kita orang memang nak pergi C kali ni.
We are gonna achieve something higher.
Kita siapa? Kita Dingoz!
Matoy takes down Shinze, clutch Guerilla, immediately eliminated with a single name for Matoy.
You know what they say, out in the open, do not stay within the sheds here, spread out. Making the rotation towards the center side. Oh, KHI's got to be careful, they're looking to crack one in. Delivery man is here, and they're here to deliver you justice. To say the least, all members starts deploying here, but now they're in a situation where they're pushing up ground. Can they win this one mechanically? They're in it for wins. They've waited far too long to have the chance to shine, although being at the bottom, they will fight for their way up back to the top. Ricky has got eyes on the members of MAB. Surely he's got a pan earlier on for joke's sake, but he knows John is now at full HP. He could look to creep. He has an idea.
Onic boy already arrived. Miracle having such a tough spot to handle things over. Still managed to retaliate and knock one down, but Geek man. Oh!
one to seal the deal here. As
Wait a minute.
Actually, it was a self-grenade by Boy. What? Call me a suicide bomber. That's exactly what was displayed here.
Well, but that's for game one, you know?
What is that?
What's the next team that we're going for? Or wait a minute. Dabru?
Yeah, that's some
He's got some style going down.
Divine intervention right there. He's gliding. This guy has got no parachute. He's just it's a T-pose? What is this?
He looks hella stylish if you ask me. And that's definitely a great way to start things off with.
Oh, yeah, EVOS actually takes out the leader of GENEXUS and could be wiping out the entire GENEXUS as well. Miles got eyes on eye shot. Come on!
What?
The shot!
Team Secret.
Wait, is this a
Dingoz.
friendly banter? Oh no, I don't like this. This looks like the start of a remake or something.
Okay, eye shot's trailing behind. Who's at the driver's seat? Is it Dingoz?
Wait, they shot members from Dingoz. What are they doing in there? Still in there?
There's 3 players.
What is going on?
Wait a minute. There's also Almighty.
This isn't a remake, right?
No. Nobody said anything about a remake.
Then what is going on? Team Secret just hitched a ride into the Devil's Den and paid the price with their lives and got carried on. That's gotta be humiliating to a certain degree. Punched down to death.
Okay, at least there was effort displayed when.
The one word that I truly like is resilience. So there always be setbacks, but you just gotta bounce back and become tougher, stronger, and wiser. Hello guys, I'm Bill from GENEXUS. So about how I started off my esports career, it all began with just forming my own team and competed in PMCO regional finals. So I just went in. We were an underdog team pretty much, like nobody knows us when there was already Yoodo and some other teams existing. And then out of nowhere, we just became champion in Malaysia. And yeah, on that very day, a few orgs approached us. One of them was Team Secret, and that's how we were signed to Team Secret, the whole team. So I played under Team Secret and competed for PMCO Spring Split, Fall Split, and then to a new format, PMPL Season 2. But I didn't quite play, so Season 1, yeah. So I retired in Season 2, right? It was not PMGC back then, it was called PMWL World League. Yeah, eventually I made a choice to retire. I did a lot of things after I retired, but none of them is gaming related. I would say because I was still kind of down. I've got no passion for gaming anymore at that time. I would say the fuse to me coming back was actually Yuhai. Secret qualified to the national finals and Yuhai was still in the team. Yeah, that one time he asked me to watch him play in the final. He said that it will give him good luck and that definitely if I watch then he will qualify to Southeast Asia and all. And yeah, just him being adorable. I watched the game and that's when the spark truly reignited. It was a starting point. It was a kind of like a new chapter for me. And then that's when I tuned my mind, I changed it a little bit, adjust my mindset.
Sedaya upaya cuba untuk menghalau keberadaan Biu-Biu Amradi di hadapan mereka waktu ini. Biu-Biu masuk, Biu-Biu rusuh nak cuba barbar. For rivals dikeluarkan dengan sangat-sangat awal.
Now that the passion is bigger than ever before, now I'm just finding my way back to achieving that one esports dream that I haven't quite achieved yet. And now here we are. So now with a new team, new teammates, everyone with the strong desire to win, we are gonna go all out and get that champion.
Jangan langgar tukar, nanti mati. Senggol dong.
Saya akan memberi saingan yang sangat kepada tim-tim lain. So korang kena jaga juga.
Okay, saya nak challenge Adilu. Jangan selalu suntik sangat, takut nanti kena tabrak.
Kepada tim lain yang nak bantai kita orang tu, korang kena standby plan B lah sebab kita orang tak ada plan B langsung. Kita orang langgar je sampai clear.
Bosskur, only know how to camp. Tahu camp saja. Takut fight. Stop camping and come and fight.
Tak payah sembang lah. Tu semua bacot je sebab semua kat tournament acah-acah je berani sembang-sembang. Tapi kat tournament duduk juga diam dapat circle. Dapat circle tu. Just play lah. Kata nak bantai orang tapi main macam tu.
Better korang jaga diri korang sendiri lah. Jangan kisah pasal kita orang sebab susah sikit nak bantai kita orang ni. Takut nanti korang nak bantai kita orang je korang dah pergi lobby dah.
Geek, Demrut, okey. So kalau saya jumpa 3 orang nama yang saya sebut ni, kalau dia lari, saya kejar je. Dia dah dapat, tembak mati, tembak otak.
And don't be scared of us come on. We did once before, and even though if we didn't succeed to hot drop, but at least we try. Better than you guys no balls.
Saya just nak warning ataupun nak cabar kepada Nokia untuk berhati-hati. Nampak je Homebois lari je. Janganlah rata-rata dekat. Tu je Noki.
Bak datang yang tahu saya nak bantai semua tim. Tak ada tim yang kacau tim kita orang. Kita orang kacau tim orang adalah. Dia orang kalau nampak kita orang mesti terkencing je.
Pada semua tim, aku harap korang bersatu hati untuk bantai kita orang. 15 tim yang nak bantai satu tim memang kita orang dah paling kuat dekat season ni. So tak ada apa, takut datang aja gopol atas.
Dia ready je lah sebab kita orang pun dah siap-siap dia nak lawan.
Jangan bantai kita orang, susah korang yang kena bantai.
Untuk bokeh, jangan manja-manja dengan kita orang. Kita bantai.
Axis because we always beat them in their dropping point, especially in Miramar. Hello Jumper.
Kepada tim-tim lain yang selalu bunuh kita orang kat scrim, korang kena ingat itu just a scrim.
Kalau korang nak lawan dengan kita orang, korang jangan elok. Just lawan 4v4. Kalau berani, mari.
To be a champion, you must fail first. Stem 9 on fire.
There will always be setbacks, but you just have to bounce back harder. GENEXUS, be resilient.
realize.
One team, one voice, one family.
To be a champion, you must fail first.
Time night! Boleh dapatkan chicken dinner!
You only have 5 bullets to hit him.
Kita orang memang nak pergi C kali ni.
We are gonna achieve something higher.
Kita siapa? Kita Dingoz!
just been dumped. Some people say that love is like a game. But my love is like a game with many matches.
Number 3, just you and me now. Be careful.
Shh, someone's here.
You're amazing. You're the most skilled woman I've ever met.
You don't need to be surprised. This is what I do every day.
Haha, let's play another one.
Sorry, I have to go to bed.
Okay, I'll be waiting for you at the same time tomorrow.
I thought this is what everyone says in games. I actually didn't get it seriously until he really appeared. Hey, he really can!
Of course, a deal's a deal.
Well, that's why I am here now. Where are you? That was when I found out that he lives in Los Angeles and I live in Bangkok. There's a 12 hours difference and 13,000 kilometers between us.
Sarah! Sarah! Sarah, get out of the car! Are you still there?
Actually, I'm not even sure how many matches we played before we got together.
I will protect you, baby.
Hey, you should have exposed yourself.
Got it!
Hey, baby! Sorry, some last minute works come up and I couldn't get away. Were you waiting for long?
It's okay. I slept early last night, so I'm full of energy in the morning today.
Like all of the other long-distance couples, we tried our best to match each other's time and share our lives with each other.
I can't believe that. I wanna marry you. So good, so good.
We cherished every match we played. Like all other couples who met in a game, we also brought the same enthusiasm back to real life.
Please forgive me, I'm begging you for your forgiveness.
Don't think you'll get away with this. I'll make you pay when we meet.
It won't be long till we can meet.
It's been almost a month since the pandemic hit.
Hey, I've heard things have gotten worse over there.
It's okay. I just got the vaccine. You need to take care too.
Don't worry. Although our plans to meet kept getting pushed back because of the pandemic. This snow map looks so nice. We also played together more often. I've never seen real snow before. It also made us closer. I won't be able to stand you if we live together. What do you think our future will be like?
We'll have a great future.
I thought we could go on happy like this forever. But... Are you still there? Some things are starting to change. Hello? Antoine? Hey, Antoine. Happy Valentine's Day. Seriously? Although I was angry, I believed that he had a good reason he couldn't share with me. It was only when that woman appeared that I knew everything he said was a lie. If I'm right, that woman is called Joanne. They always came online and went offline at the same time, then were separated by different time zone or distance. They had great teamwork, and they won more matches together than he won with me. That was really upsetting.
Where are you going?
Where I should be.
between us, and nothing cared for me. I open up my hands, you open up my eyes, I let go. All I am is yours. You can have my heart, you can have my mind, you can have my love. I'm bringing my ambition for the beauty of your kingdom. Yeah, I lose it all to find in you.
Love, actually. So cliche.
This is the snow we saw together in game. Will you come see real snow with me?
Yes, I'm falling in love again. Someone once told me love is like a game. And I think I can win this game.
From ordinary to extraordinary, there's a long way to cross. Whenever we lose our way, there's always a light that keeps us going. The light sparks from every young heart. It leads us to capture inspiration in ordinary days. It encourages us to seize the colors of sunrises after the darkest hours and create something amazing with it. We brought the magical color-changing effect to life thanks to a dual-layer chromic bonding process. Place the back cover under the light for just a moment and you'll see it go from a calming blue to a passionate red, just like the color changing of the sky during sunrise. Presented by RealMe Design Studio. A tribute to those who dare to capture the light. RealMe 9 Pro Series.
Yeah, and just like that, we are back after quite the long break, but understandably so. It is the month of Ramadan, so if you are practicing to fast, or you are fasting itself, then you can understand why we needed a near 1 hour break here, okay? It's more so about respect than anything. And now we're back on it again with more actions. Respect's out of the door because now that everyone's on fair game, everyone's fed, well, we can start shooting as even as things can get. This is the PMPL MYSGPH Spring. My name is Keith. I'll be your host/analyst, but you know my prediction's been 100% wrong at the time. So yeah, maybe we don't really put pressure on that analytical part. We just call things out as it is. And we are now going into game number 2 here, week number 3. We have got a lot to expect here, but first, the eliminations and damage. In case you're wondering, how did the teams do in this previous round? We have out across the board here, Team Secret rising above the rest. 11 eliminations, 1,662 damage. My God, these guys are secretly making a comeback. Yeah, they've been plotting this one for the longest time. And it's true to their tale. We know that Team Secret tends to warm up a little bit later than some of these teams. But Clutch Guerilla, they've got the circle, they've got a good start, and right now they're starting things off with a huge boost of confidence. After falling a bit short from last week, they did well in starting of this week. They kind of fumbled a bit, but now already on their way onto the first pager here is Clutch Guerilla. Team Bosskur as well, under the radar, sneaks up, takes some 7 kills of their own. 1,433 damage. Pretty respectable coming out from these 3 teams. Take a look at the overall stats. Total eliminations, 51 kills. A number in which I'm pretty sure Tash Bunny previously yesterday will not be happy about because apparently 59 kills did not satisfy her as well. A hefty amount of healings. Obviously, this is Sanok. What can you expect here? Hey Noob, they made it all the way to the 3rd place with Axis just through healing itself. Total of 50 knockouts, 120 throwables used, 1 airdrops looted, 10 total headshots and 11 revives. And of course, Boss Psycho, he gets the furthest of shots here. Meanwhile, going into Erangel, that is the map we are going into next. One of the more fair of battlefields to be playing in. Team ABDE will now be playing this round. That means Group C, unfortunately, will have to take a little bit of a breather here as they will be sitting this one out. So, take a look at who's playing, who is in right now. I believe that is going to be the likes of SMG, RSG, MAB, and ALMGHTY, the so-called Group of Life, who sat out in a previous matchup, which is why Paradise Island was open to a bunch of these teams, because SMG was, for lack of a better word, missing or absent in that first game, which could also be an advantage for them. They skipped out a wild card of a map, and now it's a map they're in control. And who do I think is going to come out on top with a chicken dinner? My boys, R2K, ready to kill, ready to start shooting people down here. We all know the legends of R2K, how to transition through a team that rotates and take their time in a map onto the ready to kill team right now, who just goes in and wins 70% of the time when it comes to close quarter combats. And I think Erangel is the kind of map that fosters such a relationship or such a gameplay in PUBG Mobile. And so without further ado, let's see if R2K can take this one home. Casters, whenever you're ready, take it away.
Hello guys and welcome back to the Casters Desk. I am Sis Jenny. With me is the lovable Choo Choo.
Oh, that's too much compliment for me, but thank you.
She is lovable. So cute.
But hey, we just break our fast just now. So it's the Ramadan season, so you guys actually watching at home for the Muslim day of fasting. But do you know who's the happiest during Ramadan season? It's MBB.
Why?
They have iftar.
That joke again. Oh gosh.
It's so lame, but it's just so funny for me. But speaking of which, R2K, as our analyst predicted, they didn't perform just now. So the teams that are being predicted by our analyst today, no pressure on the analyst part, so he's just randomly throwing the names away.
Yeah, but probably he's hoping for a jersey from R2K. But then again, R2K, they have been performing. They are always the underdogs ever since Season 2, right, Chuchu?
Not really, honestly. After their Season 2, there's no more underdogs this time. Honestly speaking, though, this season, there's no underdog at all. We're talking about R2K back then. It was R2K, the whole
Ready
name was...
to kill. Now it's Revenge to Kill.
Yeah, there's two like, they're not really ready this some days. But speaking of which, they got a double chicken back to, double chicken dinner back-to-back back then. But it's still almost similar, not all the same, but similar lineup.
Yeah.
But when it comes to this season, like, everybody stepped up the game. So it's kind of hard for them to perform still.
True, but that expensive player, Aizen, I would buy him. I mean, not for myself, but he's such a good fragger. Like, I like his skills, like, the way he shoots, and that gyro. Remember the...
So we're gonna see a new team coming up for next season. It's called SJY. Jenny. SJY Esports. Sis Jenny Esports. But we do have our second match ready to go. It's back to the OG Erangel.
Yes, I really love Erangel. I really love it, Choo Choo. It's like every time when I see this map, I feel like I'm playing because I really miss playing, you know? Like,
So,
I don't have a team to play with.
Boys out there,
I don't
keep your hopes down because she's not in love with you, but always with just this map. With the trees and with the compounds. But let's not waste any more time for our second match of the day in week number 3, day number 3. Back to Erangel.
Erangel, here we go. Anyway, Choo Choo,
Yep.
you know, we always talk about the flight routes and things like that. I want to tell you something.
Yeah, sure.
Because, yes, if you guys already know, I'm from Singapore.
Yep.
So back then, over in Season 3 when I started casting, and I tend to be friend with some of the Southeast Asia casters. One of the regions that is popular is actually Philippines.
And not
So,
me, yeah.
And Malaysia also. So this thing, they have always like, hey, one day we want to see Sis Jenny and Choo Choo. So today I think there's a lot of viewers that is actually here to see us cast.
Oh,
together.
thank you so much, everyone that's watching and supporting us. And it's a privilege and honor for me to actually.
It's me.
To
I'm
say.
humble, man. She's like OG or what? I'm
She's saying
like,
that I'm old enough
No,
not
no,
to
no, no,
sit
no,
here
no.
anymore.
We're the same age, guys.
But I'll get back to it. The game fun aside, we're looking over the flight path, splitting the map evenly into two sides. So this is a very good flight path. And everybody can go anywhere they fancy from the southern side up to the north. But it's always about the circle.
Yeah, where is the circle going to be? And we have always wanted that soft nose car circle. I think we had enough already for at least the week.
I
week
still
2.
don't get my bridge.
Oh, really?
So.
Okay. Let's give Choo her bridge. But I don't know. But for now, I'm really loving the flight route. Agreed to what Choo is saying, or what I will use to say in my script. It cuts in the middle like a piece of cake. That's a cookie cake.
But I don't cut my cake in the middle though. I cut it to the side, like how the circle happens right now. Mostly centralized towards around Yasnaya or towards on the southern side of it, but the circle will have a bit of a problem for those dropping in SMB, so Novska military base, including there's going to be TABAH and C right inside of it. And if I'm not mistaken, it's going to be Team Hawk taking Novo.
Yeah, you got that right, definitely. But I'm quite sad that Axis redONE isn't playing because a huge portion was definitely it's going towards where Axis was supposed to drop, which is TABAH and Kamishki.
Yeah, but speaking of the one that's not playing, they're not in here, but the ones playing Homebois is really having fun. Look at how RSG, they were on fire within this week. There are a couple of days they're taking #1, but it's just finished off by Iron Pro with a really good shotgun in the face, and that's going to be Brian, first one to be out. And 2 members for RSG already gone. It's not even 10 seconds when they drop.
Yeah. And I'm not exactly sure as to why they are actually fighting over the vehicles, but probably it's because Homebois had good game instinct and timing. They know when to react, and honestly, immediately just changed and got themselves to
Honestly, I think it's down to who gets their weapons first.
Yeah.
And I think they don't have anything to work with for RSG. They're just crazy for the vehicles, and that's what I mentioned before. Sometimes it's best to have to sacrifice what you need, what you want at the moment, because something more vital for you during your need. That's going to be the weapons, the arsenals. If you don't have it, it's quite unwise to actually take up a challenge head on.
Yep, agreed on. But Choo, Team Hawk, Boyka's in the game.
Now again. The OG, the real OG, as in age.
But I was watching their YouTube yesterday.
Yeah.
And yes, Boyka was playing yesterday also. He was actually a very feisty, I would say, player. He was very tough to
feisty? Is that the word? I think it's more of a strict person behind the scene.
You guys should check it out. I mean, it's in YouTube. Go and see how Boyka actually instructs his teams to rotate around. So, yeah, that's definitely a different kind of vibe. If you guys already know who is Boyka, he's actually very jovial, but when it comes to games,
I'm not surprised if his teammate even call him Yes Daddy at that point, because it's that scary.
Yeah, it's that scary.
But it's a good type of a scary side. I have to say, when it comes to professional-wise, he's really professional when it comes to the game. He's taking it as serious as he can get. Just like how he's doing his Kuta side. Very serious about it. We have so many colors on our casters analyst side. But you guys, you have what more colorful, which going to be you switching over to Yoodo with 5 GB data high-speed plan, also 20 GB for free. But we're looking over Farang. Now, you do have this the sisters, Clutch and Farang, doing really well.
Sisters.
But right now, brothers or sisters, whatever you want to call it, as long as they're siblings. Okay. Nothing really awkward at it, I think. Maybe not going there, but speaking of another team, KHI, this is their week as well.
Yeah. KHI definitely did a lot of, I wouldn't say it's actually homework, it's something that they have already, and this is how usually I would say Philippines team play. They tend to be a little bit more passive first, but they are using a whole lot of thinking skills, how to outsmart the enemy. In fact, just now we did see a display from Demigod when there's a whole lot of there was a whole lot of firepower going on. Not firepower, but they were fighting over, but he was just kissing the wall and just doing a third party, and he's right smack in the middle when he was in Sandhawk. So that's
that lonely to kiss a wall, huh?
I mean,
I don't want to go. That's sad, but it seems very sad. But speaking of KHI, I have to agree. Their progress and also their adaptability when it comes to the entire season here. We only have 3 weeks, one of the shortest for the league this season. And also, they are adapting quite well. I have to say that's a pretty something that's commendable for a team that's not really exposed too much when it comes to MYSG region play style.
Definitely. I mean, they did a little bit of scrims here and there, but scrims and the main tournament itself is a different level. So adaptation is important. So that's the reason why you're not seeing Singapore and Philippines not competing well when the first few weeks started. When they already have adapted, we can see immediately they are using their own meta in each countries and also try to play around with how Malaysia plays.
I have to disagree when it comes to Singaporean side though. They have been with us for quite some time.
Yeah, but
it's just so hard for them to actually break the barrier. That's the thing. Maybe it's a bit too careful. I have to say, overthinking is one of the traits coming up from the Singaporean team mostly. So it's kind of giving them counterproductive results that they're not looking at. But Yoodo Alliance for Rivals, we do know this team when it comes to the firepower, aggressiveness, and when they run, they just gun down every single thing that moves. Even though they didn't have like multi-chicken dinners or that much when it comes to chicken dinner, but they're always consistent.
Yeah, definitely. We did see the infographics in the very first part of today. They are one of the teams that I would say have been bubbling under without much chicken dinner, but because they are consistent, you know, not many. In fact, some of the casters hardly talk about them as compared to GENEXUS, but they have been performing ever since Season 4. I would say I would take the record of Season 4 because they were performing that well, and compared to this season, they are still consistent. And honestly, Chuchu, I think they did not have a break at all.
I agree. I agree. When it comes to, if you listen from their coach back then, they were really, really strict. When it comes to the coaches, most of them very strict because that's where it really matters. Sometimes people don't think about managers and coaches really play a big part, but they are the essential being for the team itself. So it's really important to have a very strict coach, which they have Pasha back then. Hopefully still in the upcoming season, because it seems like under Pasha coaching, they really, really do a lot of incredible works, amazing plays. And just especially last season, that was the uprise for Yoodo Alliance, and they keep it going. I'm looking for next season because right now the teams that we know back then, some 9 example, is always up there. Team Secret, maybe because they got the C slots already, they don't have that much pressure, but their reputation is not being preceded by the performance today.
Maybe we might see that later. But here we go. We are seeing NC and RSG. I'm not sure exactly where they are going to rotate. Honestly, I think they would try to play a little bit passive, already losing 2 person and already a smoky buggy. So he needs to go and do a jump right with his teammates.
It's questionable if he still hops onto that buggy.
Yeah.
They have a Dacia up there.
But they
They're
are
still
in
not
a-
going to take a buggy.
Yeah, and this particular place where they are using a checkpoint is super vulnerable. Look at that. It's right in this it's right smack in the middle of Yasanaya, where a whole lot of people would just go there for a touch and go and don't stay there. But it seems like RSG is going to be there for a while.
Yep, but we do know the hard shift going to happen anytime soon. It's still the first phase of the circle, quite early on for us to see any particular plays or compound they want to camp on. So maybe on the third phase of the circle, we do know for certain where the circle might ended up be. This might be one of the classical Medusa intersection circle, just on the outskirts of shelter or even prison, but it still covers a bit of Yasanaya up there. So we have to wait and see whether the third circle is still going to go up north, or will it be a hard shift way down on the outskirts of farm as well.
Oh, but speaking of which, we already have a crash coming on towards Homebois and MAB, but Homebois is saying bye-bye. They just want to do a touch and go, but yes, they are going to do touch and go. They'll probably get a little bit of damage with the vehicles, but RSG, knock knock, are you home?
A lot of touching on this side. 3 teams at a war right now. Homebois, Iron Pro being actually cornered. Small Boy and his other teammate Kim going in. We do know Kim, when it comes to his shooting skills, there's no running from his bullet. And RSG getting one more, even though they are quite heavily being decapitated at first. They have 2 men that are working so well as an entire squad.
And can see that Kim was pretty angry, maybe because of a bad start. But okay, having some loot here. I think it's going to be a really touch and go this time for RSG. They have to go off because where they have been stopping is vulnerable. They are right smack in the middle of everyone. And I think Iron Pro has already given that information. So Homebois, you can do the crash right now.
Oh, they want to just take up the bunkers here on the shelter area. They can stay if they want to. This is quite in the center of the circle. It's not much, running have to be done. Not even migration at this state. So we do know that most of them don't want to take any unnecessary fight. It's kind of wise to avoid the fight that might not make you at the top 5 later. Speaking of Team Secret, now we're hovering onto them. They have each one of them vehicles. Seems like they're having themselves a great number of looting as well. Quite luxurious with at least level 2 of everything. But for the side of Fredo, I have to say, Fredo is always one of the best players when it comes to playing his wits. He can outwit anybody, even though he's been cornered in whatever circumstances.
Yep, agreed on that. And last season, we did see him playing a little bit of cat and mouse with MAB. Back then, we know them as BXM Slumber. He was jumping in and out of the windows, but he managed to clutch and win Team Secret at Chicken Dinner. But here we go. We are seeing Almighty today. I was already seeing Moxie's presence. So he wasn't here for a while until the 3rd week. So actually, Moxie is an IGL. So he's being swapped with Ares for now. And before Moxie came in, Virgil was the IGL. So right now, hopefully with much, I would say the original person that is supposed to be IGL, I think it will be a wiser way for them to rotate, at least for Almighty.
It feels, for me personally, I do love Ares' performance, honestly, because he's always the first one to actually start to go for the entry frag, and also he find himself in a very good blind spot of the enemy and make him got himself a couple of clutches done, but we won't be seeing that much. Kind of misses him right now, but that kind of reflects back. The same goes for like Ranked case. You know, he hasn't been playing back then, and the moment he steps in, it kind of disturbs a bit for the dynamic of the team. We speak of him, and this is speaking of the devil. Ranked shooting over to TABAH MC, who's trying to just rotate into the outskirts of prison, if I'm not mistaken. And Ranked building up the bridge of smoke, trying to move forward to advance, but at the same time, is his teammates aware what the shot calling he's been doing right now?
But I smell trouble here. He's getting a push by 4. I think 3 of them actually pushing onto him, low at health, and he's not going to be in a possible area for him to survive. Come on, guys, you can't just push. But the rest of them is coming from the back. Demigod getting his back, but getting 1 already knocked down. NC's got to take this fight personal, but he was being blocked.
That's not really a good team comms there. There's something needs to be done for the side of TABAH MC. Quite rash when it comes to making the shot calls. H2O now closing in the compound as well. Very small shack. And the rest is going to be history. TABAH MC trying to clutch it down and hold it in. But Demigod coming out from afar, taking the shots towards TABAH MC, but it did a clip. And this is not a really great situation for the side of KHI. They can actually manage to revive for Flax, but now on the other side, GENEXUS is taking a fight against head-to-head with Geek Fam.
Geek Fam just trying to learn the steps, getting themselves composed, doing a little bit of reset, throwing troubles on GENEXUS, getting a little bit of the damage. Sane is trying to do a little bit of healing, but they cannot push because right now on the advantage is actually GENEXUS. They are calming down before they do that push.
There's 4 teams here. Geek Fam cornered, but still managed to take down on Loyu. And Geek Fam, this is the moment they've been waiting for, the golden opportunity. They want to push in. This is where the loophole, where we saw so many nades has been changing. Snipes going in, but which way? There's so much things going on here with obliterated kind of side of view. They can't really land the shots done, but there goes the nades tossing over to Long. He still managed to avoid and just trying to play on the side of the heels. But Snipe taking on the flank side. This might be the bane for Loom.
Loom with 1 HP left. That is how close he can get. Snipes. Now QB is coming in front. They are trying to come in together. And you know what? Already being wiped out for GENEXUS. Although that was a good composure from GENEXUS.
A lot of barbecuing going on between those two teams, Geek Fam and GENEXUS. But I have to say, Snipes, he got himself on the flank side, really on the blind spot of Lung. He stayed there quite a bit just to heal himself with 1 HP. That kind of turns things down under for the side of GENEXUS. So it's kind of hard for them to actually play on the open compound, but not done yet. Yoodo Alliance versus Almighty next.
Yep, now we can see on how Moxie is going to take his role well. He's actually outside, leaving Nasty and Virgil inside, being the fragger and rusher. And we can see that troubles are coming in. Almighty is still calm. They're not doing anything, getting a little bit of the damage. Actually, a lot of them are getting the damage. In fact, Nasty, who just came in, just got... No, wait, that's not Nasty, but Moxie got the entire... tanking it out, but not possible, leaving with 1 guy behind.
That was brilliant climbing up from Yoodo Alliance for Rivals. They tossed over the grenade on the left side and coming in for the rush on the right side. It's totally playing with the psychologist side for their enemies, but it's not done and dusted yet. They cannot actually reset themselves entirely. Don't have enough time to recuperate as two more teams closing in. They're kind of in between. We're down to 12 teams within seconds here, but the next circle will pop. It might be just on the outskirts of Mansion.
I'm seeing a different kind of gameplay today because teams are actually already in the lobby waiting, and it's only, I would say this is the third, fourth circle. I think quite a rush game because of the rotation. Honestly, this rotation is quite easy, but I'm not sure why teams probably expected a slow gameplay, but it's not going to be that way, it seems. 12 teams only left. Team Secret is already targeting Yoodo Alliance for Rivals, and we are going to see another clash between NSEA.
Yep, TABAH and NSEA, who struggled a bit against KHI before, managed to actually close things down, and until the deal have formed and still well and alive, having a bit of a tough moment back then. Now they yo-yoed their way out of the circle and just coming in back again to make sure they are not being backstabbed from behind. This is a bit slow because it's quite a centralized circle, hence a lot of players quite alert and kind of making sure they're playing it quite safe to make sure that nobody's actually backstabbing from behind. That's the thing about this kind of circle. When it's centralized in the main peninsula, everybody is taking their own time, making sure nobody actually try to backstab from left, right, or even from the back. But for Team Secret, they're taking the high heels here, fighting in TABAH and NSEA next, who's trying to run away from everybody, have to face another opening soon.
And then it's true that they are all targeting in the peninsula and the perimeters, I would say. They're playing it slow because it is the last week and they try to get all the snatches of the third, fourth party out of the game before getting themselves to the center. But Team Secret is probably already spotted a few cars and they are trying to flank out and definitely trying to get a good spot. And looking into Kid, he's probably trying to bait them to come out.
I have a bad feeling for TABAH and NSEA. A bit of bumpy car moments for Team Secret, having a bit of too much fun, I must say. But they do spot it, the rest of TABAH and NSEA. Maybe try to corner them around and try to force them out, like you mentioned, baiting out. But back towards Clutch Guerilla versus MAB. Iftar is definitely full right now. But for Adibs, he's not full enough. He's thirsty. He's craving for more elimination points. For TABAH and NSEA, they start to take out on Matsoy first. That is surprising. They kind of know where TABAH and NSEA at first for Team Secret. Now that's the question. Did they realize there's one whole team down there? They crushed in the wrong compound as well. Oh no, Kid.
Zuli is already there waiting and Kid is already getting down. Eye shots and Fredo is left to do survival and they gotta get himself a place quickly. Getting shot still, he's still jumping on towards the car. What's happening, Team Secret?
Having too much fun, that's just I have nothing else to say. So it's Sam9. Every team get a bit of Team Secret in the elimination score. They didn't expect there's so many teams inside of this area. We do have 4 to 5, maybe 6 even, but TABAH and NSEA now fighting at Zali from Team Huck. They're still waiting around this area for quite some time, but Zali kind of cornered around. There's nobody else for him. Team Huck left with only 1 member, but never mind. The entire team done and dusted for now, back in the lobby.
Look at the cars being stacked up. They are definitely not ready for this rotation, but I know who's ready. Guerilla. They are all prepared. They have already opened up, taking control of the south part of the circle right now. Funky's doing the spray towards Sean, getting a little bit of the damage. But you know what? The brothers just join in. Farang Lejund.
Oh, I'm not surprised anymore at this stage. They are very similar when it comes to rotation-wise. But Farang taking MAB. Now MAB kind of sandwiched between these two sisters or brothers where they are kind of in an open area. MAB have nothing else and no place to hide except for a couple of smokes. The moment the smoke dissipates, they're going to be gone for good. But Funky and also Farang having a good time. A Thanksgiving dinner for them.
Yeah.
Having a great dinner at this time.
Yeah, they're like, no, this is mine, this is mine, this is mine. Like legit siblings rivalry going on. But you know what? Rivalry enough. They say, no, I don't want to meet you anymore. They're going to go somewhere else. And it seems like Farang Lejund will try to take over the area or mention first. And they're trying to do a reset, getting information as to where the rotations are. We can hear the tappings from different part of the other parts of the circle. Geek Fam is probably spotting out Sam9.
I have a bad feeling for R2K. Sorry, Kid, seems like they might just face their bane there. The moment Clutch gets in, definitely Hom is actually cooking up the day. He just spawned him out, but Hom still managed to take one on his UMP. Funky on the ground. Xerox and Jimmy trying to do damage control, but will it be too late here? With also R2K coming up from the top, all the rooftop. Echo is giving so much burning Molotov around there. Hom cooking up the nade. Six cooking up as well. There's no way out. Jimmy! Oh my god!
And Jimmy, that grenade is so close, but he managed to get out of it. And the pen is going on. Aizen just pen out Ade Look, which is around the area. I'm not sure exactly to where it is. But Harm is trying to do a CQC here with Jimmy coming on top, but he goes down from the back, backstabbing behind. I'm not sure if they even know R2K just came into this area.
Now swims out, R2K is blessed actually not being cursed by Keith today as the rush in coming up from CLC kind of failed for that flush. But back to it, Sam 9 against Yoodo lines for rivals. Definitely he got himself Putra and 1 elimination point, maybe 2! What a clutch! He got himself the entire team wiped out. That's going to be Yoodo line for rivals decimated by the hands of Putra Sam 9.
Wonderful accuracy there by Putra, wonderful job, but Aizen is not the end. Harm is still fishing out for Homebois this time. They have a good point of view. This is a good place to be. They can fish out. They're just going to get information for Harm, but we can hear tappings coming over from the other side, and that's definitely Geek Fam spotting out Farang Lejund on the other side.
Now there's a lot of trees in between, so just random spray and got 1. 6, what a day for R2K. They got their dinner, walked into the steps of the door, ringing on their doorbell by themselves for clutch before, and now they're trying to get forward. Look at how Aizen actually isolated himself from the rest of the team to gain so much information. He's going to be the insurance for the team in case anything happens in the back line.
Yeah, definitely not a good sign for Farang Lejund, but here we go, looking into Damroot. What is Geek Fam going to do with 4 elimination points already? They are last of the few teams to get into at least the perimeters. They are legitly right outside of the blue, probably trying to do a fishing game. And it seems like R2K is getting composed, getting comfortable. What?
Aizen, we just actually...
What?
Just praised you. The moment we praised you, have to do something really unusual. Back to it, 6. For R2K, there's no way for them to actually save Aizen. He actually grenaded himself there. But look at 6. He's been spraying in the window pane. Just through that one singular perspective, he got so much already.
Yep, he can't see Lejund. He can't see Geek at the same time. So I'm really saying that's a comfortable place for R2K, but not comfortable anymore because the circle is shifting up, and it seems like it's going towards the areas of SMG or even NC, who's getting that advantage point for now. And these teams outside, they gotta get themselves in.
6 phase down to 18, 23 players alive. And speaking of which, TABAH MC, they get away from a lot of things here. There's too much party on the southern side, and none of these teams are actually inside of a circle. It clipped quite a lot when it comes to the blue zone burning there. At the same time, RedONE tried to make way for the rest of the team, but SMG being visited by R2K, who's passing by, and SMG taking out on 6. He's been doing so well. Even Clutch is fighting against Harm there. R2K kind of stuck in a predicament.
Yep, and that is Clutch. That Clutch Guerilla. Only Adips is doing that 2 elimination points all by himself, and NC's coming inside, leaving Echo behind. He's definitely not sure of what's happening. He came alive alone. Yeah, look at that target on point. Just a little bit more time.
His toes are sticking out.
He just shifted in.
With a mini 14 rush sees it all, and he wants to get Tom's toes really bad right now. For NC, they are spreading out, holding and dominating the right side of the circle quite a lot with their formation. But RedONE, what a Kobe against Geek Fam Sane, who's kind of in the center, and also Snipes being knocked down as well. So Damroot and QB build up the bridge of smoke to help, but can they? Will it be not really a good decision for them to help? Because we do know when it comes to this phase, it's not really right for you to actually help your teammates. Sometimes sacrificing them would be more of a better decision.
But knowing Geek Fam, I think they would pick it up, because yesterday I think Sane was nearly dead, but he was picked up at the last few minutes. So QB is going to do the same thing. This is something about Geek Fam. Once a geek, always a fam. So I think this is what they are trying to prove to us. But the damages is going across towards Adips, and that's the end of Clutch Guerilla.
And also 7 eliminations for now by the side of Clutch Guerilla. But never mind that, we're down, 7 plays, 6 plays just now, 1 more team down. But look at RedONE just going full in, full cylinders. RedONE again, Fam, wait! That grenade is not helping the team!
Oh! What the? guys. This is crazy, man. Today, teams are fighting it out and they are just showing insane skills. Olio is still alive. Living damn rude is between the battle of the new and the old birds, I would say. Olio, come on. You got to do one grenade and that's it. And you can clear off your path. But no, Olio is going to try and run in. He wants to do a CQC between Damroot and himself. He gets QB. Damroot, last person. Come on, Olio. Show us what you got. Pro player, but no. He did not get it.
He doesn't want to show it yet.
Yep.
It's not the last day yet. Maybe that's perhaps. But Geek fam though, they denied their points just now, the elimination points against Farang.
Yeah.
So I'm not sure if that's a wise decision or not, since they got 4 men at first and down to only 1 man. Now TABAH NC, they got the man. They avoid all the obstacles before, but they still got 9 eliminations whilst they were rotating and migrating to the circle. Now they really make sure the timing of their migration, get into the circle on point, on time. Now all the other teams though, for QB and Damroot, they have no clue there's Anik behind them, but will it be... Yeah, I think he just figured out. There you go.
boy, bruh, you're just hiding inside. But Damroot will try to use his game instincts. You're running into the enemy. Anik, do something. Shoot! And he's shooting right in front. He's really keeping quiet, getting Damroot out. Now QB getting that information. Anik boy is still gonna stay like a statue.
Out of 5, 3 eliminations just by Anik boy alone by being a very sneaky guy. But no! Oh, rush! Oh, what a party pooper for the side of SMG. It's that TABAH NC really not giving off any mercy now. 1 man of Putra against the entire of the sea of TABAH NC.
But check it out, Chuchu. Look at how Putra is able to stay alive even though his entire team was almost flushed away. And we can definitely smell the chicken for NC.
Yep, it's just going to be TABAH NC all the way pushing it forward. But they have no clue where Putra is right now. But oh, he finger one! He might just get two! But never mind, he did clip. But away we go, TABAH NC. After quite some time, this is again their chicken dinner with also 11 elimination points.
Amazing, but true. I feel like I just casted a horror movie with you. It's a whole lot of
because there's so many sneaky moments, right? Because nobody figured out who's inside the smoke about Anik. And also, there's just, you know, where are those guys? But I didn't see where the enemy are. But I have to say, TABAH NC, they had a really rough start today. And including this game, but they managed to get away from every single hindrance they were facing. And you know, it's okay for everybody call them cowardice, but whatever to win, a win is still a win.
Yep. They were disciplined enough to open up and didn't care about what's going on in the fight. They just, you know, placed themselves nicely, just guarded the entire place, anchored everybody, and tried to focus on the chicken dinner.
They dominated the right side of the circle. Just now we saw how they were spreading out into a wonderful formation. Nobody can actually get away from the vision of Eagle Eyes coming up from TABAH NC. Such a wide angle they work with. It's just really smart. You know, it doesn't mean that you're not fighting. Everybody call you, what a scary boy, you're not facing us early. But you know, they still managed to secure a couple of wins. But I think that's it for us right now for our to get and win. And a lot of questions be asked to Kip. Now let's check out the highlight first.
Yeah, R2K may not have gotten a chicken dinner, but what I said about them still remains to be true, and that is close quarter combats. Nobody can beat them. 70% of the time, they come out on top, and we see them wipe the entirety of Clutch Guerilla in the house engagement alone, not losing a single member. But before we move on further about that match and what broke down or what happened, which I will break down, that's the word I was trying to formulate in my head, came out differently, much like the results. Check out what we have here for PUBG Mobile. Okay, participate and redeem yourself a free permanent set. Yes, a skin in which you can own in the game for free, and it lasts absolutely forever here. It's called the Crimson Dancer set. It is one for the Egyptian theme, and it's one also with the collaboration of the Golden Moon. So where can you find the event here? Just go onto the game lobby, go to the event center, and then go over to Open Sesame. There you will find this legendary outfit all for free. It's one special one for the month of Ramadan, hence the Golden Moon logic here. Log in daily to earn exclusive rewards as well, okay? You have to be as religious as you can with the game to cumulatively log in during the event period throughout this whole Golden Moon event to actually get yourself the avatar frame, and a permanent Ruby Fairy dress, all for free. This one, you gotta go onto Game Lobby, Event Center, go over to Hot, and check out your total logins. The more religious you are at this, the more prizes you can win. And last but not least, we have one Golden Moon event calendar in which it shows you the rewards, the daily rewards in which you can earn. So check out the dates, look at the items that you want the most, and start accumulating those login points, okay? It's all happening for this golden month. Just more blessings, I would say, if you're already practicing to fast yourself. And on top of that, PUBG Mobile version 1.9, it is also out and ready. Vibrant anniversary, as if we have never bombarded you enough with this same old information. Colorful Spawn Island, colorful bicycles, aerial battlefield, new camps, new bridge, recall mechanic, other basic improvements. It's all coming on to PUBG Mobile version 1.9. Go check it out. And of course, one that is the talk of the town here, PUBG Mobile, partnering out with Warframe, the game, in which you can obtain various outfits throughout the in-game events in PUBG Mobile. Just make sure that you're followed to all PUBG Mobile platform here, because more updates regarding this partnership and what it offers is yet to be revealed entirely to the population here. So make sure you've got this. You get yourself some of that alien skin. I'm not sure if it translates to your mobility in-game, but if it did, call that one a hefty advantage that you can get. So don't think too much about it, just do it. Meanwhile, talking about the match ranking we had previously, where are the teams at currently? Well, in this game alone, TABAH NSEA comes out on top, 11 eliminations with the full chicken dinner, 15 points here, bring them up to a total of 26. Very respectable bunch, these kids. The casters talked about, mentioned that they did slow down a little bit in their run from week number 1, but here they are stepping back up. And I mean, they have always been the team that plays it slow, and this time around it panned out pretty rewarding for them. Sam9 as well. It's so long since we've seen a good Sam9 game, and this one they were pretty absolutely formidable. 7 kills, 12 points, taking on the second place. And SMG, again, this team, since the past 2 weeks, they have been down in the bottom, but this week it seems like it's going all green for their results, making their way up to the third position here in this match, and that is coming off from a spectacular performance over in Sanok himself yesterday. So SMG, they are on an up and up, currently in our first pager, and I think they're only getting higher. Take a look at who is our MVP for this match alone, TABAH NSEA X Rush. This man has contributed quite a hefty sum for his team, 36% team contribution here, so fairly even still, but edged it above the rest. 4 eliminations, 807 damage, 3.2 MVP points earned, and has got the longest elimination distance of up to 163 meters. Although he's got Rush in his name, he's got a pretty good sight as well, taking up almost of a sniper role it seems, and he's a support, so he plays by the back end. Maybe want to change that IGN a little bit. Hey, but if it's iconic, then maybe stick onto it, because we know rebranding is one of the more tedious things to do, especially in esports. Now take a look at the weekly rankings we have so far. RSG no longer gods among men as they fall flat to the likes of Yoodo Alliance 4 rivals. 124 right now for the Giants in green, and meanwhile the Blues, RSG, only shy about 1 point away from Yoodo Alliance 4 rivals. But do bear in mind that RSG did not play that round, so obviously they're gonna miss out a little bit, but they have the rest of the 3 games to try and catch up. Axis as well, 98, pretty nearby. Meanwhile, down in second draft, we've got Geek Fam and R2K moving up the ranks here at 14 and 16 respectively. Obviously, it's a shocker to see Geek Fam down below. They've always been a first pager team, but not this week. Not this week. However, this week is far from being done and dusted, and so they've still got a chance to fix whatever that was broken. And Team Secret, it seems like they are now back down onto the second pager here, which is kind of unfortunate, right? Like, this has been a reoccurring trend with Team Secret. When they get a spectacular performance the game before, they flop the game after. And that same scenario, previously Team Secret had about 11 kills under their names, and this game they fell in short. So seems to me, it seems like a consistency problem, if you ask me, but what do I know, right? I'm the analyst who gets things wrong 90% of the time. In fact, check out how actually the team TABAH NC got themselves their chicken dinner. Here is the game recap. Let's look into it. So, starting off with Sosnovka military base, that's the drop spot for TABAH NC, especially since forever. They like to play down below. So going against the crowd here, seeing as though the circle went up top, they had to take the longest distance traveled, or the path traveled not by the most of men's, and well, made their way in a slow pace around the map, playing as safe as possible, sticking by the coastlines, making sure that they're minimizing the potential risk in their pathways here. As you can see, they're pretty... They're sticky. They're sticky by the coastlines here. Like, they're making sure that they only have to look one way and leave the backside of them breezy, easy breezy, they call it. They did have to go up against KHI, in which they won that fight spectacularly. They nearly had casualty. Cassius was talking about the rational decision, but it paid out flawlessly for them as they didn't lose a single member, albeit a bit risky. But, you know, they can handle it. They're big boys. They're Malaysian representative for the upcoming SEA Games. So they took on KHI, wiped them clean, denying the Philippines their chicken dinner in this map, made a huge rotation towards the northern, southern side of Mansion here, and finally makes a breakthrough within the circle, and within the last few circles at least. So they know that the number of teams still in the playing battlefield is a bit more easier to manage than most, right? R2K holding that compound, seemingly that it might close onto them over in Mansion. They did have some sort of fight that's going on. Obviously, Sem9 is sandwiched between Geek Fam as well and TABAH NC. So that would be kind of a free picking for them, because Sem9, they had so much on their plate. You have to allocate manpower to look at Yoodo Alliance 4 rivals, who is within the area in which they can see. You've got Geek Fam to worry about coming from another direction, and TABAH NC coming in from the back end. In the end of the day, Sem9 only had Putra still left standing as they tried to make their way across the entire map here. They are also within circles at this point, so pressure is not on them. They could play things a little bit more patiently, in which they did. All the fights happen over in Mansion. Eventually, Circle closed away from Mansion towards the like of TABAH NC. So that phase, it's phase 6, you could say, a little bit of a breeze swinging their direction. So they get some sort of a luck at the Circle there. However, every other teams were well within it as well. So that I would kind of nullify that luck for a certain extent. However, that luck did give R2K a hard time, as they now have to shift out from their compounds and try to make the push in which they got stopped by numerous teams within the same direction. And NC, they reign freely towards the 7th phase here, as no team was within Circle, and NC has got one foot in the door, in the Circle, prime position with the number of manpower they have and with the limited fights that they actually encountered with the flight, the rotation route they took. They've got everyone beaten in the battlefield, or at least who's remaining, with sure manpower, utilities and equipment, and well, just basic circle itself. So I would say they took the longest way around, but it was a path worth taking as it paid off with them. A winner chicken dinner for the likes of TABAH NC. Congratulations. Now let's take a look at which team got the most eliminations. Surely it can't be TABAH NC. Yes, it isn't, but they did come in second here. Let's take a look at Sam9 Putra. One-man army, this guy. He did hold on towards the very end, giving Sam9 a huge leap in terms of the placement points pulled in. He managed to stay up until he was at the second team left alive. So that's a lot going on his way. This kid has brought in a lot of points for the likes of Sam9. Meanwhile, TABAH NC coming in real close here with Rush at 4 kills of his own. And it seems like it's the day of the support, seems. Just getting rewarded up on the charts. Meanwhile, the scouts, Adibs, also has had his moment here, just being a thorn in the bush. We've seen it time and time again. This kid really knows how to play it and stick it in to the teams that do not know that he is around. And well, to be a scout, you kind of have to be invisible. And I guess that is part of the skill set he has when it comes to going and making these engagements alone. So here you have it on the board, first, second, and third in terms of the most eliminations that occurred in this one map alone. Meanwhile, for the most damage dished out, this is where TABAH NC comes out on top. X-Rush, the support, again, doing lethal damage, but it's not unheard of. We know that Damn Rude from Geek Fam used to be nominated Terminator many times, albeit playing from the back end here. Adibs, the scout, getting 795 for himself. It clutched Guerilla. And, oh, coincidence? I think not. Apple didn't fall too far from the tree here. Farang Esports' sister to clutch Guerilla, or brothers. I really don't know how to how to identify genders for a team. They call Earth Mother Earth. I don't know, what do you call teams? Well, we'll just call them sisters from now on. 631 for Farang Repo Boy here at Farang Esports, clutch Guerilla. Well, they've got a daddy to answer to, and he is probably happy. Let's take a look at the next match. Miramar is up, and it is going to be the first Miramar we're going to be playing today, with the teams that will be playing being from the group A, B, C, D. That means Group E will be taking quite of a breather here. That would be Yoodo Alliance 4 Rivals, Team Huck, TABAH NC, and KHI Esports. So chances for a Filipino chicken dinner again in the first Miramar map, 0% chance because they're not playing. They're taking a break. Thankfully for TABAH NC, they got themselves quite a jump in points accumulated with that chicken dinner and 10 eliminations. So they can be sitting this one out and feel happy about it. And so who do I think in this upcoming match Miramar is going to get it? Well, you've opened the doors. Yoodo Alliance 4 Rivals is now out of this map. That's going to open so much doors for Dingoz to come in and step up strong. The version 1 of a Yoodo Alliance 4 Rivals was a Dingoz, and I think these Dingoz can probably do the same thing too. I mean, if you didn't already know, some National Geographic lesson here. Dingoz are wild dogs from Australia, and Miramar kind of looks like Australia. It's sandy, and everything you see could potentially kill you. So that being, of course, the players themselves will be shooting from lethal ends of their screen here. So I think Dingoz has got an edge on this one. You could say that I'm waiting for a jersey. That I, truthfully speaking, maybe, possibly so. Not going to deny it. However, I really think Dingoz has got the skills and what it takes. So without further ado, casters, please, off to the sandy desert is Miramar.
Thank you so much, Keith. Easily bought by a lot of clothes. That's a very easily pleased man there. If you guys actually single and, try to hit up Keith, just be sure you bought him a couple of clothes. And thank you so much for your very good analytical breakdown. But I have to agree. the fact that when it comes to predictions, we have to wait for Dingoz next. But before we get into the game, this is me, Chuchu and sis Jenny. We will be your storyteller for the game itself. And also don't forget to thank our none other than our official smartphone partner, which is going to be Realme GT2 Pro. Bling, bling, bling. And there you go. It's really white there.
It's real.
It's real. It's really good. And also, this is a tech trendsetter that actually all the players are using this right now to enhance with the best in-class products by Realme GT2 Pro, which are going to be our partner right now. But also, you have a phone, you need an internet still.
That's when you switch to Yoodo. I don't know how the sound is.
Yoodo.
yeah, that's the right one. Yeah. So what they're going to give to you if you switch to them right now is 5 GB of high-speed data. And if you are playing for PUBG Mobile, you get 20 GB. So why not just switch it?
Yeah, I kind of worry when sis Jenny sings. Just saying. I don't know if she knows the tone though.
I can't be like Tesh Bunny. She sings every time.
But hey, she can actually play piano pretty good.
Oh, man.
Just saying, just saying. I've heard her playing. But speaking of which, for the next map, it's going to be the Sand Dunes later in Miramar. Somebody actually opted out for Dingoz. Now we should worry about Dingoz because every single team Keith mentioned will bat out quite early. They might get a lot of frags, but when it comes to position and also chicken, they will never taste any of it.
Yep. But the odds is, if he picks the teams today, like what he did for Axis Red 1, the next day they come out champions or they will just shine out. So probably
it's gonna be delayed. It's delayed blessing from Kid.
Yeah.
It's a delayed blessing. It seems like a curse at first, but then it delayed blessing. So everybody should be grateful about their life.
So go DM him to vote for your team, and he would give that blessing.
It will be tomorrow. But if that's going to be the last day, nothing will be happening. But speaking of nothing will happen here, we did mention about this will be the final week. And everything is down to this week for the team. Especially, I have to say, KGI, MAB, SMG, and also ALMGHTY. Now, these 4 teams at the bottom when it comes to the accumulation of the bonus point. Do you think SMG specifically can still have the push here in the very last minute?
It's hard to say. It's a half.
Don't play safe here, honey.
I don't know. I don't know, guys. But I think okay. I know there's a Jenny in SMG, but I think it's hard for them to push that button to push up because honestly, the ones at the bottom tiers has already started to push up. RSG, Farang, Lejund, they have already made their way up, and we can see that since yesterday's game and today. So SMG need to keep that momentum in order for them to push. Similarly to ALMGHTY also.
Yeah, but I have to say RSG right now, they are pretty much very comfortable. We do know they have the triple digit same case for Yoodo Alliance for Rivals when it comes to the entire 5 days. Not even 5 days yet. We're down to the 3rd day. You still have 2 more days to go. So that's for the other teams. It's not impossible for them to actually catch up. But will it be too late if they delay this catching up session a bit further? Because we do know the next couple of days it's not going to be easy on them.
Yep, and it's sad to say that there are good players in SMG right now.
Yep.
It's just that, they did not find that chemistry, or I'm not sure. Something is definitely wrong. And one thing I did see about SMG, at least for this season, is their rotation. They are usually caught off guard in the center of people's attraction, and they, one by one get tossed out into the lobby. In fact, I would say a lot of times we did see like 2 or 3 of their players will be found in the first few circles while making rotation. So that's really unfortunate for SMG. Did not get to strike their way to use firepower.
Now that scares me a bit. Back into Miramar we go. It's going to be our first Miramar of the day. The music's really scared us a bit. Oh my god, I'm awake now. 3rd match of the day. Where will we drop ourselves when it comes to the flight path, and how will the circle fare? Because no matter how good you are when it comes to getting a good flight path, it really not count. It will not count unless you get yourself in the center of the circle. It's a bit skewed towards the southern side. Chances are we might looking over there another northern circle sometimes, but there are times a circle right on top of the flight path. Speaking of which, when we have a very centralized circle, we might actually witness a bit slower rotation because everybody can actually go all over the edge of the circle.
Yep, totally second on that for Chuchu. But honestly, today I think the teams are playing quite differently.
Yep, conservative.
Not really. They are conservatively outside. They are playing like I've been watching Team Secret plays at the back now. I mean, that is usually what Sam9 would do, but we are seeing Team Secret, we are seeing R2K, we are seeing the entire team. I mean, that's the reason why if you realize, Clutch Guerilla will be comfortably, hey, I'm in the middle, guys. There's a few times that they were like that. In fact, yesterday Sunhawk, today's game, and a few teams will just make their way inside. But the rest of them will be fishing their way outside, trying to, like, cordon off this 4th, 5th, third party circle. I mean the people that is outside, third and 4th, and all that.
Well, I don't blame them since we are in the final week. They cannot afford to make any mistakes here. But the circle, like we predicted, is going to be on northern side. We did mention about Creative Phil might be at the end of it, but SMG mentioned about them saying that can they actually play the catch-up game, and they have been starting to do so. That's kind of a one shot coming up from Damn Cutie, but no execution done since he's running out of magazines and bullets, and he's the only person here. Whereas the rest of SMG is nowhere to be seen nearby.
He's actually rushing in to take more so that he can finish what he has started. So I honestly understand how hungry and thirsty he is. But unfortunately, the player is able to get away, and they will drive far away from this. And I don't know, our boy, come on, get into the vehicle. What are you doing?
Oh my god, I can imagine Asma is actually shouting, what are you doing? But still, Damn Cutie is not giving up. This is Damn Cutie. He used to be one of the miracle boys back then, but I think everybody just grows a bit manly these days. Not really a small boy anymore. Damn Cutie though, still alone here on the outskirts, on the shoreline. But where are the rest? Well, somebody's playing a bit skating ball for Snappy. But yeah, it's going to be a quite vacant compound for the side of GENEXUS for now.
Yeah, those of you who are new fans of GENEXUS, well, we definitely want to see them standing out this week. So far, not yet. Maybe because some teams have already, again, like I said, after they, like 1 or 2 teams who has dominated, they will do a lot of homework, especially teams who have firepower. So unfortunately for GENEXUS, if you realize since yesterday's game, they were stopped by rotation. So they did not get to exercise their firepower or CQC, and they cannot fight.
But when it comes to Marama, usually they're going to drop themselves in Montenuevo, which kind of in a circle right now for the side of GENEXUS. But speaking of MAB, this is one of the teams that's really desperate to get themselves bonus point for this week. They are at the bottom of it, and this is their last chance. We do have 4 teams who will be relegated by the end of this week, because we do know there's only 16 teams who actually get into the playoffs, and that's going to be the end for 4 teams. Now, we do want to see every single team possible to make it through, but it's just, a bit too much, innit?
Yeah. Okay, so a quick fun fact about Aizen. So Aizen is actually from a Singapore team, Chuchu. You remember it?
Yeah.
So Aizen is Malaysian, but he played for H2O. And he left.
I remember Kagura and his mates. And they love to swim, by the way. That's why H2O, baby.
So, unfortunately, for the Singapore teams, a lot of the players have left and moved into Malaysia's regions. Not saying that Singapore teams have no home. I mean, come on, I'm from Singapore. I won't kill my own country. It's just that probably they want to get into a faster team when it's more dynamics and firepower and, the games, the meta of the game. So probably Singapore teams, especially Almighty, I'm calling you right now to step up your game. I've seen how you guys have already fragged it out. They are able to do this. Don't be afraid. Just come out. Just come out.
Someone is playing the machine right now. But hey, okay. The moment we mentioned how serious this can get, everything just get a bit funny here and there. But speaking of other Singaporean teams, I don't blame them, honestly, because the scene in Malaysia is quite huge when you compare it to our neighbour. And maybe Aizen might have the idea, like, maybe we gain some sort of experience, and also maybe they're going to go back to his old teammate, bringing with the experience with them, and, give them a bit of insight regarding next season, because that might be something that happening for the Singaporeans as well, because we did have that for Yuhai and also Jungs coming up from Team Secret back then, going to Bigatron Aliens now. And then they learn quite a lot when it comes to giving the insight, sharing with Malaysian players as well, to step up, how to step up the games, how the mindset of the other countries actually thinking to approach this game itself.
Yep, I hope so. That will happen, but I doubt so at the same time.
Why? You have to have faith.
I don't know. I think Aizen belongs in R2K. At least it suits his gameplay for now. He can come in to teach us, definitely. But it's not saying that Singapore teams have no ability at all. They have. It's just that they need to come out. They need to be, brave enough to step up their game. They can do the fragging if they want to. Just like Team Secret on how consistent they have been from Season 1. Come on, Chu.
Yeah.
Like, what is wrong with them? I mean, they're so good. They're so consistent. Especially for Mattoy and iShots.
Oh, Mattoy has been one of the best grenade shot caller as well when it comes back to... Well, that's what I mentioned. He was from Thailand. You know how Thai teams are one of the hardest when it comes to a region if you compete in their PMPL.
True.
So hence he's bringing that kind of mindset into the MYSG region, giving us so much insight that how to think and how to set the mindset like the others from the other regions set aside. So that's what I meant when it comes to Aizain. You have to forgive him for a bit. No doubt, Aizain. I think he will actually help the rest of the Singaporean teams in the future. But this is a team that we worry about as well, MAB. Now, they are not really a new player, but their driving skills definitely feels like new. I'm sorry.
John just had a lot of roti john probably for iftar. Okay, I'm sorry, I'm sounding like so.
Well, iftar is there. But you know, we can do puns, no worries. The puns are always dry in English area. But okay, we're still gonna laugh it out anyway. And John, you asked the question, who was it having the furthest distance when it comes to elimination? It was John actually, because he's the John Wick with 395 meters. Non-record being broken that far yet, just by him. Just him, the only one, the record holder for the furthest distance. Now Nastia, I'm not sure if he's running out of gas or something, but definitely the buggy seems a bit choked there.
Yeah, probably doing a little bit of rendering, but QB, I think he's trying to get to the highest peak. He needs a buggy to climb that like a lizard. Usually buggy would pass through this kind of cliffs.
But in a minivan though.
No, not a minivan. Yeah.
We saw a minivan there, but you know, it's not going to work.
It's not going to work, guys. It's going to get stuck. But anyways, Bravo with the M24 trying to gun down. Maybe Mattoy have got a little bit of damage from Semna. I'm not really sure, but these are the two El Clasicos always happening every season. But as of now, I think it's just long distance. Nothing is happening. A lot of rotations is happening. If you've forgotten where the circle is, it's going towards the northwest side of the circle. So a lot of teams will probably do a rotation, but okay. Alright, we mean business, El Clasico.
Yeah, flat tires for Kit. Definitely going to jump out from his bike. The moment he's being shot from afar. It's the furthest shot there is. 7-9 taking the high ground. And Kit is not satisfied with that. The moment he picked out, he will get shot in the head. Has to be extra careful. Back to his Almighty. Now, the circle where it's going to pop will be Creative Fields there, or will be Montenuevo. GENEXUS plays in the center of the circle, walks into El Pozo at the outskirts of it, entering the city. While the rest of the team, we do have definitely from Minas Deville coming up all the way down, longer rotation for SMG. They are playing this very safe. But still, might be we have an urban warfare here if it ended up in El Pozo. There's so many buildings.
But I kind of like when the circle goes all the way west, but almighty. But honestly, Chu, it's very tricky to drive in Miramar. Sometimes even the hills has bugs. It's like there's nothing and you just capsize and you get exploded and you know
there's a invisible hills here and there. That's why you have to be extra careful. And lucky enough for Almighty, nobody was actually passing by there. So if it does actually have a couple of teams passing by, that is going to be a big problem for them. We did mention about them desperate enough to get at least a couple of more points to get a bit more comfortable position, at least a top 10. It would be great.
Yeah, and here we go, Farang Lejund, and they have been stepping up their game, Helton, and we are not seeing Loopy anymore because this is actually the lineup for this season. They are trying something new. Only 4 men. Usually they will rotate one in and out, and Ricky used to be from Lejund also. But this time we're seeing going to be a CQC. Skido trying to get the shots but not getting it registered, bro.
It's not connecting. He's trying so hard here. Rico's is just so hard for him to control. Dingoz, they flunk it out. They might have got that really good elimination points, but they just whiffed it all the way. So Dingoz, instead of taking the challenge up front, they're giving away the positions already. Might as well just disengage and take a better, safer route from behind. It's not wise if they keep on extending that fight since they already had too much to waste.
Yeah, but I kind of like the callings of the IGL for Dingoz. They know when to stop or start engaging. But this time we are seeing the battle of the countries. This is Singapore versus Malaysia. R2K meeting up with Almighty. And yep, they have people from different countries, but that catch did not happen for Aizen, but he is currently down. Nasty's coming from the back, getting that 1 elimination point confirmed. And where's the rest of R2K?
Aizen is the black sheep of the family for now. Has been isolated and also being conquered by 4 men of ALMGHTY, cornering him down. I'm surprised that R2K didn't make a call to rush forward the moment they actually taken down on Vigil on his knees. It's a bit of upsetting and disappointment for me, coming out from R2K playing very safe here. The moment they actually got themselves a leeway, but ALMGHTY they managed to pick up Vigil again, and that's going to be back towards nothing losing for the side. But R2K though, losing Aizen, that's quite hurtful.
Third party coming in, and already shots from below, and that's from Olio towards ALMGHTY from the top. One already have gotten down. They have not enough time to rotate, and now they have to corner. They are getting cornered from both sides.
Hey, he didn't clip his head. Are they trying so hard here with M416? The scope as well, but ALMGHTY, they have to be extra careful. They might get sandwiched in hand because R2K is coming back in this time. Jerome is really low. He's just going to heal himself up. Vigil again being knocked down multiple times. And R2K will rush right now. ALMGHTY. It's going to be Abe. ALMGHTY meal for R2K and Farang right now. Hammed like a sandwich. And 6 with a Kobe nade as well. Finish off Moxie straight away. And ALMGHTY stuck in right. Well, we have Clutch Guerilla Mike closing in as well now. This is going to be a bigger party as Hilton drop another mate. ALMGHTY.
And look into Ade trying to give that support or trying to take over Helton's position, and really it's not looking good for ALMGHTY because of that third party. And you know, they tried to move, they got it right initially, but not the timing this time with the CQC, and back to the lobby for ALMGHTY, unfortunately.
This is what I mentioned. ALMGHTY, when it comes to CQC or firepower, they actually have it when it comes to individual skill. But when it comes to rotation-wise, they always got stuck in between so many teams. And this is one of the examples, the best example we can actually see right now. But Farang, the moment they won that fight, R2K, I'm surprised they didn't go all in just now. They might have, but here comes RSG, small boy, pretty low. Just a couple of sprays. Enough, not even clipped out the entire magazine for Hey Noob. Now cooking up Donate, trying to take out on Rex. He hit the footstep, another car coming in, crashing, but wait!
Jumper.
RSG.
That is beautiful, man. I don't know exactly where Jumper shots is,
He's
but
right on
looking
top
at
of
you,
Heinu.
yep, I think he's just on top, but he's getting shots from the distance, and this is a third-party affair with GENEXUS coming in short. Mika is trying to get the angles, already information being spread towards from Heino, trying to cover fire as he takes over RSG, but it's still going to be a lot of parties. There's Geek fam just below.
So many third party this time, huh? We saw just now, which is going to be the side of Farang, and now GENEXUS trying to take the advantage in their hands against RSG, who's kind of thought they're winning for a bit, but the minor victory might just result in their demise here. MAB on the other hand playing this very safe, but look at how many teams in here. SMG is around the corner, saying this for another team. That's going to be, who is that by the way?
Geek fam.
Oh, there you go.
Geek fam, and I think QB was actually doing a scouting, trying to climb up onto one of the hills, but probably will say no to that. There's a lot of teams over there, so his entire team is actually back here waiting for orders. But I don't think they're going to take any of these engagement, and MAB is trying to, you know, compose themselves. They already know there are teams around the area, sprays have been heard, but nobody's getting down yet.
And one more team joining in as well. See the Bosskur or somebody else just now, but SMG, MAB, Iftar is breaking its fast really fat here. Taking 1 elimination points by himself. Such a clean execution as well, sealing up the deal quite fast. Moki, a lot of stairs to climb down, but he's going to be all right. Homebois just marching into a Sam 9's compound, but we look at how separated they are with Iron Pro with their vintage point. But this is quite a prime spot if he uses it to full potential for Iron Bro.
Yep, and switching on to the DMR Mini. Well, he can get information from Bart and he's trying to strike it off, but Team Secret's getting Bart's damage a little bit. Dingoz is making a huge rotation here and there, but they're not just picking it at this point of time. Probably trying to do a passive gameplay if they did not make it into the rotations. Kido's already out. Now Putra.
Try to shoot, but the moment he picks out, he will knock down, but he still managed to get on Arte with that kind of spray. Arte got stuck with the buggy. He couldn't go anywhere. Now Ricky tries to save the day, but he might get stuck as well. Oh, Ricky!
One more. Wow. That is why this is like what Keith said. This is Australia and we are seeing the wild dogs running away from a lot of things. But unfortunately for Dingoz, let's just give them time to rotate somewhere safe while we concentrate and focus on to Sam9 versus Homebois. Well, Iron Pro is still getting the vantage point but not getting enough shots registered.
The thing is, Arte is still stuck there and there. He's gone.
Yep.
Well, we do have Ricky just casually drive into the sunset, but the rest of Sam9 though are not giving away this compound towards the other teams. They are dominating, capitalizing this area, making sure nobody can actually walk by safe and sound. They will deny every entrance and just shoot whatever that moves. So maybe this seems like having a good run, but again, Civil War round 1,000 of times.
I don't know what to say when I see these two meet up. And you know what? This is IGL versus IGL. Bro, fight it all at home. Don't bring it to games. But you know what? This is tournament. Everything goes, anything goes. And we are about to see whether they are going to fight or not. They are definitely going to crash and try to take over this compound. It seems like they're going to take a while.
Family doesn't register in this game, by the way. Who cares if you're my sibling or not? Whatever it takes to win. They're doing the same rotation again for both of these team. Clutch Guerilla versus Farang for the thousands of time. But Team Secret, Fredo knocked down by Razor right in front of him with the CQC. Under that shack, he's struggling to keep the boat afloat. But Mika making sure that there's no way in for Team Secret. Marta and Nightshot left as two of them are being knocked down. EVOS playing a lot of hiding so well, but Sam Z quite far to be revived there. We do have 2v2 for Team Secret versus EVOS VIP now.
Yeah. Team Secret has a better way of separating themselves. They're getting all these spots anchored. At least they know information of that particular area is already there. And we can see kill feeds going on. But still, we're going to focus on to this fight where EVOS will try to do a little bit of reset while Team Secret is going to buy time. And they're going to get closer and closer. And it's not going to be good news for EVOS.
Toy, I'm not sure if he got enough smokes for him to actually cover himself the moment he tried to revive Kit. Now, this might be a mistake if they discover him here. Eye shots on and then try to attract as much attention as he can to buy space for the rest of the teammates being revived. But can he hold his ground himself with so many bullets showering upon him? Then Mark Choi tried to just get back and support his mate here while another fight is going on for Farang and CLC still not done. We're still looking over EVOS and Team Secret still getting a long engagement. And Aisha couldn't hold it, but Mark Choi, whoa, that spray doubled down and it was really, really worthwhile to save Kid here. And they might just win this small fight.
Yeah, with a third-party interception, which is Sam9, but now focus back onto Farang versus Guerilla. Oh wait, what did I just say? I mean Lejund versus Guerilla, and let's just see who will get each one first. But it seems like CLC, they are shaky right now with 2 men down, including the IGL. And now Lejund will do a little bit of reset, but Zone's coming in. They are in the perimeters, no problem. Ade is trying to be the last person or the backbone giving information, but Funky and Jimmy will not give their plays away.
I have a bad feeling for both CLC and Farang. None of these teams are actually hovering around the circle anymore, and only them actually at this area of the direction of a circle. Nobody else. So it's going to be just them fighting against each other. Only one team will actually have the victory, but with terms and conditions, they don't clear by the blue, but Sicko and Addict Jimmy is trying to play 1v4 here. Funk is quite low for the moment. Oh, he's going to toss up the Molotov, making sure they won't actually get his flank sight, but Jimmy cooking up the nade, hoping to just get one Kirby against this tree.
This is not a good news, but Funky's the only man alive and he will go down. But now Lejund will try and do a reset. Wow, that was really a nice one, I would say. But here we go. Focus back onto Team Bosskur versus SMG. And Bosskur seems to already be quite composed at this point of time. Damn QT, again, being the last person. He's just trying to get whatever he can. He's already getting that position from Team Bosskur, and he will try to take them out by himself.
Yeah, but he's too cute to be eliminated by the players, so he resort into being eliminated by the players if he wants to stay here even further. So he needs to take a move now since this Coliseum, it's not inside the circle, but that's the end of the MQT, with also the players finishing off with the 8 of all the shots fired just now. Geek fam here still have 3 members, but MAB seems like they have been running and gun for quite some time here.
And everybody is just coming into the circle. It is in the middle of no man's land. No one is going anywhere. Just again, like I said, going to the perimeters. They're just guarding themselves. But shots are coming in from different sides for Snipes, but he is still trying to get that one man, which is RSG, Rex.
Oh, Rex, he's been holding on for quite some time. RSG bowing out 11 plays with a couple of an elimination. Only one, not even a couple there. But Sam9 fighting Homebois next. We're looking over them, taking a prime spot, higher ground advantage certainly currently, but it's at the edge of the circle. Whoever is not in the center will be gatekept by the teams that actually got themselves inside of it.
You know what, Homebois is still here and they're getting that vantage point, sharing with Sam9. But I think that's the end of Farang Lejund because they are being guarded by a few teams initially trying to come in. We're left with only one person, which if I'm not mistaken, it's Olio. But now let's focus back into Iron Pro, who's sneakily behind. He can see Bravo already, but he's keeping that trigger discipline, not releasing anything just yet. But is the main attention here. But Sam9 has GENEXUS. They have a lot to focus on. They are still trying to get information, but Iron Pro holding on.
Yeah, how much longer? Loyu try to take down Sam9 Putra. Now GENEXUS start to actually hand down Sam9 with the 8 of the Homebois the other end. But Bravo seeing through what Iron Pro has under his whatever tactics doing for MAB. They have been in the kill fit for quite some time here. They got a huge number of eliminations already and nobody's spotting them just yet.
Yeah, MAB getting that prime spot, guarding, gatekeeping everybody, but Bart, he needs to help his teammate right now. Just to distract, at least Iron Pro get carried up and they can do a little bit of that reset, but eliminated already. Farang Lejund coming in close behind right after the brothers, but they are going to crash in. 2 already knocked out. That's a very good disciplinary act from Homebois. 1 by 1 goes down and flash. Back to lobby.
That minivan kills them all, honestly speaking, for Sam9. What a timing to use that minivan. It's just not the right one. GENEXUS, on the other hand, they got Homebois in their grasp right now. If they want to go for it, they can. That minivan is the slowest, yet the tankiest vehicle in there with 2000 HP. Can Snappy shoot it down? He tried to take down Bot. Tam, on the other hand, trying to run away, being the insurance for the team, but he seems to be stuck halfway with Loyu coming in from the front of him. There's no way out for Homebois. They're kind of being cornered right now.
A little bit of cat and dog, but still goes down. Sam has been cordoned off and we are waiting for Iron Pro and Bud to get themselves a support from the distance because GENEXUS is not leaving their high spot. They still have the vantage point. Loyu is still searching for more. He was spraying all the way now with the buggy down. Homebois is trying to cut him, but no, they are still not getting the shots in.
That is the minivan of them. Everybody got stuck with that minivan. Why did they park there? Homebois now, Iron Pro make a leeway, making sure he disengage, go for a longer rotation, going on for the northern side. By the meantime, it's quite vacant on this side, but they still can take GENEXUS head on if they want to.
Yeah, man, this is really taking like mine over mine, and because of that, they are using each same tactics, but it's just taking different positions. It was initially GENEXUS on top. Now Homebois taking over. Now there's no way for GENEXUS to come in. Come on, Iron Pro, it's time for you to pick. Where are you?
Oh, he's burning down, but definitely Loyu kind of showered with a lot of bullets. He has no clue where. It might be just maybe from afar, but right now, Snap and figure out where's Iron Pro, and he just misses. Loyu whiffed it. He lost another team member. Oh, GENEXUS, this is going down the drain. Iron Pro making a clutch against the whole team of GENEXUS.
What the? But Bill now going close with Iron Pro. He needs to reload. Who will get bust? But oh, Iron Pro way. He's back.
He's in for the win. But Geek fam, we're down to 2v2, v1, v3, v3. Now the one person will have to win this. It's gonna be Homebois. Quite a rough touch there, but damn it. Just gonna tap it out with a Mini 14. MAB got a lot of barricade with the minivan, also vehicle, but Snipes taking on Access, and they will be down with 3 elimination. We're down to 4.
And this is not looking good for MAB. They are being shot again from Iron Bro from the top. The eye in the sky, the eagle, I would say, of the Irons. But Zig says enough is enough. It's time for me to take over. Geek is trying to push in front. They are trying to get a different place, using probably the airdrop as a barricade, and it will restart right now.
Now, R2K been predicted by Keith before. The kind of delayed blessing, as we say, not tomorrow, might be today. As Geek fam, they always had it going, but it's just so hard for them to actually get to this state, I have to say, where they actually survived the top two. They make things quite a lot of right now. Damroot kind of empty out the clips just now. He reloaded his magazine, but at the same time, he's quite too far from the rest of Team 6 being finished off by the play zone, but Harm and also Echo 2v3. Geek fam, they can fan out and finish off straight away. No! Whoa! What a premium grenade! What? Wow!
That was from Snipes, right?
That was a winning grenade.
I think it was from Snipes.
That was insane! That Nate calculated the trajectory, the physics of it. It's just so perfect.
That's icing on the cake, bro. That's what we're talking about. Snipes, if I'm not mistaken, it might be Snipes, it might be Damroot, but whatever it is, Geek fam utilizing the terrains very well. Again, one of their very good maps is actually Miramar, and they did it. Wow.
They have been waiting for this time for such a long one. It's well worth it, and it was well deserved as well. Chicken dinner for Geek fam this time, as we just ended our third match of the day, sorry. And also, no matter who throws that nade just now, I have to say, that was Geek fams all the way.
Oh,
whatever it takes to win.
That's crazy. Engagement, he definitely know where they are, and plus R2K couldn't get into the circle. If only they had a vehicle, probably they would do a crash, but that was good timing, good intellect. They finish it fast.
You saw how the grenade bounces off at the right place at the right time. That was just insane timing, but we have to relive that moment for a bit. Let's watch the highlight, then we go back to our analyst kit.
PUBG Mobile cannot count down any more eventful than that was. 3 players left from Geek fam alive. 2 teams standing from the side of R2K. 2 nades thrown onto the side of R2K, and only 1 came out on top with a chicken dinner. My name is Keith. This is the PMPL MYSGPH Spring, and my God, was that one heck of a game. But first, before we get into it, we've got some of the offerings that I want you to know about. And that is the pink set here that's coming in called the Crimson Dancer set. Okay, it's one for the season of Ramadan, hence the Golden Moon edition here. Get yourself this permanent, again, emphasis on permanent, which means it's gonna be in your backpack forever. You can always flex the skin 10 years down the road, and it's a legendary quality outfit. Okay, so you're not gonna see this all too often, and they're giving it out for free. All you have to do is participate and redeem said award. Go over to Game Lobby, Event Center, and Open Sesame. And talking about which, in this religious month of Ramadan, you have to be religious with the game as well, because at every login, you stand a chance to get yourself something exclusive for the Golden Moon rewards, okay? Cumulative login during this event period gets you a Golden Moon avatar, avatar frame, permanent Ruby Fairy dress for free, and all you have to do is go onto the game lobby, event center, hot, go to total logins, and well, claim your rewards from there. It's a daily reward, I guess. And this is the Golden Moon event calendar in case, you know, you don't have too many events to look forward to this year. Well, this is one of them that you can add onto the list of excitement. Look at the days, look at the offerings. Those are the days in which you can claim said prizes, and so keep track on it. Make it as important as the meetings you will be encountering or the homework you're gonna have to pass on every single day here. Right now, the new Royal Pass, in case you haven't heard it enough from me or from the other analysts before, PUBG Mobile and Warframe, they're coming in with one heck of a collaboration here. Get yourself some of the alien skins and make sure that you're followed on all PUBG Mobile platforms for more announcements on this collaboration, because what you see is not all there is. There's so many more in this partnership program in which they're gonna, well, take you for a more interesting experience here in PUBG Mobile, actually adding sci-fi and aliens into the mix. I can only see this thing going onwards and upwards, and I'm here to receive in this very holy month as well. Golden Moon rewards, check that one out. That's a new one this week. Anyways, that match itself, pretty spectacular to say the least. Obviously, some moments it's a bit of a nail biter. Some you just want to kick yourself in the foot. I'm not calling up names here, but I think GENEXUS, what was that? Why would you lose the high ground, push down onto a cart for 2 members of Homebois, and then try to push up high ground against Iron Pro himself, and even with that shot, I just don't know. Like, there was no reason for the rest of the members to go push on down and give up that prime position. Iron Pro just went up and took the high ground. You hear the anger in my tone, because I'm kicking myself in the foot when all that was happening. But it's okay, it's all said and done. Hey, GENEXUS, you did good. Better than the previous one, though. Let's take a look at the match rankings. So, at number 1 spot, we do have Geek Fam again, as one of the casters mentioned. Miramar is one of their best maps. However, I'd like to think that Sanok's their best map. But I digress. 10 eliminations here, 15 points for the chicken dinner. That should tell you something about Geek Fam here, and I think it's about time that they start showing up again, because week 1 they were spectacular, pretty consistent. Week 2 a little bit under the radar. It comes in week 3 today, now showing signs of life here. 25 points in total. Coming in second, it's Homebois, and obviously Iron Pro should have the MVP if it comes on down to them, as he just clutched it all against the entirety of 3 members of GENEXUS per se. R2K came in close. I guess the curse from mine just trickled down a little bit. Maybe if I hadn't voted for them earlier on today, they could have had the chance for that chicken dinner. You know what they say? I don't know what they say. They actually didn't say anything about getting cursed. So let's move on from that one. MAB Esports coming in at 4th place here, 13 points. Axis in 5th, and GENEXUS total points only 9. Very, very unfortunate, because although they did bow out, I think like 3rd place or 4th, but GENEXUS, they just whiffed a lot of opportunities, which it's kind of detrimental to their stance here. And seeing that they ended up in at the 3rd position or 4th position, but only bring home 9 points is quite the disappointment, I would say so myself, for lack of the better words. Homebois Iron Pro, as I predicted, live and breathe. This guy just made it work for Homebois. 4 eliminations, 787 damage, nearly 40% team contribution. 28 meters, longest elimination distance. Obviously, he went in with the close quarter combat. 3.3 MVP points. And again, the numbers lie, because just looking at the raw statistics, it doesn't seem like he did a lot. But how those 4 kills are accumulated, that is what's impressive about Iron Pro. He just, out of 4 kills, 3 of them happened to be GENEXUS in a 1v3 situation. Sure, he had a high ground, but hey, GENEXUS gave up their high ground, so that one's on them. It's on them. Take a look at the weekly rankings so far. RSG, yes, they managed to accumulate themselves about 3 points. today from 122 when we started, now at 125. I'd be worried, yes. Yoodo Alliance 4 rival, now 124. Again, just straying away by 1 point. They dropped. RSG bumped their way ahead by 1 point from Yoodo Alliance 4 rivals previously. However, Yoodo Alliance 4 rivals wasn't playing. So I wouldn't be comfortable if I was them. Geek fam made their way now at the number 11 spot, just tickling towards the first pager here. Team Secret now has to step aside and move their way down into the 14th position. That's a huge jump down towards the lower end. R2K got up. Homebois as well found their way into recovery. However, not so much so just yet. But again, not counting the eggs before it hatch. This is only day number 3 of week number 3. And all those you see right now at the bottom still has a chance to go back up. Right. ALMGHTY, I think they are a bit more in dire situation than the rest of the other 3 members who's down in the bottom 4, because for the most part, the bottom 4 position right now, 3 of those emblems or logos or teams, they're kind of first-timers down in the bottom. But hey, let's not dwell into the bad things. Let's see how that chicken dinner was earned by the likes of Geek Fam itself. Let's take a look at a recap. Geek Fam getting the best flight path they could ever ask for, getting them close as possible onto El Pozo, which means more time for them to loot in their more familiar situation. Recognizing that the crater fields is within circle, they did have some sort of a split here. I believe they sent QB up on the high ground as we saw him trying to get to the very peak and without a buggy to do so, while 3 other members playing by the foot of Crater Fields itself, or at least the hilly sides of Crater Fields. And for the most part, they are planted over at El Pozo towards the last few circles, which means that pressure was not on their side. Teams would have to make a rotation in towards them. They don't have to put themselves in harm's way, and towards the end of it, they are probably the team with the most utilities, not having to dish out or use utilities prematurely, to put it in with lack of better words. And as you can see, it does circle onto Crater Fields towards the southern side, one hill to rule them all. And Geek Fam, they were within the area in which they had a bunch of teams they had to fight off. I believe they're the ones who take down the like of RSG, who's trying to make an entry into this circle, which, let's be honest, was not an easy thing to do. RSG, they're trailing by a cliff here, and there was only one way in, or they have to take the hard way down. And, well, they made the decisions, they chose what was best at the current point in time, and will suffer the fate itself. Geek Fam, again, blessed by the circle, still within compounds, and, well, they just played their game this entire day. All they had to do was be patient about things and actually take shot when necessary. Coming from the safe side here, they had to fend off Bosskur, and maybe was in the area. And look at that. Within the 3, already you see where the last 2, or at least the top 3 teams were, right? GENEXUS is in the area, Geek Fam was in the area. I believe Homebois makes a push up to the north side and actually found their way in as well. So things were going good for Geek Fam for the most part. I'm actually surprised Homebois survived it through it all. Meanwhile, take a look at his compound itself. Geek Fam positioning here within the compound, spread wide open. I'm sure they had eyes across. Rex got shot down by Damroot, I believe, trying to get into the vehicle. That was the last we ever heard of RSG in this run. Meanwhile, the rest of the teams, they had each other to worry about, which eventually will go down one after another. MAB had quite the squabbles with SMG themselves, so it was no easy feat for the teams coming out from this side who had to push their way into circle, right? Right now, if you look at the circle closure itself, only Geek Fam is within it. The rest of the teams would have to go through Bloodbath, and this was where I believe the highlight of the game took place, where GENEXUS on the high ground competed with Sam9, who was also trying to take that high ground here. They had quite the war with each other. Homebois actually came in and wiped off the likes of Sam9 as they're trying to make the rotation with the van downwards, while every other team on the western side had something to deal with. Eventually, GENEXUS threw the lead away, got wiped out by Homebois, but R2K was in the area to actually wipe out the last member of Homebois, turning things into a mono with the advantage going to the side of Geek Fam as they had 3 members up against 2. They turned it into a 3v2, if I'm being honest. Zeke's got shot from the back end and it became a 3v2 situation. But again, as I mentioned, Geek Fam being as though that they had the drop spot they wanted to and Circle just came towards them. They did not have to utilize too many utilities towards the end. They had grenades for days, but of course it took 2 to end the game and give them that winner chicken dinger. So congratulations to Geek Fam, definitely one deserving one. For that, any chicken dinner is well deserved because it doesn't matter how you get it. It just matters that you did get your chicken dinner. And speaking of which, I am going to get my 5-minute break before we get into the 4th match of the day. So until then, I'll see you in just about a bit. Bye-bye.
How's your family? Everybody's doing great. Oh, that's great. I heard you went on holiday. Oh, yeah. That's perfect. Yeah, that's awesome. I'm so happy for you, bro. Everything's fine. Ah, that's what...
One mistake means it's all over. PUBG Mobile Aftermath. Recall Tower gives you a second chance. Aftermath. Play with ease. Finding enemies is not easy. PUBG Mobile Aftermath. Audio markers show enemy whereabouts. Aftermath. Play with ease. Shooting accurately is not easy. PUBG Mobile Aftermath. AC Core Module improves firearm handling. Aftermath. Play with ease.
To be a champion, you must fail first. Stem 9 on fire.
There will always be setbacks, but you just have to bounce back harder. GENEXUS, be resilient.
From ordinary to extraordinary, there's a long way to cross. Whenever we lose our way, there's always a light that keeps us going. The light sparks from every young heart. It leads us to capture inspiration in ordinary days. It encourages us to seize the colors of sunrises after the darkest hours and create something amazing with it. We brought the magical color-changing effect to life thanks to a dual-layer chromic bonding process. Place the back cover under the light for just a moment, and you'll see it go from a calming blue to a passionate red, just like the color changing of the sky during sunrise. Presented by RealMe Design Studio. A tribute to those who dare to capture the light. Realme 9 Pro Series.
Wait, what? We're back? I thought I said 5 minutes. Well, time flies when you're having fun, apparently. Welcome back onto the PMPL MYSGPH Spring. My name is Keith here, back at it again, your host for the evening. And you are watching the spectacular tournament that is PUBG Mobile. So go over to the PUBG Mobile pages and give them a little like, give them a little follow, and give them a little bit of spam, actually a whole lot of spam, down in the comment section below of each and every live stream. But keep it clean though. Any toxicity, hey, I can't guarantee that comment's gonna be there. They've got pretty sharp moderators doing these things. So yeah, thank you PUBG Corporation, Tencent Games, and Lightspeed and Quantum Studios. Now let's take a look at some of the stats that happened in the previous game itself. Most throwables used. My God, Farang Legends finally get the feature they wanted. They've been suppressed for far too long. 2 weeks too long. And now they are coming out on top, the Eagles, with Adik Luke finally grazing the feature boards here. Number one with the most throwables used, which is kind of a peculiar award since this guy shoots like a king. Unfortunately, he hasn't been in the damage section just yet. Echo comes in with R2K at 14 throwables used, and Alayo, again, a Farang representative here in this board for the most throwables used. So 16 plus 14, you do the math, I think it's 30. I think it's 30, yes it is. So 30 throwables from Farang Esports themselves, Farang Legend Esports themselves. Pretty formidable, and I'd call them the rich kids right now, since they've got about 30 throwables to use. That's pretty greedy for the rest of the world. Yeah, but hey, this is a battle royale, it is survival. Hey, nobody is gonna get penalized for being greedy. It's part of the game. And take a look at the team summary between these two, the top two teams from the previous match itself. Could have swung either or. Actually, no, it was heavily sided on Geek Fam with the numbers advantage and utilities they have and a circle luck. 10 eliminations from them to the 5 of R2K. Damage dished out. 1,964 in Geek Fam. But the end result, they've got more than double of the kills for R2K. Actually, just double. It's no more. I was exaggerating. 1,073 for the damage dished out from R2K themselves. Time in the blue. R2K only spent about 17 seconds in the blue zone. Meanwhile, Geek Fam has got 1 minute and 50 in the blue zone. So despite being in El Pozo and despite the circle closing onto them, it seems like they've grazed the sun way too long. Or at least longer than R2K ever did and ever will be. This is the next Miramar map of the day with Group A finally sitting out. That means Geek Fam, congratulations to them, getting a chicken dinner, immediately calling it a break to count their blessings and lucky stars. R2K to join on with. So the top two teams from previous round will sit out from Miramar, which means top two giants gone for the count. Farang Legends and Clutch Guerilla too. All gone. All those who showed up on the feature boards besides Clutch Guerilla will be sitting out from this Miramar round, which means we have a lot more teams coming in, and that means KHI Esports now stepping foot into their first Miramar game of the day here. They had a chicken dinner in the previous one. They might just get a chicken dinner in this one, but my talent prediction for this round has got to be Yoodo Alliance 4 Rivals, because why not, right? Hey, they're back in the game. They saw what Dingoz failed to do at the very least. Didn't go very far, but that's all due to my curses as well. But R2K is one of the teams that they look forward to, or at least they resemble to in terms of firepowers alone. So Yoodo Alliance 4 Rivals, now that R2K is taking a break, they might just be the next one at it. But of course, I'm 100% wrong at a time, at least for today and previous days ago. Don't take my word for it. Take it with a grain of salt. And yeah, I'm just calculating probability at this point. But anyways, Miramar is coming in next. It is going to be the same game with different circles, different rotation, different teams in the roster right now. Casters, take it away.
Hello guys, and we are back, and I am your caster alongside with Choo Choo. I am Sis Jenny, of course. You are still watching Pro League MYSGPH, and we are down to the 4th game, which is in Miramar.
Yeah, but speaking of which, we won't have Civil War this time since both Farang and CLC will be sitting out for a bit. But we do question, can they keep their momentum when it comes to taking a break for a bit? Because that's what happened to RSG. The moment they got themselves that chicken, even though they got themselves that break, they have been steamrolling all the way. But speaking of which, this map, back about Miramar, but I have to say just now, Iron Pro, what a play, with also that minivan was the minivan of death. Every team in that compound just died with a minivan.
Yeah, but that's what you get when teams are a little bit under pressure. We did see we can sometimes, when you watch the game long enough, you can see some kind of communication is going on. So definitely that was a lot of chaotic. Sam Nai was in the picture, Homebois was quietly there. So I think GENEXUS being a third party was quite an ideal situation, but at the same time they didn't know how to get that composure back. Didn't realize there was one person from Homebois who was actually, waiting, and then he became the one that backstabbed everyone else.
Feels like we're waiting for a true love. That's what happened to Iron Pro. It was well worth it and well worth waiting. But it's going to be a different this time since we're not having Group A. Again, it's going to be Geek, Fam, R2K, Farang, and also CLC, Clutch, Guerilla. Crutch. Well, I'm saying crutching now. Clutch, Guerilla won't be playing. So we're looking over a different dynamic this time since one whole group is not playing. Will it be the same sort of circle? Will it be the same sort of flight path? That is a very similar flight path the entire week, if you ask me. But they ended up around Crater Field, but ended up this time in just on the outskirts of Valpozo. And we do see finally Geek Fam start to come back, and then now they're being forced to rest. It will be a different team since we talk about somebody's forgot to change his prediction.
Oh,
as promised at the 4th game.
Oh, I think because the teams maybe because information is everywhere. We are also getting the pressure by Iron Pro. But anyways, that was definitely the circle that we've seen many a times, and it really depends on who's faster, the timing, and how they can outcome or outsmart the other enemy and opposition along the way. But we can definitely see something different today on how they play. A lot of teams prefers to be in the perimeters instead of in the center and getting all these extra points.
Really, I can't get over how outmaneuvered GENEXUS were against one person of Iron Pro. That was one person of Iron Pro, by the way. GENEXUS, we've known them since like 2nd week. They were blazing guns all the way, and suddenly in the 3rd week, they kind of keep it low for a bit. Maybe because they're comfortable enough. They know they will make a spot in the playoff, and they will not be relegated as the team that actually in the very tough spot here at the bottom 4. I mentioned before, it's going to be ALMGHTY, Almighty. It's going to be MAB. Who else were there? SMG. Last but not least, KSI. So KSI having a good run this week. If they actually make it really good up to getting like 15 points for this week, a lot of team will be pushed down in the overall scoreboard when it comes to the accumulation of the bonus point.
Yep, I've already kind of seen how or what kind of teams would actually make their way into the top 16. And like what Choo Choo said, those are the teams that is worrying. That especially the teams that have not been performing, they have to perform right now. This is the time to do so. It is the time to do so. SMG, and if not, we have to be ready and say our farewells to them because we might not see them anymore.
Hey, we still have 2 more days to go.
Yeah.
Calm down. They still have a bit slither of hope there.
There's a lot of points, too. It's a lot of points, yeah.
I mean, like, as long as they secure themselves a top 10, which is kind of a far-fetched point, but within 2 days, anything can happen. We saw how RSG make it within just 2 days. They got, like, what, triple digit in within just 2 to 3 days. 2 days, to be exact. So it's not impossible for the teams that are down there to have their spirit being crushed down entirely. They still can make a play if they're desperate enough.
This is where we are going to see drop spots being crashed. This is the part where we can see all these desperate teams who decide to do a crash, and I'm just waiting for that to happen. Honestly, I'm just waiting for that to happen.
But the thing is, if they want to crash into somebody else's compound, they have too much to risk. We're talking about the final week here. One mistake can bring the entire team down, so is it really worth it?
Maybe, if they study enough. I mean, usually, they will drop into... Yes, they will go into one compound, but every player will have one particular compound. So if they bring the entire 4 players in, that's it.
Back towards Mirama again. But this time, we don't have A group playing. It's just going to be B, C, D, and E. Like Sis Jenny mentioned, and this fight is really skewed towards the one side only. This is not really a good sign, is it?
Yeah, going towards the south side, I would say. Yep, south side initially, I would say it's the kind of opposite of the previous flight route.
It's a similar flight route, but
it's just going the other way around. Yeah,
it's just after one station, they're just gonna pick people and drop again, and just gonna be a two-way all around. But the thing is, it's always about the circle. Will the circle be on top of Los Leones, or will it be again on the northern side? If it's another northern circle, it's going to be a bit of a problem for teams. Actually, especially I mentioned about ALMGHTY before.
Yeah, it's going to be quite hard for teams to rotate, especially if they are coming from the north side, like Coberia. For sure, like MAB, who might be residing their way there, and they are playing this round, so I don't know how they're gonna get there. In fact, KHI have already decided to go towards the north. That's the reason probably why they are alighting quite early, similarly to GENEXUS. They're trying to get into all the northern side, but we can see ALMGHTY comfortably landing in Shumasara.
Yep, Chimasera is one of the players, used to be one of the favorites of the circle, but will it be for this time? We do have Axis redONE dropping on Los Eagles. Now, this is quite unusual. Maybe Axis redONE really want to secure playing a bit more conservative, but will this be Impala Circle? Please let it be.
Whatever it is, I don't want La Bendita Circle, please.
Is it that bad?
I mean, it is just like a ditch. It's literally like a bowl, and all the teams that goes in will not go out, and the teams that it's on the outside will definitely try to do elimination points. So it's really hard for Lambadita kind of circle, especially if the circle is legitly right in the middle of Lambadita.
Team Secret taking on EVOS VIP. Martoy getting a first blood as well. Oh, that's a freebie for them, as they got themselves a lot of arsenals to work with straight from the start. They dropped. So EVOS VIP, they're already losing one man. They need to go for this engagement. It's not worth it for them to actually give too much commitment towards this fight. And speaking of which, we did notice about TABAH MC and also Axis redONE. I'm not sure if they're taking the same rotation here, as both of them are actually on the southern side. The only two teams going a bit later now. It's very unusual to see Axis redONE to do that. It kind of reflects their confidence in this league are dropping down.
Yep, and wow. Just as I speak about crashing on drop spots, but this is not about crashing this time. I think they are kind of cordoned off having to alight here. They need to get vehicles, just like what KHI is doing because of the flight route. So it kind of make it difficult for teams to rotate actually.
Feels bad for KHI. They thought they're going to be Northern Circle again since the flight path is almost very similar, but it's the reverse. So the circle will be the reverse than the last one. A bit of a longer rotation for the teams that actually favor on the northern side. But we're looking over some teams that happens to be clashing in the same drop spot. The only team that fought just now is going to be EVOS VIP and also none other than Team Secret. But always Snappy, the one going into the ball, just taking a couple of lead. He's having a hard time to climb up again. We saw how slippery it was. But GENEXUS is always going to be around the outskirts of opposing for them, so it's not really a problem for them to get into the circle later on.
But actually, the loot inside the bowl or the skate bowl, we can say, is amazing, you know, because I usually, I will go inside and I'll find myself an M4 a whole lot of times.
But it's a bit risky if there's more than one team there.
Of course.
So you're kind of stuck in there.
Yeah. And hopefully nobody crashes into GENEXUS, because at least if they crash into GENEXUS, they know where to find Snappy.
Yeah, that's kind of true. Every single time is always the same place, same time. Same time as well. Precisely, every single time. We hover around our camera around them. But this is your time to shine for you actually watching at home. Thank you so much for supporting this stream. And this is for you to get 20 gigabyte data of high speed and 20 gigabyte data of PUBG Mobile. 5 gigabyte data of high speed. Now, that's too much if 20 gigabyte of high speed data, isn't it?
25. You guys get 25, okay? Just get it now. Suddenly I'm getting angry, but no, I'm not.
Why?
I don't know.
Maybe you need to change to Yoodo. Or maybe at least get the song right, you know.
Yoodo.
No, it's not that. No.
Can I propose a different kind of song to them?
Please no. No, it just doesn't work like that.
I mean, it's PUBG. You gotta be angry and feisty. So like, Yoodo.
You have to be angry. You should calm. You should be calm when you're rotating, because you know that a lot of players, sometimes you did notice some of them are a bit panicky in making decisions, right? That's where everything gets wonky and didn't work out quite right. But MAB, they did a very good run last time. Now all they need to do is the same thing all over again when it comes to this Miramar. And if they did, they might actually have a shot at getting themselves in the playoff, or they might get relegated. That's it.
And I was thinking of a quick translation of about MAB. So it means malu apa bosku in Malay. If you translate that into English, it's why are you shy, boss?
Why is apa? So
Why?
what are you shying for?
Shying is not a verb.
I mean, like, we can put it. It's PUBG. You mentioned we can do anything with PUBG, right?
Yeah, but what?
You did an ape and gorilla dance, so why not? We do a new word when it comes to making a PUBG Mobile dictionary.
I'm shying right now.
I'm shy. You're shying right now. And you're shining right now.
Nah.
Oh.
The only thing that is shining is my nose. I'm getting the oil from Keith.
Sorry, kid. We have to just put your name in it.
Yeah.
Okay. Back towards the game we go. TABAH and C, they are actually rotating towards the right side. Now I'm surprised that they didn't actually bump into Exis redONE, who happens to be dropping on Los Higos earlier. So it just shows that they are rotating quite early. But EVOS VIP, again, they fought against Team Secret just now. And now another team with another T. This time it's going to be Team Huck taking this compound and try to capitalize on it.
I'm just hoping that they decided not to push in because they realize that the house is already open. Sometimes IGL do that, you know, when they realize that, oh, this house is looted, let's go. And it's kind of giving a breather for Razor. Yep, exactly so. So Team Huck, next time just check. Just keep on checking.
They are checking, but they will not stopping.
They didn't even go to level 2 because the doors are open.
It's not worth it. It's still the first phase. Yes, they might get an extra elimination points, but you might get surprised suddenly, so it's best to leave it be for a bit. But Team Huck, the moment they actually disengage, they're being fired by Dingoz from Los Leones all the way to downtown. Now that's quite a far distance for Dingoz. They got the vintage point. What a prime spot. What a wide field of view they can see.
And they have definitely improved quite a lot ever since last season. They were from Yoodo Alliance without the 4 rivals, and we can see an extensive gameplay at least for this season because of, I would say, the coach. It's a whole lot of the coach work, which is actually, what's his name again? Batman. Yeah.
I'm Batman. This guy's been shooting so sharp, just as sharp as Batman's jaw, I have to say. He used to be a model, by the way.
Yeah, I heard about that model part. But the only thing that is modeling right now is Ransky. He's caught in that minivan once more. Something about minivans, at least for today's game. But he's not firing anything back because of the angle. And he's trying to get away. He managed to get behind a rock. So trying to compose everything back. And I think Team Huck will come back with a fire.
Yeah, but if they can, they are on the lower ground. Ricky tried to go for the flank side. We saw the longer or further rotation done with the rest of the team. Tried to corner around Team Huck on every single angle possible. But Ate still not done yet. I'm worried about how much magazine he has left, how much clip he will still have to waste. But will this be Impala Circle? Because if it is, it's going to be a really challenging circle for these guys. It's multi-level terrain. Knows that some of them might be swimming, but the circle so far being covered every single team there is, and nobody's actually playing this quite too far into the blue, except for K-Shine.
Yeah, and I don't know why. There's a little bit of the waters, but nope, it's not going to go into the waters at all. Ricky's getting the shots in. He finally gets it registered with the help of a player from the top. Getting it cornered. Team Huck will lose 1 player by doing rotation. And that's really upsetting because they could have just gotten 1. And it could be a fair trade-off if he actually went in to find where Razor was and just immediately go off. So right now, they did not get anything.
I mean, like, they can't see as well as we do, so I don't blame them as well.
I mean, they should just go in the house. They legitimately did not went in further just because the doors is open. But then again, it's up to the IGL. I'm not going to judge anybody. So, free loots. Here we go.
Yeah, there's no point crying over spilled milk. What's done is done. All they can do is just moving forward. But this might just be a La Benita circle again.
Yeah.
As we witnessed the circle pops just now. But GENEXUS side, hopefully they are getting a good run this time, not being clutched by one person. Homebois meeting their neighbors here. Yoodo Line's 4 rivals having a new neighbor, but it's not that welcoming for them.
Ooh, nice shot though. He did not get any knocks from then. Pemburu managed to anchor one person, but he managed to move right on time. So they are about to push, and we're gonna see. Gonna get ugly for Yoodo Lions for rivals. You really always see when they push, they get it done. But you know what? Tam is already flanking out. Trix is from the outside. So it can be a backstab.
Wappy, what a nade just now. That's going to be the open that he's been waiting for. Voki going in. They got another one. Homebois really hitting it home this time. Trix coming a bit late. Too late, I must say. He's going for the bill. It's not going to save the rest of the team. It's going to be insurance for the team to make sure at least they got himself a placement. Another team passing by is going to be... being panned down, but that happy. Why?
I think try to save bullets, so at least he will just clear it off by penning. It's already been knocked anyway. But honestly, EVOS this round, I'm seeing them everywhere. They are disoriented in such a manner. Razor was somewhere outside, and now we can see Insomnus. He's not here for the loots, honestly. I think he's just going to do a little bit of scouting. Yes, he did see 2-3 vehicles, but just those information, it's not really vital of the position of where he is, because it's Los Leones. It's not going to be enough, and it's just a second circle. So I would suggest for him to go and loot, you know.
He's trying. He's being a good ninja, at least for Insomnus. Multiple times he's been not being spotted out by Team Hawk earlier, and then now another team which is going to be Exit's Red One. But for MAB, it's a different story. Sam9 taking on a KHI who's rotating very late. So they just actually walk into the safe zone. At the moment they actually appeared and picked out, they're being shot down entirely. So being gatekept for KHI. Sam9 making sure they deny the entrance of KHI from getting into the circle here.
But being cornered, Farang already know exactly where the location of Rankid is. It's not going to be looking good for Rankid at all, no. He's not going to get any revival. Farang will proceed with rotation, but he might just get a surprise visit or surprise stabs from Demigod.
Oh, we're going to wait the circle to pops again. But KHI, Sam9 is cornering them way advanced. 2 steps forward around Hacienda del Patron, but things might actually turning the event around with Team Secret might be butting in from behind. But look at around Junkyard. There's just so many teams. Same goes with La Bandita. We might having Minas Generalist circle, but they are still team playing it very safe. We're talking about EVOS VIP way down there and taking their own sweet time to get into the circle.
Yep, definitely. They are trying to find exactly where to be. Not exactly sure. Probably right now they're just gonna step up to loot. They were slowed down because of a few visitations earlier.
From Putra.
And yeah, just driving skills right now. I'm not sure if they know there's KHI right behind.
He is showcasing the minivan that's been kind of not working out for Mirama. Trying to show that the minivan might work in this match. But doesn't seem the case by Homebois. KHI down to just last 2 men. A heavy casualty as they kind of stuck getting in the circle. They can't get in no matter what. Look at how Sam9 been guarding this place.
Yeah, Sam9, the gatekeepers, of course. Nothing can, you know, it's not an easy entrance if you meet Sam9. They are the ones that have always tried to do the gatekeeping game first before anyone else. At least one of the OG teams, I would say. But here we go. We are seeing tappings across from GENEXUS to Team Secret. Yes, side shots got knocked. But it's not going to be the end. I'm not sure exactly what they're going to do, but I want to see this team crash to one another. It's like, hey, Biu, I'm Team Secret.
Oh, wow. That's a huge statement by the way of Feisty One. Spicy at that. But that was a long shot coming from Long with his sniper. And also, it's too far for them to finish it off or seal the deal there. So it's quite a distance. They definitely can actually revive the teammate. Not going to be a problem for Team Secret. But, ooh, AI shot going to give a bit of a pain just now. But he whiffed it. It was almost there. He shredded his helmet almost. He needs to get a replacement for that as well.
Yep, he can't pick and scope for so long because of that helmet. But we know that MAB is going to crash into Team Bosskur. MAB John's coming in first, but he's the first one to go down. Calamity, you can't be Clam, but you can't do that right now. You got to go and push. You can't revive your teammate. You know that's not going to happen. And grenades are being tossed in. It's not looking good for MAB. At least the entire support has to calm down, but he comes in within a prediction, and it's too late for them to come in right now. Moki.
MAB really shy, I can say, since they're not having a good time here, being rushed in by the rest of Bosskur, who happens to be there. So this is the boss they're shying from.
It was just not good timing. Probably
you
they
don't
were
get my
surprised.
joke now, huh? Please
no,
get my joke.
I got it.
Please acknowledge my joke sometimes, you know?
Sorry. But it's just the timing, guys. You did see that. It wasn't right. But Team Bosskur always together. And now Moki, you should know better. You should know better, bro. Now Ifta, you're left to breakfast all alone.
Yeah, he might just wait for Sahur next one since Iftar is not working quite right at this time. Thanks. But back to us, Team Hogax is trying to make a move on the outskirts of Lejund, on top of it actually, not really inside of a circle. Hey Noob just healing it up. And now they are getting themselves a bit of a reset, but Micah arrived. He will toss over the grenade onto that window. We'll be flushing out the rest of Team Hawk. That's going to be last member here, Zali, hoping to play the corner. How did it go? Oh, Micah looking over the wrong corner here, but still managed to finish off Solid. That's going to be one team eliminated, down to 15 with 0 elimination. Now, this is going to hurt them when it comes to overall rank. It's quite bad for the side of Team Hawk.
Yeah, but it was quite a quick flash, but we might see another quick flash here within SMG versus Team Secret, but ooh, Mantoy goes down first. Damn Cutie trying to finish up, and all of them is trying to push out. We're living with Mail and Damn Cutie. Jenny's coming in with the storm. He is just rushing in, doing high speeds. Fredo's coming in, still trying to do the CQC, but ooh, they got wiped.
And also there's a lot of vibes hovering over this compound. Hopefully Mal can make it on time. Jenny is losing health. Definitely will be rested here. Damn Cutie, and also Alnick Boy, they need to be saved. They're quite open here. We did see there's another team shooting against them and they cannot even be revived. EVOS have been staying down for quite some time. Now Sam9 will be obliterated by Insomnius, who's been the ninja all this while.
Insomnius trying to find the footings right this time, and Sam9, good grenade. Man Farang trying to toss in over, still cooking that grenade from Bravo, waiting for the steps to come in. Insomnius is just getting information, but Razor is the one who gets victimized by Man Farang. Another grenade, and you know what? Wiped out.
Holy smoke, I have to say, I didn't see that one coming, but for Bosskur, they just arrived. They want a bit of Sam9 on their side as well, but boy, oh, he needs to heal! Didn't have enough time, and Nuke, he needs to heal himself up first, then can only he be revived, or he can revive the rest of his teammate, but Sam9 will actually go for disengagement, going for inside of a circle first. They do know the 5th phase will hurt like hell. It's going to be 3% HP per second deducted, so they need to get in as soon as they can. But the moment they walk in, it's going to be TABAH MC firing. Manpa is down to Bravo here. We have RSG on the high ground as well.
RSG making their way in. Kim is being the first person. He's running in, rushing in, trying to corner and see. Oh my god, what's happening to Kim? Where is he?
He's just going to bail rest of the team in running. Running his life. Casually running with bare legs without any vehicles, and nobody spotted out from TABAH MC. Now that's a miracle ongoing.
That was scruff.
That was really bold come from Kim. He still managed to survive though, but what really happened was really baffling for us. Back towards RSG going in. Wow, there's a lot of really weird things happening with the car. The vehicles are twisting, but look! They shot down. There's so many open space here. Everybody can see through everything. As the play is quite open for everybody to see. Snappy taken down. I'm not sure by who, but apparently they are quite busy fighting the team behind them.
Oh yeah, definitely. I had a huge laugh about that. That's definitely funny, but I'm sure NC don't find that amusing, and they are currently cornered like what Chu is saying. SMG finally a prime spot for them to get all these farm kills, just waiting for the right time. They got the circle, nothing to worry about. RSG, come on in. Now this is the time where you rush in.
Yep, it's going to be La Benita Circle, by the way. This is where everything gets a bit wonky. Just on the northern side of La Benita, SMG getting the compound that can actually work with 4 walls to guard them. Now spraying over everything that moved up MC. The car will explode. Really close enough. Arnie didn't get the view, but the other side, GENEXUS might be actually taking it. But the same goes for RSG. 3 eyes on TABAH MC. There's no way out for them.
And of all people, it has to be Frankie. He is the fragger for NC. Now, RSG, with all the distractions that is happening, SMG is still not getting anything punctured towards any of the teams that was rotating. On the other hand, on the south side of La Bandida, we are seeing Dingoz composed in this compound. Axis is trying to think whether they're going to push, if it's worth it or not. But it seems like they were going to try and make use of these slopes. But Dingoz is not going to show themselves.
RSG, we have a lot of running movement for these guys. Came before, now Homebois from behind, but GENEXUS is being rushed in. Kim will finish off Long, and now Snappy and Bill is way too far. Now he found him. It's going to be the EM of Lung. GENEXUS is down to 2 men here. Can they hold on their grounds? Because there's so many eyes here. We're talking about the high grounds being taken by KHI. So there's one person of KHI. Demigod is on top of everybody else. While Dingoz still holding over this compound as well. 2 teams having compound to work with. One is SMG, another one is going to be Dingoz.
Yeah, but Axis jumper, you got to be careful because Demigod is being the god behind that heals. He can be the kingmaker, at least for Axis. Flanking out will not work probably, but Almighty coming into the middle of the circle but getting spotted by Ate, and Ate taking Moxie down. Virgil also being the second person from Damn Cutie. This is not looking good for Almighty getting that middle spot.
But for Dingoz, they try to stay quiet for a bit. Axis Red One is just across them. TABAH MC has been just firing and be fired upon, just retaliating whatever they can do to survive here. But still managed to take a couple of other teams out. But Dingoz, do they want to take the fight against Mike? And Mike is in the center of Dingoz. While he's trying to crouch it down, he managed to get to Nova. He's been burned out, barbecued. But what a nice Molotov!
And then
just really tough for Dingoz.
Ricky, you just burned your guys. You shouldn't have rushed together. I mean, this is like the second time you are seeing Dingoz burning their teammates one by one. We did see that earlier on in one of the first few weeks, but that's aside. Dingoz now being pushed by Axis Red One, but they are the ones who get clutched out just because of that Molotov.
That was really close of losing entire team. They did it last week as well, and they managed to survive. There is just something. That strategy works out if you burn your own team or even nade your own. Seems like they're actually trying in that kind of situation. Back towards RSG. Now, this is a running Kim we saw just now. He still survived that long, openly running without any buggy, casually doing that, and still here. Now, they got themselves this shack with a lot of haystacks to have covers on, but the moment another team rush in, it's going to be the end of it.
And now we are just seeing 6 teams with 13 players. And who is right smack in the middle of the circle? Nobody. Because everybody just wants to be the side party pooper. Everybody just want to get the perimeters. They're just going to get each other out, eliminate one by one. Damn QT already getting the sides of Frankie, but not getting it, at least a knock from the sides here. But SMG, good gameplay at least for this rotation.
This is really tough circle. It's such an open plane. Look at that. There's one shack of a haystacks. That's it. Nothing else. No other structures to work with. But for Homebois, he spotted out. This is going to be a big day for SMG. If they win this, they might just have got this in the bag. But the thing is, can they finish it off? Can they do the closing? They got 2 teams for free, but Dingoz on the other end have their eyes onto SMG as well.
Yep, they can utilize the slopes, I would say, but Dingoz is the one who is kind of disciplined right now. They have already opened up, but not to forget about Biu and Snappy, who will always like to come in at the last few minutes and try to butch in and being, trying to get everybody to get eliminated. But Mael will just, again, utilizing the slopes.
Here comes SMG trying to take out Dingoz. Now, these 2 teams might not win in TABAH and C. They can sit this quietly at first, but Mal didn't clip anything. The spray was beautiful, don't get me wrong, but it just didn't recall the right time for him. The barrel is so hard to control at this state with so much at stake here. We're looking over Dingoz fanning out, spreading out, making sure they got a wide coverage to work with, but SMG is trying to do the same thing as well.
Now that grenade, hopefully it registers, but it's a little bit too it landed in front, not get anything from DMQT, but they're definitely utilizing the slopes. Everybody is in the circle right now. They're just gonna wait for the next circle on which part it will close in. It could be an NC circle, but SMG is making the first contact, at least for NC is already trying to get one by one out. Frankie is already in the open, being the snakes in the weeds. So the circle is going to go GENEXUS.
3v3, v1v1. Now the ones are still sitting there as quiet as they can, but Dingoz and SMG. Dingoz, they got themselves in the playoff spot, but for SMG, they're really desperate enough for this. They need to make a play here. They need to start to move first and try to pick up the one player for each team of GENEXUS. Oh, never mind, GENEXUS picked them out back on his feet, Snappy, and also, if I'm not mistaken, BU is still there.
Yeah.
So SMG didn't spot out Frankie yet.
No, and that could be the snakes for SMG. Dingoz is trying to do a rotate, or at least trying to flank out, because GENEXUS has a good spot, but they only have one prop to play with, so they can't do pick and scope so much, even though they got the circle. So it's all up to SMG to do a push, but getting taps from GENEXUS, utilizing the only prop.
Ooh, they even got it! Kiddo is down! This is not great news. Dingoz had it going just now. They're down to 2 men. Definitely will finish off by SMG, but still they're under the nose of GENEXUS, who knocked him down. Everybody want a bit of Dingoz here. SMG widening up the horizon. Now Dingoz kind of stuck in between. Frankie slowly crouching down, and Proning being the snake for SMG. Now this is a bit of a problem for Mel. He didn't spot out Frankie yet.
Yeah, definitely the snakes and that grenade. Ay. But definitely information have already been given here. Mile definitely knows there's somebody on his, at least his 6th. But that grenade and the cooking, the timing is just on point. Frankie, the fragger, but he's being spotted by them. Cutie says, no, enough, it's enough. It's my time to shine for SMG. But Dingoz is still at the sides.
But still, they did a lot of damage for SMG, but Anik boy giving such a hard time for GENEXUS. Did not want. Now Dingoz taking on the advantage as well. GENEXUS being actually cornered by 2 teams at a time, but it's not done yet for SMG, as the grenade dropping right on top of their head, almost clipped the entire team if they're not careful. But GENEXUS have to bow down at third place with third elimination. We're down to 2v2.
And look at them, QT coming in from the sides. He already knows exactly the position of where Dingo players is. He's coming in. He's pushing it. He's going to cook a grenade. He will toss in. It's not a grenade. It's a Molotov. But damn QT trying to do a CQC. Come on, get ready with your armor. But from the distance, SMG, winner, chicken dinner. Finally, this is what they call when desperate kicks in.
15 elimination points with that chicken in to top it off with 30 points in total. This is a real boost coming up from SMG, and this is what they have been needed for quite some time. And it's just really insane. It was really fair enough for 2v2. Ended up with down to that Molotov and that grenade that wins them all.
Wow. Desperate measures calls for desperate actions, and this is where SMG finally stands up and congratulate each other. And honestly, it's all about when you want it, how bad you want it. Even if the circle is not on you, you can have it.
Oh, such an inspiring word coming up from Sis Jenny. For the other side of Jenny of this SMG.
I mean, I've got nothing to do with it, no affiliations at all. But we did see how it was hard for them to come into the circle, right? True.
Yep, that's true. From Jenny to Jenny, but what's important, how that the game of SMG Jenny got themselves their chicken dinner. We're going to leave the highlight for a bit before throwing out to Keith.
Yes, when push has come to shove, Team SMG showed up big time. Tired of the bottom, they say. After 2 weeks long, they rise up on top, doing pretty hot here in week number 3, day number 3 of the PMPL MYSGPH. Hey, what's going on? My name is Keith. I'm your host this evening, and I've got a lot to break down from that game set alone. But first, freebies for you guys to collect here. Talking about, of course, one for the Golden Moon event. It is Ramadan, in case you didn't already know. If you don't know the Malaysian culture, people fast right here at every year. They have a whole month dedicated for the religion itself. So, if you don't fast and you want some of the freebies going on your way, you can participate in this one too, right? Go over to PUBG Mobile right now and claim yourself some of these free permanent set. It's called the Crimson Dancer set. It is here for permanently. It's going to be in your bag forever. And it's a legendary quality outfit. So it's not any of these I don't know, Tom, Dick, and Harry outfits out there, which isn't going to strike the eyes, so go get yourself onto that. Also, the Golden Moon login, in which you will be rewarded for every single day you log in for this entire month of the Golden Moon event. Okay, log in every day, collect yourself a different prize every day, go over to Game Lobby, Event Center, go to Hot, and total logins. That is where you will redeem all said gifts right in front of your eyes for the taking here. And last but not least, in case you don't know what you're signing yourself up for, we have a calendar for you to keep in track, okay? It's not just for your busy meetings or studies anymore. You now know and which day gives you your prize, and, well, be religious about it and follow it through. In fact, I would say go a bit more greedy about it and follow from day 1 all the way to the end of May, May the 8th here. Collect every single one of it because it is essentially free, and if you're gonna let free things slip out of your hands, then my guy, you're gonna have to be more of an opportunist because those windows don't stay open forever. Now, that match previously we've seen. Unfortunately, I don't want to be this guy. I don't want to be the guy who bears the bad news, but GENEXUS, yet again, getting cucked in the process due to a minivan. I wonder what they're feeling about themselves right now. Hopefully they come on the interview later on at the end of the day after match number 5. But I can only hope. It doesn't mean they will show up unless you prompt them down in the comment section below. But nevertheless, still a good run for GENEXUS though, to be able to stay alive for that long. But of course, all eyes onto SMG as this team has been counted out for 2 weeks in a row now. Come in week number 3, looking spectacular, looking actually terrifying. And with a chicken dinner and that 15 points from the placement, I wonder where they are right now in the standings or rankings. Let's check it out. How much point did SMG bring back for themselves? It's a 30 pointers with 15 elimination, 15 placement point. That gives them a rounded out number of 30. They, I believe, was in the top 5 position. So this would most definitely put them up the charts a little bit here. I can't confidently say take over the top 2 spots because those are in the 100, the 120s. So a little bit of a far stretch, but I think they're getting very close. Meanwhile, Dingoz, the team I voted before, came in close yet again. 20 points this time around. GENEXUS at 3rd with 13 points in total. TABAH NC with Frankie still around. That, he did a lot of damage onto the side of SMG from actually minimizing their chances for the MVP. But yet here he is. Here they are. Here is Damn Kiri from Team SMG, 8 eliminations, 1,121 damage dished out, 4.5 MVP points, 35% team contribution here. So definitely more of a little edging it out by a couple of 5% maybe. It's a well-rounded team. They couldn't do it without each other by their sides, and they managed to make this one work. I mean, Team SMG, they went through hell to get that chicken dinner. It wasn't an easy one. They fought the likes of Team Secret and won that fight. They fought the entirety of Team Axis. It was not easy at all. I think so. So take a look at the points right now. Standing still, RSG at 133 points. Yoodo Alliance 4 Rivals at 131. But SMG creeping very close. 123, as I mentioned. They will not break into the top 2, but hey, right now in the top 3 position, it's feeling very feasible for that number 1 spot, and they sure as hell need it since they've had a terrible run for the first 2 weeks of the entire event. X is coming in 4th now, and the list goes down onto the 2nd draft here as MAB now join the ranks of the 2nd pager alongside Geek Fam, Team Secret, Dingoz, R2K. These names who has been dominating the entire scene for the first 2 weeks now falling a little bit short, which to a certain extent is kind of a balance patch. Why? That means the team for the overall, the chances to fight for the number 1 spot in the overall is just as plausible as everyone else and it's not going to be too far ahead. So maybe that bonus points wouldn't be too heavily on one side either. But enough about that. Let's see how that winner chicken dinner was earned by the side of Team SMG, who, by the way, dropped in between Impala and Puerto Paraiso in a very awkward split here, actually sending one person up to scout things out, and the rest follows after they were done looting. They made their rotation towards the northern south side of Los Leones, just in between La Bendita. They made it through La Bendita and actually found their comfortable spot over at Minas Generalis, in which they will play the rest of the game from this area itself, right? But however, they have crashed in a numerous amount of compounds. Team Secret was one of those teams in which they had to put up a fight against eventually towards as the game progresses. And for them to come out on top was a very impressive feat for them to do, because look at that, they're down in a bot. They're coming in from the south side here, but for some weird reason make the huge rotation towards the top and crashed onto Team Secret and actually won the likes of Team Secret. That is a risky move which not many would like to take. Look at that. So the GENEXUS, they had prime position down in the middle. The rest of the teams have things on their hands that they have to fight on for. Yoodo Alliance for Rival looking like the better half here as they held back the rest of the team of Homebois. SMG, they fought onto Team Secret. Then eventually when Team Secret crashed onto them, this was the moment, I believe. Dingoz now over towards the western side. Yeah, I'm still trying to get used to the compass direction here, in which they will put a stop against the likes of Axis, who is trying to push in. It was their only way of pushing in, seeing as though La Bendita has got the bowl that Sis Jenny have mentioned about, and it eventually transpired to the way it was. Although GENEXUS had prime spot in the middle, I don't think they had much cover to play around with. SMG found themselves a decent little compound they can hide in and dish damage from a safer route. I believe they've been going in with some third parties towards the last few circles. This is the moment where they gatekeep a lot of the teams on the outside. Look at that, NC, Magic's left behind as they try to make a push into the circle, losing a couple members at that, and SMG has got prime position towards NC, seeing as though the GENEXUS, now 2 members, they had the attention of TABAH NC, who got shot. And so SMG just fire ahead and rain on hell from where they were. GENEXUS, again, this is the point where the circle has closed on even more further in, and things got a little bit more dicey for these teams as they have to make the rotation. Dingoz looking like the possible victor coming out on top, as they had the compound, they had a little bit of a high ground to work around with, and it is open plains for most of the part. But because of this circle that actually forced Dingoz to make the first rotation out, and in like Sir Cloud has mentioned time and time again, in a standoff, the first team who makes a move is the ones who gets shot. And when that one member came down, that opened doors for SMG to push on forward and actually occupy their position behind Haybells. However, they did not realize that TABAH NC Frankie was still alive in the area, who did quite of a flank damage. I believe he took Mail out with a grenade, and then Anik Boy to follow on did some damage onto Anik Boy, not eliminating him completely. And GENEXUS, this is where he got onto a minivan, in which was the vice for them. It's what did it for them. It's what sealed the nail in the coffin for GENEXUS, as BB hopped onto the minivan, yet again got blown up by it. So one thing led to another, but SMG ultimately comes out on top. So congratulations to them. A much needed victory on the side of the team who's still moving under gunfire. And we are now down to the last match of the day here. Who is that chicken dinner, that final chicken dinner going to go to? Whose hands? Who will get to taste the final chicken dinner of the day? That one's happening next right now. We're taking a quick break. See you in just about a bit.
To be a champion, you must fail first. Stem 9 on fire.
There will always be setbacks, but you just have to bounce back harder. GENEXUS, be resilient.
From ordinary to extraordinary, there's a long way to cross. Whenever we lose our way, there's always a light that keeps us going. The light sparks from every young heart. It leads us to capture inspiration in ordinary days. It encourages us to seize the colors of sunrises after the darkest hours and create something amazing with it. We brought the magical color changing effect to life thanks to a dual layer chromic bonding process. Place the back cover under the light for just a moment and you'll see it go from a calming blue to a passionate red, just like the color changing of the sky during sunrise. Presented by RealMe Design Studio. a tribute to those who dared to capture the light. Realme 9 Pro Series.
Here we go. The final match of the day is just upon us here. Finally, going to close day number 3 and see where if the standings have changed even just a little bit. Although we all know that Yoodo Alliance 4 Rivals now has already overtaken RSG. So that's kind of a default factor. However, we still have got one game to set things back to where it was before for RSG if they can play this one out. Hey, what's going on? My name is Keith here. This is the PMPL MYSGPH Spring, brought to you by PUBG Corporation, Tencent Games, Lightspeed, and Quantum Studios. And my God, are we in for one hack of a match? Okay, so far, so many things has happened. The underdogs now stepping up. There are new, all the top fraggers or top teams who knows how to frag down in the bottom bracket. We saw R2K occupying the second pager. We saw Homebois down below. We saw Geek Fam now falling down below as well into the second page. So this could very well be the rise for the underdog because, well, guess what? KHI Esports also in the top 5 position this time around. Now, let's take a look at the most damage being dished out in that match alone previously. Surely it has to go to the side of ALMGHTY here from SMG. He did end up the MVP. 1,121 damage for this guy. And along right next to him is his brothers in arms, Anik Boy, also from Team SMG, 847 damage. Looking at the emblem they both hold, they are both the fraggers of the group anyways, regardless. So they're doing their job in such an exceptional manner that here they are coming out on top, pulling their weight in the last week for SMG to maybe bounce themselves back into the top 16. Surely, if they make it in the top 5 position this week, I think it's almost a certainty that might make it in the top 16. However, let's not take things for granted here. Meanwhile, Appy, Yoodo Alliance 4 rival, 697 from his scout is, well, it's him doing his job. We all know Appy's got a sharp eye, and that says across the entire roster of Yoodo Alliance 4 rivals. So for them to bow out a little bit earlier than usual is, I guess, it's a blunder, to say the least here. But it is Team SMG who towers above the rest. 2,512 damage in total as a group, 15 eliminations, and on top of that, a chicken dinner, bringing them with that 30 points. And meanwhile, second to that is Dingoz, the team who, again, one of the more aggressive one in the scene. And you can see how that translates onto the eliminations and damage. Actually, more like the damage that dished out, which was not equally rewarded with only 8 kills. So I wonder what happened to the rest. Should be probably just neutralizing shots, not really going in for the kill, and that might have cost them a hefty amount of points. And it is Bosskur who got the most results for the least required effort here at 7 kills. Now, take a look at the final match that we have entailed for us here. It is Erangel, Team ACDE will be playing. That means Group B, that is Team Secret, Sem9, GENEXUS, and Homebois, who, for lack of a better word, has not really had so much so of a standoff moment. GENEXUS, however, did have quite of a shining moment, but also a blunder when they tried to push onto Iron Pro in that 1v3 situation. So I say they're all nullified. All compliments and well, downturns will cancel each other out because that's how math works. But I'm bad at math, and that's why I'm about to lose again in this prediction. Going to predict it wrong. And it's going to be Axis redONE, Axis Esports, whichever you're familiar with. Boys in blue again, going with the comfortable pick because I feel any team in the top 4 position, but I feel that they might have dropped down a little bit. Well, we got to refresh my memory now because I know SMG is in 3rd place. But regardless, whatever it is, points margins are not too far apart and they have a chance to jump back up into the boys in blue here. So without further ado, casters, take this last map away from me.
Thank you so much, Keith. Apparently, he doesn't want any jersey with the last prediction. This is Jenny. How are you feeling?
I'm fine. Well, it's more for me.
We're down finally to our final match of the day, which is going to be day 3 of week number 3. But before we going into the game, none other than Realme GT2 Pro, we have to thank them because without them, these guys are not shooting as quite accurately all right now. They are the tech trendsetter. You saw the double dichrome Realme just now, and it was really mesmerizing. Also, these are, like Realme GT2 Pro is the one that actually partnered up with PUBG Mobile to actually take out the talent's potential to the fullest with high-class products.
Yep, second that totally. And without a line, you can't use the phone, so you just get to see it. So why not switch to Yoodo when they are giving you 5 extra gigabyte of high-speed data if you switch it now, and on top of that, if you're using it for PUBG Mobile, you're gonna get extra 20 gigabyte as total.
Yeah, we can play forever with 20 gigabyte, and also we do know that mobile games don't take that much of a data as well. So if it's a patch is quite big, you still can download it freely anywhere and everywhere you go. Because we do know with a lot of the latest patch 1.9 is a huge upgrade as well. And speaking of upgrade, we do have teams that not be playing Group B, which is a group of death. Will not be playing. So GENEXUS losing their momentum for today, and also don't have any chance to actually push up their ranks even further for day number 3 here, including Team Secret, also Homebois and Sam9. But we do have the other teams still in the play.
Yeah, it's funny because over in BM they call that group as the group of viewership.
That's true as well.
So it is the dev and viewership. I don't really like the chemistry, but okay. So viewers like dev. No.
They are the most popular for the group, definitely with the most viewership in there. And also, even though they are the most viewership, but they didn't portray that much when it comes to today's performance. Most of it gonna be like what? We did saw a lot of Farang and CLC clutching quite a lot of numbers. SMG got themselves a chicken just now, and that's what they needed, a bit of a push. But question is, can they, keep their momentum going for this last match, because they do really desperate enough need the points.
Yeah, true. I mean, I agree on that, Chuchu. Especially SMG, they need to keep the momentum to get that points rising up a little bit. At least end the day with a cherry on top, at least. But this is the one that I'm excited for, which is the map, my favorite map. Erangel.
Again we go as the OG speaks, and we're gonna see the circle though, because I haven't got myself the bridge circle yet. We did see a lot of Sonos coming through base, but never ended up at the new platform around the bridge of Erangel. We do want to see a fight there, but let's not waste any more time. We walk into the last map of today, back to Erangel.
Erangel, bridge. Give Chuchu her bridge. But honestly, have you tried playing at the bridge?
I don't want to.
You can be a pedestrian now,
I don't want to.
I used to when I play in the squad, of course, not playing professionally, just play classics, and I will hide behind the pillar and I'm like, boom! to my teammate.
That's why I don't play it.
Just for fun.
My heart can't take it.
It's fine.
I can't get scary jumps.
The bridge is you can literally walk and play with your emotes.
It's a nice view though, I could say. It feels very romantic if you have a couple that stand at the bridge, but it's not fun with people shooting at you freely. But this flight path is a bit of a problem if the circle ended up in the other way, because it's quite skewed to its on the left side, which on the west of the map. If the circle ended up on the right side, which is going to be on the eastern, it's going to be a bit of a problem for some teams to actually go there.
I was listening to Sir Cloud and Tesh Bunny cast, I think a few days ago, and Tesh kind of predicted the circle to be in Zarki. And you and I know it will never go to Zarki, but
maybe
if it goes to Zarki and if the picnic is still there, that is so cool. Remember the picnic?
I mean, if it's Zarki, it's not even in the map anymore for the first circle. You know how hard it is to get there.
Hard.
Might as well just say it's Kamishki as well. We did see a couple of Stalbo. It's a Verni and shooting range still inside of it, but usually it's just the first circle. It never ended up there.
I mean, if it does, it'll be new to all these teams.
Well, at least we get to see a common circle. Might be at the junction of a Medusa intersection again. Because we saw that earlier today, just on the outskirts of Mansion. We might see a bit more towards the farm, hopefully. But if it's there, Team Hawk probably going to get the highest advantage. RSG saying hi and goodbye to Ranked. Wee-hee!
Woohoo! Well, at least we're not seeing Kim running on his feet.
Again. It was really fast, by the way.
Please do a meme on that. I know it was a glitch, but it's so funny. Please, PUBG, please. I want to see that. Yeah.
With
it's
that kind of sound, sound effect.
Here we go.
Casually.
I'm addicted too.
I'm addicted too. K-Shy. Now, okay. I just want to compliment them, but never mind that. Things get a bit feisty and a bit party for them with that vehicle. But the thing is, KHI did quite a good run this week. I have to agree on that because they have been studying quite a lot when it comes to rotation of the other teams.
Yeah, and where is Kido going? Hey Kido, you sure you want to be there? There's already Moxie with well-equipped weapons. You gotta be ready, man. This is not the group of death, but this is the death of you.
But it might be something for
Come on,
Almighty.
Moxie, turn.
His teammates quite nearby.
Ah, come on, Moxie.
No!
Oh!
A reflex coming out from
Nice.
Moxie. You counted that wrong. You have to believe in Almighty.
Salah. Wrong room. Oh, wrong.
Hey, at least he knocked him down
Yeah.
first.
But
Still
that's
got
nice.
first aid, but he's not using it. He's saving up using bandits only, but maybe he will pen him out.
Carry him, Moxie. Carry.
No.
Oh, he's angry. Nah.
That's a lot of respect.
Yeah. Initially, I did see one of the fights. Dingoz was carrying Team Secret. And I was like, where is he bringing this guy? So just gonna
This is
punch
our
him
meal
out.
for today. This is our chicken. Let's feast on him. But that's why they're being cannibal now, huh?
But Moxie's like, nah, get out of my way.
But hey, you didn't believe in him. He got himself a first blood, but it was well worth it for Almighty. They need every point. This should be treated like a dime. They're really at the bottom of every bottom right now. I'm talking about even overall score, but last week they didn't work out quite right. Now this is the week they need to jump up when it comes to overall bonus ranking. If they didn't do that, I hate to say it, but it might get relegated.
Yeah, but sometimes some of these teams, they are kind of tired, you know, they just overutilize every energy of things. So definitely of their presence to be in the tournament, even if let's say they really don't make it, I think they kind of sacrifice quite a bit. Coming from Singapore, I think I kind of understand, you know, how they have to manage and stuff, but definitely they went through quite a long way at least.
Yeah, definitely came a long way to scan for Yoodo, because they will change it to Yoodo after this, and they will get a high-speed data for 5 GB and 20 GB for free of PUBG Mobile. If you guys can scan that, salute you, because this was pretty brief and pretty fast. Speaking of Almighty, we do want to see more of them, honestly speaking. I can see the progress coming up from the Singaporean teams is quite tremendous, but it's just... I wish we can get like one day more slots for the Philippines and Singaporeans. There's so more chances for them to actually explore about the PMPL next season.
Yeah, hopefully that happens. The last thing we want is another country. Then you'll be like MYSGPH IDTH.
I don't think Indonesia. Maybe Brunei. Maybe Brunei.
BR. Okay, let's try
BR.
that. MYSGPH
I mean, like, we need a shorter name for that. That's a bit of a mouthful. Even right now, it's really hard for us to actually pronounce every single letter that is in the tournament. But back about MAB, they got themselves really close in the last match. Now, they really need it just as much as us, Almighty and also SMG needed it. But SMG, they got themselves quite a number at third place for now for the overall rankings when it comes to comparing with this group. Not included for B.
Yeah. True. But SMG, they definitely want it very bad. We could see how they struggle to come into the circle earlier. So they can still do it right now if they want it. They have the momentum. Come on, you just got a chicken. So I'm definitely wanting to see them in the top 5 at least, or get themselves another chicken dinner. It's still possible.
Yeah, we've seen that before with RSG.
Yeah.
They got a hat-trick last time. It's not impossible for another team to do it. So we did see X's, but not back-to-back, but still managed to secure a hat-trick. For Almighty, Jerome and Moxie got themselves a good loot just now with 1 elimination points, but nothing more than just the first clash. So basically, this is the quiet before the storm. Until the third phase, usually they will start to move, and the fourth phase, the Great Migration happens. That's where half of the team will be wiped out. It'll be left with only 18 when it comes to the sixth phase.
And here we go, we're looking into SMG. Anik Boy just looting away with a DP and M4. Guns of choice are pretty much feisty. It's all about blood, and blood. I think as a fragger, I think that's definitely a good gun for him to get an early wipe out. And in fact, his teammate is already carrying an M2, what is this gun? M6, M7, M2. I don't know, but I know it's a machine gun.
Yeah, that's pretty much summarized it all. It's easier to say the submachine gun or the machine guns, but watch Guerilla facing EVR2K, Izane. No, they're not gonna meet yet. You know, there's so many players that are having very similar faces. Yeah, I'm talking about feels like they're twins. Including Echo. If you notice from R2K, Echo, his face looks very close, like one of the Indonesian players back there, very close to Jaxi. They have sort of a baby face.
Yeah.
And I used to be very close with them. We sort of tried to find a ghost back then in China. Or even in Indonesia back then, but we didn't find any.
Oh, look at how they bark. So cute.
It's very... how do I say? Very civilized park.
Yeah, they're like, okay, 1, 2, 3, let's go.
But
it's
imagine
nice.
if they want to get out at the
Yeah.
same time. That's going to be really hectic though.
But probably this is the kind of disciplinary acts that they have been training so far for all of these professional players. They train and train from day to night, from night to day.
How to park, you mean?
A lot of things.
I thought we were emphasizing about the park, so they've been training day and night how to park the car.
But parking is actually one of the key
That's
things.
true.
Yeah, right? I mean, you should know that too.
Yeah, definitely.
I learned it from you.
But I mean, like, if you park 3 buggies side by side, definitely somebody knows inside of it, the compound, somebody's there. Unless if you actually park it quite segregatedly, then even in the compound, there might be chances people walk into your compound and take a bait on it. But the circle, again, feels very the same like today.
Yay. I kind of like the circle. It's like the OG circles where all these teams, you know, they practice a lot of times and it always ends up around these particular areas. But it really depends on who gets onto who first. And it seems there's going to be quite a cluster coming into the farm area. We can see NC, R2K and EVOS. Everybody is down there. I'm sure they have seen one another.
Ooh.
And that's exactly where the circle will be.
Will we be ended up in Pochinki? If we actually ended up in Pochinki now, that's going to be interesting.
Oh, man.
And it's going to be good for CLC because that's their compound to work with. Unless if they're actually playing Yo-Yo and they try to get back their compound and they laugh, a bit of a problem. Bosskur visited by Yoodo Lines 4 rivals is coming up from behind really close, tie to tie and then tail to tail. But they're going in for the kill as well for Yoodo Lines. Bosskur, are they making a big U-turn or take up the challenge or going for disengage?
Probably just warning sprays, and I think Farang is also trying to strike something here, but Geek Fam has opened up a little bit, and I'm seeing a buggy on the 10. We're just getting warning shots ahead. Nobody's going down first, but vantage point definitely goes to Geek Fam.
But Farang playing along with the compound right now. The structure's kind of blocked out the vision coming out from Geek Fam. That's really wise coming out from redONE. He spotted out the buggy. Not sure if he want to blow it up or not. But redONE tried to give out information for the rest of the team. Farang quite far apart. I did heal himself up, but only a get on the flank side. So they kind of widening out the spread coming out from the Farang, making sure they can actually get all the views as much as they can. But will it be another team coming in? That's a bigger question. If a third party coming in, there's a bit of a problem.
It's quite early to spread out in such an open area, even though how pro you are. They definitely need to think of plan B. Where Ade is super vulnerable. I can already imagine R2K being behind them. He's going to be the first victim out. They've got to crash into the compound. They got to come in, and Geek Fam has to anticipate this or disengage.
Well, lucky enough, I did heard your yelling and your screaming inside his ears right now.
Hi.
Definitely he moved straight away into the compound. Sane. Cooking up the net as long as he can, but Farang is doing the same thing as well. Look at Adik and also saying who got who first. Oh! What a net from himself! Oh no, Sane! That was just bad cooking time too long.
It was like, I think he got confused with the sounds at the same time. They were both cooking at the same time. Now this is going to be a backstep indeed for Geek Fam. But looking into the game instincts of how Adik kind of, he parked and immediately he knew someone was behind. That is the kind of skill sets you're seeing that is being displayed here. But now Geek Fam is also giving a good display set and already taking the cues from the IGL saying that, you know what, we got to disengage, we got to go back. We need to get points.
Yeah, it was a huge mistake that shouldn't have been done in the Geek Fam side in the first place. He overcooked more than 7 seconds just now. He didn't calculate. He miscalculated the timing. Should have tossed it. Whether it hit or not is a different story. But KHI tried to get on the high compound and trying to do a bit of a climbing. H2R finally, there you go. Looking at H2R is playing this time. But nothing is there for KHI. It's very quiet. They can take their own sweet time. KHI, I'm loving the fact that they're not taking things too aggressively like before. In the week 1, they just crashing into everybody else's compound. But another question is, will this be a Pochinki circle?
And it seems like, I think if it is going towards Pochinki side, look at Dingoz. They are happily there already. Alone.
Oh, no.
A whole lot of teams will rotate towards them.
But it's CLC compounds. Clutch Guerilla should have got this in their hands. Farang is approaching, coming up from the northern side. We don't have any team in the blue this time. Most of the teams are actually inside of a circle. Oh, we have an urban warfare, but chances are it's going to be a hard shift towards the northern side. Again, we've seen the outskirts of Ruin Circle. This might be it as well.
And Dingoz can just gatekeep. This is the time where they can open up, like what we always see them doing, opening up, but a lot of teams will do a whole lot of rotations. Yes, Clutch Guerilla left the compound, trying to take the higher ground, similarly to what SMG is trying to do. They're trying to get their last minute loots at the same time. Just seeing a lot of smokes happening. They're trying to anticipate on what's going to happen, but interception is about to happen with Yoodo Alliance and Axis Red 1.
Feels like everybody's panicking. The moment they saw the circle pop just now, Axis Red 1 tried to shoot on towards Yoodo Alliance. 4 rivals who's trying to migrate, and they just pop right in the center of everything with nothing to cover. Oh, this is bad news for Yoodo Alliance. 4 rivals, he doesn't have anywhere to go for Apel. The rest of the teammate will build this one now. It's not worth it to save him. All the entirety will go down. But what a nice shot and spray coming from Axis Red 1.
I think that was a miscomm, definitely. He didn't want to stop there, but probably a lot of communication was happening. Like, there's people here, so he's not sure whether he wants to stay or not. But you know what? He has to go down to the lobby first. So this is what happens when too much information is coming in at the same time. Not really sure what's going on the comms, but definitely he was not supposed to be there.
I think they were trying to just pass by, but it hit too much on the vehicle, almost exploded. He was forced to jump down, like it or not. That's what's the case usually in this kind of situation. But MAB parked themselves also as a neighbor of CLC and also Dingoz inside of Pachinki. It's going to be a really tough fight here with so many buildings to take cover. But we do have a couple of players on the outskirts, the outside of Pachinki, at the edge of it. Funky giving such a pressure to his Geek fam.
Yep, and it is Funky who's discovered about Geek Fam's escape from Lejund.
Oh wait.
Oh, whoa, 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 whoa.
Funky, are you okay?
I think he wanted to do a hit, or a hit. I don't know. This is not football, Funky.
He literally spare Elba the grenade toss, the smoke grenade toss onto his head. But Appy taking on Axis Red 1. That's going to be retaliating on the side of Axis, but never mind. The IGL has been taken down. Forest, the last person remaining. Is it the entire team obliterated? Yoodo Alliance, what really happened?
I think it was a third-party affair. There was shots coming from Lejund, but final shots came from Axis Red 1, so definitely was assisted, even though they were in the best of their abilities in the open. But now SMG coming into the party, and you know what? Farang Lejund is just smelling at the corners.
And they're exchanging fires right now between SMG and also Farang. But look at how populated Pachinki is. So many colors of team taken inside of the building. And we do have the abandoned church as well. Almighty taking out around that area. But RSG is quite far apart. I'm not sure what really happened. They're fending out quite thin there. But for R2K, they're still not inside of a circle. They're trying to take around the outskirts of Ruin, which only Dingoz is there. So they're not contested at all. A clear day for Dingoz.
I'm sure they're doing emotes right now. But it's okay. We don't want to see that. We're going to see Virgil, who's getting all the bird's eye view of nothing, even though he's up there, because teams are quite composed in their own compounds. Sprays are being heard here. Adik Luke getting Faris first. Again, this is the team that is being in the open, so they have their eyes on each other. But right now, MAB John have already spotted Clutch Guerilla coming in.
This is John Wick who's picking. So he definitely knows where to see. He wants to shoot the tires so bad. But tempted to do so, but we're looking over EVOS joining in the party as well. Farang Rapper Boy took out the shots. Oh, gonna cook up the nade. Not too long now. Be careful, boy. And Rapper Boy trying to actually play around today, abusing it, while the rest of Farang shooting out from behind. Can he clutch this one with Olio taking out Samsi first? It's gonna be EVOS really stuck in the rut with Farang already more than prepared to take this fight.
Wow, amazing covers here. We are seeing, and that grenade definitely wiped out Samzi. Rapper Boy chasing away using all the bravery. He's the only one coming up, and Olio's giving that back support. Oh, Rapper Boy still throwing the troubles. They are able to take this down when it's time to push in. They have to push in right now because SMG is coming in a third party.
Such a problem, such a hindrance. Rapper Boy making sure EVOS couldn't move. SMG start to take part as well with Farang. Kind of stuck in between here. If they're done with this fight, they have one more to go. SMG taking out EVOS VIP as well. Kick fans start to fight against SMG. R2K starting against TABAH, but EVOS only have smokes to work with, but Farang They cannot move with Mile coming up from SMG, helping them in the process.
But third parties come into play. Bosskur, knock on the door. Adik looks is home, and you know what? Olio, what? This is crazy. A lot of teams is crashing into this compound suddenly, and they still need to gut every sides of it. But Bosskur, Ainayoki is trying to get his team to calm down to do a reset, but already 2 is down. Adeluk is still searching for Ainayoki, can hear the footsteps, but not getting it.
I want to save Psycho so bad, but look at Farang. Adeluk is waiting for the next grenade here. Definitely there's no way out for Bosskur. Psycho, I love his eyebrows so much, but at the same time it's not helping the state. While RSG passing run and gun. Team Hug just gonna do you know what? R2K is also in between. There's just too many fights happening in every corner of the angle possible.
Oh my god, there's a lot of crashing on the other side, but there is rotations happening here, trying to get Dingoz to stop doing the emotes. Dingoz is not participating at all right now. Farang has all the corners closed, and Geek Fam is going to focus on SMG. The battle is still on between Bosskur and Farang. Ade is still in his house trying to locate exactly where the players are, and he is trying to get all the corners, but I think he's going to choose something. It's going to be a trick here.
Yep, but also KHR from afar, they're actually being knocked down by the side of X's redONE. Now that's questionable. Did they actually try to shoot from afar and giving away the information freely for the openers? Now H2R might be spotted out by a Farang Adik, but he tried to shoot it down, but it's not just sitting quietly. Adik really wants to just open the trigger, but X's just making it really, really hard for KHI. Based on the terrain, he's just abusing the small hill, playing around the slopes. Look at the grenades being tossed by KHI. It's way too much for the side of X's redONE to handle.
Oh, look at that beautiful grenade tossed in by all the KHI players. And X's redONE not looking good at all. Faris is down, leaving only with Hey Noob alone, trying to do the revival. What is going to happen?
H2R really low on health. Farang taking on Bosskur. They didn't actually have their views on it. If they actually do, it's a bit of a problem for both teams. They might get wiped out by the team which going to do the housekeeping from afar. But Homebois still have their own sweet time to toss over the net with Dingoz behind breathing their necks, and Team Hug as well. Homebois are actually focused on Team Hug instead of X's redONE, trying to nitpick every fight possible and just kind of punished with his greediness just now.
But check it out, how X's redONE just decided to reposition themselves, and they are surviving it well. But Bosskur already getting eliminated, conquered by Farang Lejund, and still the fight, the heat is still in for KHI, and X's redONE, how in the world they survive?
That's kind of true. Because of Team Hug, they kind of separated. KHI being diverted into the attention towards Team Hug. Bit of a bumper car moment. Now they need to get into the circle as fast as they can. There's not much time left. And the circle shrinks in. The blue gonna kill them. But for the side of SMG versus Farang, it's not done yet. Geek Fam is there as well. Clutch is hovering around this for the longest time ever.
But now the cameras is turning back towards Farang Lejund versus SMG. A whole lot of teams is visiting here. SMG is being cornered and getting another clutch. Wow, Farang Lejund, 11 elimination points.
Now that's going to be the longest fight again between those two teams, SMG, but KHI. Demigod playing the healing game. Take out the buggy and not going to save the rest of the teammate. But look at Farang. They just casually shoot. Even eliminated one more team here. I have to say, Farang is on the very, very steaming roll right now.
Oh, Keep's gonna regret this, man. But anyways, let's focus on RSG versus ALMGHTY, the people in the church who will go down first. And it's not going to be the best place, but ALMGHTY has been here first. RSG is pushing them really bad. And living only with one. Come on! One more needs to come and fight. They are still outside. RSG is pushing in with great force. But Nasty is gonna keep calm outside.
And that's not done yet. Look at how many teams coming over this abandoned church, by the way. We're not done with the circle, also closing even further, shrinking so much. We're talking about Geek Fam versus Farang right now. Farang has not even a second to breathe or relax. After one fight to the other, and they got double-digit elimination so far, but Olio just trying to hold on with the smoke. But the moment the smoke dissipates, it's going to be a big problem for them. But look at Damroot stabbing in from the back.
And his trigger discipline, he knows exactly where the players is. He's just keeping information. He knows he's outnumbered. He's waiting for the right timing to come in. Already getting that information. He knows that his teammate is engaging, but RSG came taking the entire MAB who was trying to climb up the hills. Now pushing into the other team, which is Clutch Guerilla. But you know what? RSG not finished with Almighty.
Yeah, we haven't seen Dingoz, by the way.
Oh, yeah.
We haven't seen Dingoz showing up at all. As CLC still taking a fight against RSG, they are quite spread out. RSG formed into two different parts. It's going to be 2-2 formation for them. One CLC being covered and pressured by Homebois and Kim. Looking overlooked, and the rest of the team trying to go for what's in front of them. Almighty still survive, but there's R2K right beneath them. And not just that, we still have one more team around the corner.
They can't do anything. They don't have information. All that they can do. But RSG is coming from the back, helping out Almighty in a sense. Jerome is just listening to the steps, not exactly sure exactly where the information is, and he is just going to be snakes here. That's the only thing that they can do.
Oh, this abandoned church will be abandoned for sure, but Jerome, he needs to stand, but he needs to throw nasty. Still hoping to finish up with one more elimination point with Luke and Homebois on the ground, but there's another nade dropping out. Kim taking on CLC, but nobody's taking aim on Nasty. Now Home is coming in. Now nobody actually spotted out Nasty yet.
Nasty is in the middle, but now he's down on the ground, still already getting wiped out. R2K, I don't know. Almighty was in the middle of everyone with RSG, not everyone, but RSG and R2K. Now the battle still starts with back to Lejund.
Farang with the Moose man, with Moose eliminations, 16 eliminations. One of the highest by the performance by far. It's going to be 4v1v3. This is a very good opportunity for them to actually win. They cannot botch this. No matter what they do, they can never botch this. Now RSG plays himself at 4th with 8 elimination. We're looking over Izane, spraying over, but he got retaliated. That punishment straight in the face.
Yes, and that's definitely a cover fire indeed for Helton, covering and guarding his teammates. 4 of them is still up. Geek fam, Snipes is right in front of Ade, and Ade is trying to scout, looking for Snipes, but Boy doing already a flanking. This is definitely a standoff between R2K and Farang Lejund.
But R2K have one man knocked down. This is the problem with R2K. They cannot move forward. Boy see everything in a sweet straight line. All he needs to do is just spray. Now Boy stands. He just needs to move forward a bit more. He doesn't have any more utilities to actually toss around. But Adil making sure that's covered. This is just perfect view for Farang. There's nothing can go wrong at this point.
They just gotta push right now, and they can just win this chicken dinner because they are trying to revive their teammates, but they're quite a distance away, and they're trying to wipe out one another. Ziggs is just there. One more shot to go, and this is what the heck? Conqueror, this is the first time I'm seeing that. Winner, chicken dinner from Farang Legends.
With a Conqueror, 20 elimination points. My god, that is a crazy, insane number of elimination. 20 plus 15, that's going to be 35 in total. What a finish, what a bang finisher by Farang.
Whoa, this is crazy, boys. They definitely try to cordoned off every circle. You guys remembered how, that particular estate was being visited by a couple of teams and they just wiped one after another down, and this is definitely a chicken dinner awarded for them. Whether it's grilled, toasted, barbecued, I don't care.
They've been grilled, they've been toasted, they've been barbecued all the way just now. You saw how many fights they were in.
Yeah.
They don't even have a second of a breather at all. They didn't rest. All they need to do was keep on living. And I'm sure our analyst right now is regretting he didn't change his prediction, all right.
Oh, come on, Kim. Now I'll still give it to him. Friends are friends. But anyways, guys, that was definitely... it was my first time seeing that animation.
That was Conqueror and my first as well.
Yeah.
It was insane. But what's really insane right now is that we get to relive that highlight again to see how much they clutch. Then we're going to go into our regretful Keith.
You know, they say I should have taken the advice here. Sis Jenny, one of the casters, mentioned that, hey, give Farang a little shout out. She knows something was about to happen. But I did not. I stuck to my guns because I've got honor. No, I'm kidding. She told me that she's giving me a jersey tomorrow, so I'll save it till tomorrow then, which was the mistake because tonight is when Farang Legends claims their chicken dinner and at the very last match. Third time's the charm, they say, and after three team wipes, they got their way straight path into the final circle and actually take out the final member, that is R2K themselves. It's a lot of non-stop, jam-packed action coming up from Farang Legends. Now, this is the sort of caliber of team that we know them to be of. But before I break things down here, let's take a look at how they stand so far, seeing as though that spectacular performance early on today. Right now, bringing home 36 total points with 21 elimination. That is a record holder right there. Broken is GENEXUS, 20 eliminations with a chicken dinner. 21 is the record right now being held by the Eagles themselves, Farang Legends. And coming in second, R2K got in close. However, R2K had much props to them. They've been consistently within the top 3 positions or top 5 position for majority of the games they played today itself. RSG coming in at third place, not too shabby. 16 points should be able to exacerbate the lead they have currently over Yoodo Alliance 4 Rivals, who is down in 13th place. So that lead they have reset the timeline of events. Previously, Yoodo Alliance 4 Rival nearly catching up onto them. They will now have a head start with RSG finishing in third, coming in the next day. That would be tomorrow. EVOS unfortunately had to bow out, but they did die towards the sides of Farang Esports. So I guess you could call it a honorable death. Take a look at who our MVP is. As no surprise here, as Adik Luke finally back from where in top form as when he was in Season 4 previously. 1555 damage coming out from this man, 9 eliminations. Suntik is back, which is, I don't even know how to translate Suntik in English. I guess a flicker, I don't know. 5 MVP points. Is that the highest we've had so far? I have no idea. You're gonna have to fact check me on that. But 5.0 MVP points here, 29% team contribution, 273 meters longest elimination distance, and on an air angle. That is impressive to say the least. You'd usually expect these sort of, length coming up from a map like Miramar, where it's all far and wide. And take a look at the most throwables used here. Farang Legends with, breaking things down here. They have about 40 throwables expended from the side of Farang Legends right now. 21 from Layo, 19 from RepoBoy, and 19 from their sister, Clutch Guerilla themselves. So if there's one trend that we can draw the line on here, is that these people really knows how to find their nades, and when they do have it, they're not shy in using it. Plenty where that came from, they said, from the dead bodies that lie amongst them after the war is settled, when the dust is clear. So Farang and Clutch definitely comes out on top when it comes to throwables, and well, head to head goes down to Adik Luke to Fragger right next to RepoBoy the scout. Obviously eliminations goes to the side of Adik Luke. He does carry the role to frag. If he wasn't doing so, he probably wasn't doing his job. So 9 eliminations to 4 of RepoBoy, 1,555 damage coming from Adik Luke. 1,145 RepoBoy, and look at the team contribution, more or less even these two. I mean, 25% is technically, I'd say every member pulling their own weight here. So inching it by a bit, sure, Adik Luke made a huge difference, and they are currently the whole record holder for the most elims. So that's saying a lot. Immediately jumps all the way up to number 2 in place, and well, previously they were already in top 5 positions, so it might seem like somewhat of a surprise because we have yet to see Farang Legends occupy the top 4 position until this happened. Today happened, this week happened itself. Now, all the way up. Second place here, 137 to the 149 of RSG. Very close. Meanwhile, R2K inching closer from a consistent performance towards the first draft. Bosskur to fall on with, MAB as well. Team Secret going down onto 15th place. Meanwhile, the sister, Clutch Guerilla, not doing too hot, down at the bottom 4. So, well, it seems like they're each other's kryptonite. Although rotations are the same, they do come in contact with each other. Only one can make it further in life. And, well, most of the time, it is going to be Farang in a hand-to-hand combat. But Clutch, they had quite the run last week. This week is going to be one for Farang themselves here. EVOS, Team Huck, ALMGHTY as well, occupying the bottom. ALMGHTY, this is, I guess, in a dire situation here because it's going to be 3 weeks in a row now that the 20th position is only occupied by the likes of them. Meanwhile, take a look at the eliminators that we have on the screen here. ALMGHTY comes in at number 1 place with the 93 eliminations in total. Oh, Yoodo Alliance 4 rivals. Again, you cannot snooze on this team. Every single one of them seems to be able to shoot. And same goes to the side of GENEXUS, especially with Lejund. We've seen how much he can pull the entire team in week number 2. Unfortunately, week number 3 here, they have their ups and downs. And some of it was a missed opportunity by themselves. So maybe GENEXUS getting a little bit far too over their head here. But the MVP race continues with the most consistent one being Damn Rude from Geek Fam, still occupying number 1 spot here. 68 elimination points. Well, 17,731 damage. It's the longest survival time, I guess, I would say, for at least 1.4 MVP points. Meanwhile, Yoodo Alliance 4 rivals ALMGHTY comes in second at 1.4. Zane comes in third with 1.3. Lejund comes in with 1.3 as well as Micah from Axis redONE. I nearly said Axis OP, but I remember it was Micah OP himself. So these are the faces still for the MVP race. Will we ever see Farang Legends step up now that they currently hold the record for the most eliminations per chicken dinner? Perhaps only time will tell, and time is all we have left with the remaining 2 days happening tomorrow and the day after to end the last week of the country league itself. Meanwhile, this is the league bonus ranking points. Yoodo Alliance 4 rivals still occupying the top spot, 497 in total points. Here, Axis coming in second at 486. GENEXUS, after a remarkable week 2 and pretty much consistent, I would say, week 3 so far, 469. It puts them in third place. This is just for this week, to be honest. Dingoz and follow on. You can see the graph itself. Farang finally making some points onto their way. Currently at 388. Clutch Guerilla shying away by 1 point below their sister, their bigger brother, or whatever you like to call it, their family. And nothing is worth more than family itself. Team Secret and Sam9. It's the back-to-back here. We've seen this pattern before. Farang and Clutch, mortal enemies, always fight each other within the same game as they play. Same story goes to the side of Team Secret and Sam9. Will they ever catch or break one of these two? At least we've seen Farang Legends move up the top, and talking about them, let's see how that chicken dinner was earned here in the final game of Erangel. Now, they started off with a weird 1-1-1-1 split here, and eventually they rendezvoused towards Ruins and Rozok nearby the area location, waiting for the next prediction of the circle, not wanting to leave the crossover bridge all too much here, because in case it pulls on north, they have somewhere to go. Seeing as though the circle did close away towards away from the northern side, taking a bat, moving closer center towards center here. Pochinki seems like the more than likelihood of the next circle. They did take their chances and occupy not mainly Pochinki itself, because it's quite of a very difficult place to play in, but instead they occupy in between school and Pochinki, the road less travel here, in which you can see them go perching themselves up there, in which later on EVOS comes in close, crashes onto Farang, and they pull themselves out of the battle, actually going head to head with EVOS and coming out on top on that one. So Farang Legends, like I said, third time's the charm here, and they went up against 3 teams before they could catch a break. EVOS was 1, Bosskur was another, and Team SMG got wiped down in the process itself by the likes of Farang, clearing nearly, that is all these names that I just mentioned was literally majority of the eastern part of this map. So everyone trying to push into Farang was shot dead at the doorstep before they could even trespass a property, and Farang immediately eliminated any sort of threat coming down from their end. That's where they got quite the breather, in which all the other teams then had this time to fight each other out in an action-packed battle, while Farang playing on the safe side here. Meanwhile, take a look at what we're seeing here. Farang already has Homebois 1 foot into the door here within the circle. Just in case things gets a little bit rough, they do not commit every single members in the area. But of course, it is Geek Fam, Clutch Guerilla, and MAB who's got so much to fight against each other. Surely we've seen that war between Clutch Guerilla and Geek Fam itself, but that nade was unfortunate to say the least. But it's a mistake nonetheless. We will acknowledge it, and probably they're going to have to be a little bit dialed in, a little bit sharper when it comes to pulling themselves through in this sort of caliber tournament, right? Because Sane with that self-imploding nade is kind of unacceptable, I would say, for the very least. Meanwhile, again here, with already one member within the circle, the rest of them will play in, and because of the southern and the eastern side has been all cleared out initially by Farang themselves, they would have not much threats going on their side of the map because it was all neutralized. Meanwhile, the rest of the team, RSG, ALMGHTY, and R2K, Clutch, and even Geek Fam would have too much on their plate to actually hold the entire force back. RSG proved to be a little bit too difficult, of course, with the compound that they have, the high ground that they currently occupy. They were going against head-to-head against ALMGHTY, nearly turned sour for them, overcommitted a little bit. R2K took that chance, wiped out the entire ALMGHTY, and that left them into a mano-to-mano battle. However, Farang was already positioned to take control of the entire circle, and all they had to do was close on in, and R2K, they lose one member at a time, eventually leaving Zeeks, and he is but a one-man army, and a one-man army can only do so much. So congratulations, Farang Legends. They really stepped up the notch this week, actually pulling the weight here, breaking records. That is one of the more important things here, especially in PUBG Mobile, and we like to see records being broken, and they have done it. The first time ever, a Conqueror animation being shown across the screen, 21 eliminations, and a winner chicken dinner. So congratulations, Farang Legends. And now we have a phoner who's going to join us this evening. I wonder who's that going to be. Hello. It is SMG's manager. What's up?
What's up? Hello.
Hi. So first and foremost, aku nak tanya, okay? I will try and mix things around and maybe translate for the international audience here. Tapi
Right, sure.
apa yang telah berlaku on the back end yang tiba-tiba je team SMG kuat gila?
Oh, you mean like the secret?
Yeah, what's the recipe behind that goes on to the back end that suddenly just gave SMG this new breath of fresh air?
The secret is literally just play. Don't think. Basically, like first week and second week, maybe we got some choke or some mental issue, everything, but this week, literally just play. Don't think too much. Just play. Yeah.
Oh. So, are you saying that you were a bit too hard on them in week number 1 and week number 2, and finally, this week you just decided to give up, and that's when they started to give you more hope?
There's maybe a bit of something, but there's also be like maybe they also being hard on themselves also. Like on the first week or before, maybe I kind of hard on them, but starting with PMPL, maybe they start to being hard on themselves. So yeah, like this week, just chill out, just relax, don't think too much on psychology states. Just don't think too much, overthink like basically. Don't overthink, just play as much as you wanna, as you can. Yeah.
Okay, so one more question I want to ask you though. Team SMG's roster, every one of them seem to be relatively new faces except Jenny. Where do you find these boys, and why did you put them into the team?
Yeah, alright. So these boys are actually from their ex-team is Wolf Arafah, basically. Like
all of them have chemistry together, right? And before why we taking them is because their commitment. We taking them into SMG, like their commitment is good, they can heal well. Like Jenny is the new IGL for SMG, the new captain, so they can follow Jenny very well, and also instead of Jenny, they also can follow me very well. All of their schedule, channel, everything. Even though sometimes they are like banyak song, right? But they still commit to the training, commit to the schedule, everything. They're still good as players and also good as a person themselves.
So you believe through time they can get better, but it's the initial commitment and discipline that's more important in a player. Is that correct?
Just the process.
Okay, I like that one. But before I let you go here, I'm going to put you in a tough spot, okay? Secara jujur, I'm going to put you in a very uncomfortable position right now. First 2 weeks, a blunder for Team SMG down at the bottom. Week number 3, what is the goal? Or is there any goal being set out for week number 3?
Yeah, for week number 1 and 2 is literally like too soon. Every game is too soon and kind of, kind of depressing for all of us. And somehow like this week, like want it or not, we have to be number 1 because our target is grand final playoff. So it's kind of really in a tough spot right now. So we are trying our best to catch up the following point so we can manage to go to grand final. Just that our goal right now.
Well said. I expect nothing less from the team manager from SMG. Despite all the odds, despite being at the bottom for the first 2 weeks, you guys are still moving under gunfire, and they are definitely finding their ways up to the top. Thank you for having this caller with me. I wish you all the best. You guys are looking very, very more possible. That dream is about to happen. That goal is about to be achieved, and I wish you the best of luck.
All right, thank you.
Bye-bye. And there you have it. Some words coming from Team SMG themselves. It sounds a little bit counterproductive if you think about it. But when you let your players play their game, things get a little bit brighter. And they have, unfortunately, only found that out in week number 3 here. But better late than never. Look forward to that one. And look forward to tomorrow, as we've got matches to be played as well. Take a look out here. Same rotation in terms of the map. Sanhok, Erangel, Miramar, and back to Sanhok. However, the group rotations will be different to ensure everyone gets a little piece of everything here. And we are going to get back at it full throttle again. That was the previous match that we have already closed the chapter on. Whatever happened today is over. Dingoz burning his own teammates. You've got Geek fam blowing himself up. All those mistakes can never be undone, but they can only stay strong and do things better comes day number 4. It's going to be the second last day before the end of the country league itself. And my God, some of these teams has really, really just got into the grooves and found that recipe of success. And thankfully, it's better late than never. So SMG, KHI, possibly even ALMGHTY, if they can have such a miracle run and maybe propel them all the way onto the top, anything's possible, because this is, after all, the PUBG Mobile PMPL MYSGPH Spring. And it's been a pleasure having you around. My name is Keith, and I will see you tomorrow from evening onwards for more action here in the PUBG Mobile. All shout out to PUBG Corporation, Tencent Games, and Lightspeed and Quantum Studios. Bye-bye.